ReAnimaEquus, Antec University Series, Book 1 by Dawn Miller Simpson. Forward. Ara Quinn is an exceptionally gifted girl with big secrets. She and her friends are moving on to the next phase of their young lives, getting placed into programs at the famous Antec University. There, they will find themselves on a journey to reanimate the first companion animals in 340 years. What should be the most thrilling opportunity of their lives quickly becomes a lesson of betrayal, conflict, and tragedy. Ara and her friends must stop a sinister plot to use Ara's special talents in the reanimated animals to start the next major world conflict. Thousands of years ago, the human race met the first companion creature that would evolve into his best friend. Over 300 years ago, they said goodbye, not knowing if they would ever meet again. Pets, beloved creatures of all kinds, were deemed non-essential and wiped from the planet. No dogs, no cats, no horses, no animals at all. Gone. Reduced to samples and memories. Humans and nature created a situation where dwindling resources threatened sustainability of the planet and everything on it. It was us or them. Pets were first outlawed, then, along with the rest of the world's animals, were made forcibly extinct to preserve precious resources for the human race to survive. Hopeful we could one day restore the balance, the DNA of every known animal and creature has been preserved in the Ark at Antec University, where every 40 years the brightest minds will come together to reanimate animals that no longer exist. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the work of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. Copyright 2020 by Dawn Miller Simpson, Noodle Publishing. All rights reserved. Prologue. From the Defense of Duffer's Drift by Captain E.D. Swinton, 1905. Upon an evening after a long and tiring trek, I arrived at Dream Drop. The local atmosphere combined with a heavy meal are responsible for the following nightmare, consisting of a series of dreams. To make the sequence of the whole intelligible, it is necessary to explain that, though the scene of each vision was the same, yet by some curious mental process I had no recollection of the place whatsoever. In each dream the locality was totally new to me, and I had an entirely fresh detachment. Thus I had not the great advantage of working over familiar ground. One thing, and one only, was carried on from dream to dream, and that was the vivid recollection of the general lessons previously learnt. These finally produced success. The whole series of dreams, however, remained in my memory as a connected whole when I awoke. I started dreaming. In my dream, I could see a horrible war taking place. Gunfire, bombs, and blazes broke the night all around me. The smoke wrapped me like a heavy coat. It filled my lungs with darkness and threatened to choke me. My lungs scrapped for cleaner air, and they felt as if a hand clenched tightly around them inside my chest. People were screaming and crying. Their voices were palpable in my head and bounced heavily within my brain. The noise was unbearable, and stench of burning flesh stung my nose. It was then that I realized I was not asleep. I was fully aware that I was lying in my own bed, yet the smells and sounds battered me from all sides. I was here, but also where they were as well. My heart raced, and my mind pounded. I tried desperately to unravel what was happening. I felt claustrophobic in both places at once. I could see, feel, and hear everything in the war zone just as if it were happening there, as if I were there, right now. My head started to ache. I felt nausea creep in like an ugly monster, pushing my stomach toward my throat. Then suddenly, as if it had never happened, the vision was gone. I've never seen conflict like this. Searching my previous connections, I'm quite certain anyone I would have come into contact with wouldn't have either. To dream about something I'd never experienced this vividly was very strange. I started to puzzle it out. I pulled myself to a sitting position and hugged my knees close to my chest for comfort. I struggled to understand it all and make some sense of what I had just witnessed. I've never smelled bombs or burning flesh. The closest I had ever come to gunfire was an exhibition put on at my school to demonstrate the ancient weapons that had been used for hunting wild game. I remembered the unbearable noise of those weapons at such close range, and the smell of what I assumed, based on the lesson, was gunpowder. Since the suspension of all game and other meat sources, we had no use for such things. Only historians and the government retained weapons of any kind. Reeling from this nightmarish vision in all its reality, I rubbed my temples to push it away. Certainly standing would cause me to crumble from the dizziness. What had happened? Was it just a dream? It felt like a vision from a connection, but who? Chapter History and Havoc, told by Ara. History teaches us that it was not a single destructive moment that caused our world to become the desolate place we live in today. No, we humans did that. We did what we have done for thousands of years. We destroyed a piece of the Earth's fabric one thread at a time. A species here, an ecosystem there, a race, a creed. We poked holes in the atmosphere with our careless quest to build machines or medicines to solve our human condition, all the while not realizing that our very humanness was unraveling that which allowed us to live on this planet. We stripped her of her majesty and beauty by ravaging her forests of trees. Then we sucked the life out of the land with genetically modified plants, so hungry that they completely and utterly leached the last remaining nutrients from her soil, leaving her with nothing but scarred, brown patches of barrenness. By the time the human race realized that the planet could no longer sustain the course we had been on, so many had already died of starvation, disease, or drought that drastic measures had to be taken by the world's power nations to preserve the remaining resources. Ideas came from all over the globe. Some had been dreamed about for years, like sending people to other planets. But the reality was that we needed an immediate plan here on Earth. Fights raged over the fate of people everywhere. Then a simple idea emerged. One of the solutions proposed was to suspend the lives of all mammals and other life forms that were deemed unnecessary. Many of the world's most powerful nations spent trillions of dollars worth of food and other resources on populations of creatures that many deemed largely useless and a drain on our remaining resources, companion animals. As those who did not wish to see their beloved companions be systematically annihilated, the arguments raged to prove whether these creatures provided meaningful purpose to the survival of our race, and what if their destruction, like the destruction of so many additional species, would further tip the balance of our fragile ecosystem into hopeless disarray. Some argued that these creatures served a vital purpose by providing comfort, companionship, and well-being to those who held them dear. But in the end, these arguments were not strong enough to stop the world leaders from enacting a global agreement to suspend all non-essential creatures. Those creatures largely comprised of companion animals, more commonly known as pets. The agreement became known as the SANAC, Suspension of All Non-Essential Creatures. The early versions of the documents called for the complete destruction of all non-essential creatures, or non-X, but the world's scientists lobbied that there was not ample time to fully study the long-term effects of such dramatic and final decisions. In the end, a compromise was developed to use some of the world's most sophisticated genetic research facilities and technology to systematically preserve a reasonable set of genetic materials from each species in order to reanimate these creatures in the event that science determined our survival became dependent on the restoration of some or all of the non-essential creatures. These were then labeled the non-X or NECC for non-essential companion creatures. The greatest minds collaborated and a plan was developed to ensure that reanimation of these creatures was not only physically possible, but that new ways of rapid restoration and species advancement would continue to be developed to ensure that if needed, we could bring the non-X back to levels consistent with natural evolutionary forces had they been continuously in existence along with the human race. Within a year of the ratification of SANAC, the world was completely sanitized of all creatures who were classified as a non-X. The remaining creatures were classified as food grade or essential to survival and reallocated throughout the world to equalize our chances for survival and minimize the threat of war. Then the meteors came. As the world braced for the impact of devastating meteors, humans raced to protect the remaining animal population and our own species. In the final months before the rain of rock showered the earth, we knew there would be massive damage. Not knowing if there would be enough of our planet's dwindling capability to support humans, the SANAC was expanded and technology was enlisted to void the world of any non-Homo sapiens on land. All animals were suspended as DNA. Each was cataloged and stored in massive cryo-arcs in the hope that someday we could bring them back to coexist. It would have to be enough that all animals were removed from the earth to save precious energy and resources. There was simply not enough technology, food, or time to bunker all those animals. We had to look out for ourselves. The leaders of all our nations agreed this measure would conserve as well as protect our environment from further atmospheric damage. Then, in the final blow, havoc hit hard. Across the globe, a series of meteor showers rained down on our already deteriorating world. Beaten and battered, the already weak and weary planet was struck again and again, her defenses razor thin. Plumes of rock, dust, and water created a murky sky. The sun barely able to penetrate the soup surrounding the globe for years. Although there were multiple power sources, the main power grids on the planet were destroyed. Power was reserved for the elite and the arcs. The rest of the world had to rebuild, largely without energy. Instead of us alone ruining the planet, in the ultimate struggle of wills, nature nearly ruined us both. The years passed. With the storms over and the atmosphere deemed safe for us to return to the surface, humans emerged to reclaim the leftovers and scraps. It would take hundreds of years after the tragedy before slowly our world began to spring forward. Outside of the governments, communications were cut off and remained scarce throughout the rebuild. As common citizens, we didn't know the extent to which life survived anywhere else. The United Territory was hit hard. The assumption was that the rest of the planet is just as devastated. The NECCs were a distant consideration, more likely that they would suffer the fate of the dinosaurs, the dodo, and countless others who formerly called this planet home. The teacher drones on, and I tried hard to stay focused. My mind wanders as I read through my personalized academic PA, mandatory content on mammals. I can't help but wonder at what the world must have been like. Animals have been our heroes, entertainers, and our companions throughout the ages. Classic stories dating back centuries have been handed down from generation to generation, telling of wonderful creatures. Loyal dogs who saved their masters or children, or revered cats, such as the mythical Bast of Egyptian mythology. who protected goddesses and pharaohs. I was always drawn to the stories of horses, noble steeds who carried kings into battle and gentle giants upon whose backs much of the ancient world either traveled, hunted, or conquered. Horses held prominent places among humans, and not only for their strength and utility, but also their beauty and speed. From Alexander's Bucephalus to the talented Trigger owned by Roy Rogers, hundreds of horses have inspired and entertained us throughout the many years. My heart squeezes every time I read about them. I wonder how I can feel such a profound loss over something I've never seen, let alone something forcibly extinct. The NECCs haven't existed in over 3 centuries. I can only imagine this world because our world is devoid of mammals, notwithstanding the human race. As our populations, economies, and resources spiraled out of control, the United Nations of the world, the UNOW, were forced into drastic solutions to overpopulation, resource shortages, and environmental conditions that were on track to cause widespread destruction of the planet. And that was before the meteors rained down, sealing our fate with the certain devastation of everything else we humans hadn't already spoiled. One of the solutions proposed was to suspend the lives of all mammals and other life forms that were thought unnecessary. Originally, the UNOW had come to a decision to keep one mammal for the purpose of human consumption. The global decision had landed on the goat, Capra aegaris hicrus, as the only food-grade essential. I crinkle my nose as I read on. Such funny-looking creatures. Strange, buggy eyes, scruffy beards, and knobby knees. Goats were to become the global supplier of all animal-based foodstock and byproducts. But in the end, even these ridiculous-looking, hideous creatures were suspended, reduced to a reasonable gene pool and stored long-term for reanimation if the planet rebounded. Thank goodness, if you ask me. At the time of the UNOW decision, the technology existed to cryostore these life forms. However, there were no known successes beyond 40 years of continuous suspension. Although technology continued to advance to ensure they could be restored when and if the planet could once again sustain them, every 40 years the arks across the globe would have to reanimate a portion of the animals. 2340 was the first and the last time. This year, 2380, and the year my classmates and I would graduate primary school, would be the year that Antech University would reanimate from their ark, and we were going to change the game. The teacher has stopped lecturing. I see her out of the corner of my eye. A wave of guilt washes over me as she stares in my direction with eyes narrowed. Her glasses have slid down her slightly crooked nose, settling just above her nostrils. Has she noticed my daydreaming? Is she angry that I was not paying attention to her words? Then off to the right and slightly behind me, I realize what has drawn her ire. Track and 2 of the girls in the class are whispering and giggling. "Mr. Quinn!" Her voice is shrill and harsh. I turn my head, along with our entire class, to look back at my devious yet charming brother. Track's face is a picture of innocence and calm. Mine, however, carries enough embarrassment for the both of us. "Yes, ma'am," he answers calmly and respectfully despite his irreverent behavior just a moment ago. The impish grin that always gets him out of just about every conflict I've ever witnessed is painted on his face. That smile, with a glow typically reserved for brilliant sunrises and twinkling stars. Miss Huttinga sighs audibly. I can't help but chuff and shake my head. He's done it again. With that look, trouble seems to just bounce off that bright white smile every time it flashes. Miss Huttinga's lips smash into a line and her eyes look upward as if searching for the reason she called out to him in the first place. She takes a moment and pushes her glasses up. Then an idea seems to take hold of her mind. I find myself looking from her to Track and back again, trying to see some invisible stream of thought strung between them that the rest of the class is oblivious to. Seeing nothing, the image drops from my mind. Track. Would you please remind the class of who discovered the current theory of reanimation acceleration? Of course, Miss Huddinga. It was the late Dr. Holst Ernst, Sr. Such an easy question for him to answer and somewhat out of context of the rest of the lesson. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around the strangeness of the whole exchange when the chime sounds, indicating the class and school is over. Track is already on his feet, collecting his things, when he peeks over his shoulder and gives me a look. Meet you out front, Ara. Then he and the two classmates flee the classroom, laughing loudly at something Track said. His best friend, Caden Brees, our neighbor, wasn't far behind them. I catch his eye as he passes me. He smiles warmly. Tomorrow is your birthday, isn't it, Ara? It is, I confirm. I can feel a flush of pink blossom across my cheeks. I watch him disappear through the door behind Track and his groupies. Caden is probably the most handsome guy in our class and Track's constant companion. Under his broody eyebrows, he has the bluest, kindest eyes I've ever seen. Tall and strong, but never overbearing. He has an easy-going, comfortable attitude that puts people at ease, like sinking into a hug. Thick, dark blonde hair frames his affable face. Locks that he keeps short during the summer months, but allows to grow over the winter, revealing soft waves. We, have been buddies since birth. Over the years, I think he has spent more time at our house than his. He's been like a second brother to me. That is until recently. I physically shake my thoughts of his bashful smile away so I can gather my things to catch up with them. When I do, the others are embroiled in haughty laughter at yet another one of Track's fables or jokes. I'm not immune to the sneers the other girls toss in my direction. I'm an intruder, an outsider in their secret club. I always have been. The annoying and awkward sister, with more issues than friends. The square among circles. I try to ignore their indignant barbs. I've heard it all my life. How could you two be related? Such a bore. Does she ever do anything but study? If they only knew the truth. I let out a breathy sigh as I pass them and make my way to the path leading home. Caden catches up with me a few paces in. Hey, what's the hurry? His longer legs let him get in front of me easily. Do you have anything special planned for your birthday? He asks, skip walking backwards so he can face me. No, I answer simply. Not even your mom's famous cookies? He smiles. I look down at my feet and try to quicken my pace. I'm not comfortable talking about myself. I look up at him and he's beaming at me in anticipation. I guess, I shrug. She normally bakes up a batch for both me and Track on our birthdays. Am I invited? He asks through inky eyelashes and hooded eyes. I turn crimson on the outside and melt on the inside. I don't see why not, aren't you always? I attempt to laugh. He chuffs in reply. I guess you have a point. We walk the rest of the way in a familiar silence, Track and his harem's laughter floating behind us. Today is Tuesday, the day before my 17th birthday and 2 days before the end of our final year of primary school. It's just a day, just like tomorrow and the next day. Birthdays aren't much of an event, typically. Quite anticlimactic, in fact. Unlike special days that our people had held as treasured holidays in the past, birthdays are celebrated with little pomp or circumstance. We don't remember those times, but we learn about them in our school. My parents have images of our ancestors with beautiful or whimsical cakes and decorations that once existed. Delicate strings of lights adorning a tree with sparkling glass bulbs in light colors. The adults would sometimes tell stories that had been passed down through the generations of elaborate gatherings where families and friends would exchange extravagant gifts. Sometimes those gifts would be animals that they called pets. Some people told stories of how their families would even give gifts to their pets. When I was small, I used to pore through the tattered remnant images, photographs they were called, for hours, or use my PA from school to read about the amazing creatures and lavish culture our people used to enjoy. Since the great storms, most people had been stripped of all non-necessities. Baking and extravagant sweets were a thing of the past. Things like electricity and gas were reserved for the metros. We no longer had these to heat our water or homes, let alone power something so frivolous as baking confections. Our lives are simple. We have little to covet and enjoy only the simplest of things in life. The ability to get my hands on this information was a small but decadent reward for me, one that I coveted and devoured instead of the rich confections. It was my desire to know more that drove me to excel in my studies. It also helped me get accepted to Antec a year early. Regardless, there was nothing like the sweet comfort of my mom's cookies. Knowing how much effort went into them made me feel special. Not far away, one of the scientists from the United Territory, a brilliant young scientist, Dr. Holst Ernst Jr., who had picked up the work of his father before him, had been developing protocols for reanimating animals at a rapid rate to allow for rapid repopulation should the world be able to recover. Holst's parents died shortly after his birth under unusual circumstances. Dr. Antonino Lucy, his father's former partner and Holst's mentor, took in the gifted scientist as a child and helped him develop his theories at the renowned Antec University. He was eager to test out his theories. This would be the year he would have his chance. Never before had any of the scientists all over the world been successful in accelerating the maturation of reanimates. Most of the accelerated reanimates died, and those that didn't were horribly malformed. With Holst's help, Lucy was going to revolutionize reanimation. He was also going to get paid a lot of money on the black market. Lucy stood in his office looking out over the expanse of campus. His years of planning were finally coming together. His arms were folded across his chest in smug confidence. Soon. His contemplation was broken by a knock at the door. "Enter," he barked. One of his scouts strode through the door, bowing his head slightly as he approached. He stopped and stood at attention with his hands by his sides, a few feet from Lucy. The guards all knew the drill. They were expected to report, but no one was to speak unless given permission by the headmaster. To the world, Lucy was a benevolent and charming persona. Behind the cover of Antec, he was a merciless dictator to those who served him. Few were allowed to enter his inner circle. Holst was one of the few, yet even Holst was unaware of the depth of the evil lurking within Lucy. "Speak," Lucy demanded. "Sir," the guard began, without moving his eyes from staring straight ahead, as Lucy circled him like a predator stalking its prey. "There's movement in the pariah territory. They're sending out runners to various tribes. We believe they are organizing for some reason. Other scouts remain vigilant, sir. I was sent to update you." Sweat beaded on the scout's brow. He feared Lucy would demand more from him. If so, he worried that he would be punished or worse, remanded to the splicing lab. "I expect more precise information from the next update. Dismissed," Lucy growled as he turned his back on the scout and faced the ceiling-to-floor windows of his large office. "Yes, sir," the guard said, with far more confidence than he thought he could muster. As his hand connected with the door handle, Lucy spoke again. "The next time you enter my chamber, I do not wish to see a drop of sweat from your filthy brow. I expect more from your kind." "Yes, sir," he quickly exited. As soon as the door was closed behind him, a chill crawled down his spine as those words echoed in his mind. He hurried to distance himself from Lucy's office and silently prayed someone wasn't waiting to drag him to his doom. Cecilia Teague ran swiftly through the wooded landscape. She was returning to her tribe after delivering the message from her chief to nearby factions. Cece, as she was known by most, was small for her age with dark glossy hair, almond-shaped dark brown eyes, and light brown skin. She hated that her high cheekbones and small stature made her look 12 despite being nearly 17, although it had been a fact that played to her advantage, as looks could be deceiving. At just under 5 foot tall, she was a whiz at fitting into tight hiding spaces or sneaking into the metro to borrow things here and there for her family. Most strangers who saw her passed her off as a harmless child. Today, it had given her stealth to avoid the Antec scouts. One of her cousins had not been as fortunate and was captured not long ago. She had been with him that day and had just wandered down a small ravine. That had saved her from being detected. From the bottom of the ravine she heard muffled sounds coming from the direction where he had been gathering mushrooms. As she climbed the bank and began to crest the gully, she heard them and stopped, her heart beating in her throat. She sunk to the ground like a snake and peered through the thickets to hide herself. There were 4 of them, and it took all of them to detain her cousin. In a matter of minutes they had his mouth gagged and his legs and hands bound. She briefly caught his panic-stricken eyes, and he shook his head slightly, warning her not to try to save him before they placed a hood over his head. She remembered being frozen in that place for what seemed like an eternity before she silently crept back to their camp. Upon arriving, she ran straight to the chief to tell of what she had seen. After explaining it to him, she realized that someone would have to tell his family. The feeling of shame covered her, and her stomach felt as if it had turned to stone. The chief, sensing her hesitation, assured her that she had done the right thing to avoid getting herself captured. He went on to tell her she was spared as a sign from the guardian that she had been chosen to save her people. Little did she know how true that prophecy would come. As she ran through the shadows, eluding the scouts and scurrying to the several nearby tribes, she pondered that day. Her blood boiled and her legs pumped as she ran and spread the message. Some of her fury was directed at the scouts and Antec for being the abductors, but almost equally as frustrating was the reaction, or lack thereof, from the other tribes. It seemed that the scouts had been picking off her tribe increasingly more often, yet had not ventured to the surrounding tribes. Her message and warning fell on deaf ears time and time again. The other tribes simply passed the threat off as something her tribe would have to deal with, even insinuating it was their chief's fault for building so close to the university. Frustrated, tired, and hungry, Cece stopped as the twilight approached. She tucked into a deep thicket of old wood pine trees. Old woods were hardy vegetation that had withstood the damages to the planet. Despite so many other trees and plants being void of their flora, these gnarled giants retained their green and stood together full and majestic. Their boughs, bending low to the ground, gave just enough space for Cece to slip beneath, where she made a simple bed of nearby broken branches and dried needles and leaves for insulation. When she was safely hidden, she removed her pack and took out a small meal she had packed and drank from her water pouch. It was still spring, so the warmth of the day disappeared quickly with the light, and the cool night air crept in with the darkness. It would be a chilly night with little cloud cover. Through the boughs, Cece could see the tiny points of light dancing high above her. She missed her cousin. Picking out a star and imagining it as a portal to heaven, she sent up a request to the guardian to grant her cousin peace wherever he was. She put away her pouch and food and settled down to catch some rest before making her way back home. Cece rose just before the dawn under the cover of darkness. Only a faint yellow hinting at the sun's arrival in the eastern sky lit her surroundings. She was careful to gather her things and took a swig of water before she disembarked from the tree. Instinctively she paused before pushing all the way through. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Someone was out there. She flattened herself and inched back from the edge. then gently swung her head and turned her eyes from left to right. There, slightly off to her right, she detected movement. It was far too stealthy to be one of the Antec guards. No, they were usually loud and clumsy with their hard black boots and stuffy uniforms. The only stealth they had going for them was the dull gray color they wore. Still, she wasn't taking any chances. She tried to focus on the location where she had seen movement, and sure enough, she saw it again. She stayed motionless, observing. Then she heard rustling from behind her. Now her heart was pounding. Was she surrounded? She heard hushed voices calling out to one another. "Are you sure you saw her move?" the first voice whispered from directly in front of her. "I thought it was her," a voice answered from behind her and to the left. "There isn't any wind, so I don't see what else could have rustled the branches." They sounded young, and one of them was definitely a girl, not the norm for an Antec scout. "The chief is going to be very disappointed if we don't reach her before she returns," she whispered again. Cece let out a sigh of relief and whispered back, why is it so important to catch her before she leaves?" She had turned her head to the right and pointed her voice away from her stalkers, hoping to keep them off her trail. One of her pursuers stood up at the sound of her voice, or must have tripped over something from startling because Cece heard a crash to her left. She couldn't help chuckling to herself a little at their misfortune. "Who's there?" the girl demanded now, about the same spot as her fallen friend. She could hear her helping her friend and dusting him off. "Stop mothering me! You're giving away our position," she heard the boy say in a gruff voice. "I'm not mothering you," the girl replied, exasperation in her voice. "If you weren't such a—" "Shh!" Cece hissed at them. "Stop arguing. Are you trying to get us caught?" They all fell silent. "I'm coming out, but I have weapons, so don't try anything or I'll gut you both," she snarled. She emerged from her hiding spot opposite where she envisioned their voices and circled the tree to their position. There they stood, staring at the base of the tree, anticipating she would emerge from her previous position. Amateurs. "Why are you looking for me?" They both jumped this time at the sound of her voice, their eyes snapping in her new direction. The girl jutted her chin out and puffed her chest slightly, trying to look tough. "Our chief sent us to find you after hearing about your warning to the others." "Why does he care?" Cece scoffed, her arms folded across her chest defensively. None of the others did. "She cares because we too have had our people taken," she said, emphasizing the she. Cece's eyes widened and she dropped her arms. "Really? Where is your tribe? How did you hear about me?" Is it safe to talk here?" the boy asked, looking around nervously. "Ah, good point, Orlo," the girl acknowledged. "I'm Gian, and this is Orlo. We're from the Reeds. If you would come with us, we can take you there and explain along the way." Cece was leery, but they had taken the trouble to find her. "All right, but just remember I will gut you both if you try anything," she said with a smile, but there was a slight edge to her comment. Orlo visibly swallowed. Gian led the way. They had found Cece on the southwestern edge of the Rhetoric's territory, which was only about an hour north of the Reeds. Gian explained along the way that their people had separated some time ago from the Rhetoric tribe and settled along the edges of a lake, taking up residence in an old school building and in some of the stately homes that surrounded it. They traded with the Rhetoric often and had happened to have had a trading party in the area yesterday. Cece learned that Gian and Orlo were selected to track her down as they were the youngest in the party. The others felt they would relate better and be less threatening to Cece or her people. "I don't understand," Cece questioned. "Why would the scouts abduct your people, but not the Rhetorics? You are the same distance from Antec." "Yes, we are roughly the same distance. We've wondered that same thing," Gian stated. Orlo chimed in. "Sel, our chief, and the elders think that it's because our lake is more secluded and we are separated from the others." I see that," Cece speculated out loud. "I mean, it's similar to our tribe, although we are by far the closest." As they approached the outskirts of the lake, Cece noted their sentries perched high above them in ragged trees or peeking through the cover of abandoned buildings. She was pretty impressed that they appeared well organized and at least were taking precautions. The other teens were greeted as they approached what appeared to be a more populated area. People were starting to prepare the land for the planting season in some areas, and others were already abloom with delicate plants. There were small children running here and there, playing games and shrieking with joy. Cece pushed a pang of nostalgia away and focused on a group of legal-looking young people with a very tall, red-haired woman at the center. She could only assume this was Sel. "Greetings, Cece of the Balkan tribe. I see that Orlo and Gian were successful in finding you before you left the Rhetoric's territory." They found me, but I'm not sure if our definitions of successful are the same," Cece replied with one eyebrow quirked upward. With that, Sel's smile widened. "I see that Flynn's description of you is accurate." "You've spoken to Flynn about me?" She scowled at this thought. She didn't like the idea of being the topic of anyone's discussion. "Yes, at length. He speaks highly of your stealth and scouting skills. Perhaps you could teach our tribe." She smiled at the teens briefly, then her eyes narrowed and the smile disappeared as she continued. "It appears we have a common enemy." "So it would appear," Cece agreed, locking eyes with Sel. Sel may have towered over her and held a much higher position, but Cece was not intimidated by these things. She sensed a kindred spirit in Sel. They both wanted to protect their people. "Come, Cece. Where are our manners? You must be weary and hungry from your travels." She waved her hand, indicating that Cece should join her at her right side. The group made room for her, and they walked toward a large brick building that was surprisingly well maintained. They entered through a set of doors that looked though they had seen better days, having been patched together over time using various materials. Inside, there were long hallways with rows on either side of tall, narrow metal doors. This would be the best way that Cece could describe them. She wondered where they led. Surely they were not doms. The doors were far too narrow for someone much bigger than herself to fit through. In between sets of about 10 or 20 doors, the wall was interrupted by bigger openings. Some had wood and glass doors, like the ones Cece had seen in other buildings, and others were just agape. She saw evidence of belongings in some of the rooms that were without doors. Sel had been conversing with some of the others in the group as they were walking, sending them on ahead to do various tasks. She turned to Cece and began to explain what she was seeing. "This used to be a school. When we separated from the others, we were searching for a place to build community and safety. We felt this building would suit us." "I see," Cece commented, but she kept her questions to herself. "It has served us well until now." Sel's pale eyes swept the floor and became focused on some faraway memory. Cece studied her for a moment. Now that she was closer, she could see that the chiefess was not much older than Cece herself. In fact, it was likely she was barely in her 20s. She was everything Cece was not. She was tall, at nearly 6 feet, and carried herself in a way that suggested experience well beyond those years. Her people revered her everywhere they went. She wanted to talk with Sel alone, but that would have to wait. They had arrived at a large open room with various tables and places to sit. "This is our gathering place. We come here to share the catch, as our traditions call, for all to bring what they are able to contribute so that everyone has something. Our ancestors and elders provided for us before we were able, and now we give back to them in return." She led them to a long table at the end of the large room and motioned for Cece to take her spot next to her. They stood facing a large group of people who, despite chattering among themselves, seemed to have their eyes fixed on her and Sel. Someone began to tap their hand on the table, and soon everyone was tapping the tops of their tables. Then Sel raised her fist high in the air, and the tapping ceased. The room felt silent, all eyes on her. "My people," she began, "today we are honored as the guardian has brought us fortune in the form of an ally." Pausing, her eyes settled on Cece before she turned to face the crowd again and continued. "Cece of the Belknap tribe is our guest today. She knows the pain of our people because her people have felt it too." Murmurs bubbled around them. Sel waited quietly until the din settled. "Tonight, we share the catch. Cece has already shared valuable information with us. We share this meal now as a symbol of sharing the catch with her people, with the blessings of the guardian. Tomorrow, we will travel to the land of her people to discuss how to stop our common enemy from stealing our children, our friends, our sisters, and our brothers." Sel's voice broke ever so slightly as she finished speaking, and despite inciting the crowd, her face remained melancholy. The haunted look crossed her features again, just as it had in the hallway. Cece studied her a moment longer, then her meal was served, and she realized how famished she was. She sent up a quick prayer of thanks to the guardian for their meal and the promise of an ally to fight the threat they faced. Gift or Curse, Ara. Delicate white flowers adorn the buckwheat fields like a fresh blanket of snow. Yet the trees still wear the barrenness of the long winter. Their branches stripped to reveal dark skeletons. A few have red, green, and white buds, new life tentatively adorning their bare branches. We are fortunate. Our land and the river suffered less damage from the meteors, and our area was one of the first cleared to grow food. The gardens we tend during the warmer months stretch out all around the houses in lush rows of greens. Fortunately for us, we live in an area where there's a lot of open land that we can farm. Every open space is planted. No patch of land that can grow is spared. We and our neighbors supply a fair amount of the food to the surrounding areas. Some areas are not so blessed. Anyone that lives in a metropolitan area rely on the local area grower supply for fresh food. In the years since the storms, food and clean water became powerful currency. We have both. Another positive for us, we live very close to two main rivers, making it so that we can travel to the metro to trade our crops, including fresh water that we can purify or sell and trade. The water closer to the metro has to be so heavily treated that many will gladly pay or trade for the water brought from the vicinages like ours. We trade mostly for clothing and tools. Track's primary chore is to manage all things water. As we got older, we often traveled to the metro together to trade while our parents stayed home and worked. After the death of our father, Track also had to become my protector. At the tender age of 14, I watched him turn from that curly-haired boy with the broad, mischievous smile to a strong young man burdened with the worry that his family could be taken or killed over a drop of water. Over the years, he's learned to adapt. It hasn't been without struggle, but fortunately, he was able to keep at least a small bit of that levity he had while growing up. The closer we get to graduation, the more he lets himself loosen up, letting his personality shine through. Today in class was just a tiny example of him flexing his charismatic muscle. He's been preparing to win over the world, one joke at a time, one smile, one wink. I think he's winning. The Metro has power and advanced technology, which they use to make things I wouldn't know what to do with. Over the years, scientists had developed synthetic foods replacing the many animal-based products that humans used to consume. They came in bright, unnatural colors with strange textures and smells that assaulted us each time we visited the markets. We had simple diets made up of plants, of course, vegetables mostly like soybeans, corn, potatoes, other roots that could be canned or stored away in dry storage over the colder months when growing was pretty much at a standstill. Occasionally, we were able to grow fruit or trade locally with someone nearby who did. Apples and strawberries were my favorite sweets. It was a lot of work, and sometimes I wished we could trade our rather bland food items for these more exotic looking cuisines. my curiosity betraying my caution like the ancient sirens calling sailors to their doom. I reminded myself each visit that I'll have plenty of chances to try these strange things when we get to Antec, so I've ignored my fascinations for now. Because of the many natural resources still available in our region, along with a highly varied climate, our region is a hub for technology and especially reanimation. In fact, one of the greatest scientists in the field of reanimation and genetic acceleration technology for mammals had his start here in the district where I live, Dr. Holst Ernst Sr. Dr. Ernst was a brilliant mind in the field of reanimation technology, who was tragically killed by one of his reanimated creatures when an experiment went awry. At least that was the story we heard growing up. His close friend and lab partner, also renowned for his work in gene splicing, acceleration, and regrowth technologies, Dr. Antonino Lucy now heads the Antec facility in our region. 3 students from our district, including me, were selected to be part of the reanimation technology magnet and will go on to work with Dr. Lucy and his team at the Antec campus once we finish our primary studies in a few days. Both Track and Caden have also been selected for their RT magnet. The boys are 15 months older than I am, but my aptitudes were extremely high, placing me into the same study level. Track, too, is incredibly smart, but if there is any lack of brains, he more than makes up for it in instinct and charm. Me, I'm not so great in the charm or charisma department, largely because of my gift. The first time I truly experienced my gift or ability was in the metro at the market. It was also my first time in the metro. I was 7, and my dad said I could tag along after months of begging. Track was less than thrilled to have me moving in on his turf with Dad. He kept trying to talk him out of it and even trying to bribe me not to go with one of my mom's famous pumpkin buckwheat cookies, a tactic he used a lot over the years to get what he wanted. It almost worked, too, but I was determined and eventually got my way, if I had only known how that would turn out. That day in the market, I brushed against one of the regular shopkeepers. As our bare arms touched, I was immediately flooded with feelings of pain and agony from radiation she had been exposed to. It was poisoning her body. She was dying. It was so disturbing. I didn't understand what was happening to me as the feelings of pain and fear coursed through my mind and body. I felt her blisters, the searing raw pain, as if they covered my skin. I was terrified. Hot blood rushed through me like a raging river as I raced through the market, attempting to run away from that horrific feeling. Thankfully, I ran frantically into Track. He managed to calm me down enough to find Dad and get us out of the metro and safely home. A few days later, I thought I had a dream about her dying, only to find out that she had died the same way as my dream. I say dream, but it was much more than that. I could feel the pain, her pain, in the moment she stopped breathing. I felt the life leave her body. It was eerie and disturbing, and a feeling I would experience over and over again. For a long time after that, I was afraid to get too close to anyone. I withdrew. I didn't share the experience with my family. Not a single soul. I couldn't explain, even to Track. I guess it was a good thing I had kept it so close, because soon after that, people who had proclaimed to have special abilities started disappearing mysteriously. After that initial experience and my unexplained panic, Track was much more attentive to me and soon after became my human shield every time we ventured out. When we go to Antec, it'll be interesting to see how the big city change will transform him again. Will he continue to fret over his cysts, or will the change completely liberate him? I'm sure he's looking forward to it either way, because I know he has always felt trapped and unfulfilled in this simple life. When we were very young, Track and I shared a bed. I often found myself sharing his dreams when we were close enough to touch. Of course, I was too young to understand that was what was happening. He dreamed of a circle of friends laughing and doing the kinds of things we only read about in the few ragged books and crumpled old photo albums our family had passed down through the generations. He often had recurring dreams of the hollow dogs we interacted with in our adaptive reality archive at primary school, while I spent the majority of my time in the hollow horse archive. Track loved the carefree play of the canine archive and played with the dogs as often as possible. Through his eyes I could sometimes imagine how a dog felt as we dreamed together about the softness of their fur or the warm wetness of a tongue on my face experienced through the 5D technologies in the AR. When I would dream alone, I often imagined the wind in my hair and the weightless feeling of riding a majestic black horse through a meadow ripe with the smell of wildflowers. These early dreams certainly shaped both of us as we chose to pursue the NECC reanimate program at Antec. After much time passed, I gathered enough courage to share what I experienced in the market with my parents. They initially passed it off as a fluke. It wasn't until I had described a shared dream in front of Track with such detail that he came a little unglued that my parents started to take me seriously. He never could stand it when I knew something he didn't, or when I was fully aware of his little secrets, like when he thought he was secretly bribing Caden into being his best friend, again with Mom's cookies. When it became clear that I was telling the truth, and it wasn't just a fluke, my parents helped me understand what was happening to me. They carefully and discreetly began researching how people came to have these extraordinary abilities like mine. We learned that my connecting ability was originally believed to be caused by the radiation from the storm. Later, other rumors surfaced about governmental involvement in some of the genetic practices that had been sanctioned around the time when my mom was pregnant with Trek and then me. This included a genetically engineered vaccine that many women our mother's age were given to preemptively wipe out disease in their offspring, including my mom. No matter what the cause had been, my parents made it very clear that I must continue hiding my abilities from everyone. My life was on the line. We had all heard the stories of others who revealed they possessed abilities, then went missing soon after they were made public. People suspected that the government was somehow responsible for the abductions. It didn't take long before those who developed abilities learned to hide them. I struggled to continue hiding my ability from everyone. I tried hard not to draw attention to my family or myself. I tried so very hard not to expose my skin to avoid contact that my parents started to worry I might have been drawing more attention to myself. We spent countless days trying to help me figure out ways to protect myself more discreetly from accidentally revealing my ability. Track and my parents decided it would be important for me to learn to school my reactions, so I was prepared when an accidental brush would trigger my abilities and startle me. After all, I couldn't completely avoid a brush against a stranger. I couldn't exactly cover myself from head to toe in the summer months, or it would surely be a tip that there was something different about me. It may have already been too late. Even with the efforts I'd taken to conceal, I had the eerie sense whenever we went to the metro, someone was watching me. As I got more mature, I learned that for each person I touch, not only can I sense something immediate with them, but I maintain a connection to that person, so at times I can see what they see and I can feel what they feel. Most of the time, this effect would come on randomly at first. I had no control, and there didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. Most of the time, it appeared to be related to stress, pain, or fear my connection was experiencing. It's taken me many years, but I learned to control the overwhelming images that flood me. When I was younger, they would appear without pretext or warning, and without me understanding what they were about or who they came from. I learned to push the many images of all the people who I have touched over my life into the back of my mind. I created mental drawers where I could fold them neatly and tuck them in like putting away my laundry. I exercised my brain by pulling certain experiences out one by one, letting them unfold before me, only to fold them up and put them back again. Learning to control and stuff away those floods has been critical, giving me some peace of mind. Without it, I doubt I'd be able to live in the present rather than living other people's lives through their eyes. I've gotten so good at pushing other images and other people's feelings aside and locking them away in the many drawers of my mind that I've also learned to push my own feelings out of the way. Growing up, I've always kept a little distance from even my best friends because I'm afraid that I may learn something about them that's not good. That meant love interests were pretty much out of the question. I just can't bring myself to get close to someone only to find out something awful is going on with them. That includes getting close to Caden. I'm concerned that if I touch him and I start to see through his eyes, I will see something like him in another girl's arms, kissing someone, or perhaps something more embarrassing. It has made me somewhat aloof, but fortunately most people assume I'm just shy. At least that's what I hope Caden thinks. Most families are allotted living space in the residence centers of each city where high-rise buildings tower and provide population layers like giant cakes from the photos, iced with cement and adorned with an occasional sprinkle of glass. Some areas retained higher than average single-family dwellings than others, depending on the population densities and stability of the geography. Ours happened to be one of those. We were the lucky ones, I guess. We have our own house and only share our living space with my mother's brother and his family. 7 of us, now that my father has passed on, which doesn't seem that bad. Others, like Caden, have to share their homes with multiple relatives. Caden's family, 2 older brothers with their wives and children, both sets of grandparents, and of course his parents, all tucked into a house not much bigger than ours. Speaking of ours, it is a modest 2-story in what would have been a suburban neighborhood before the Great Resource Crisis. It's in pretty good shape considering that it has all that it has endured. Most families are allotted living space in the residence centers of each city where high-rise buildings tower and provide population layers like giant cakes from the photos, iced with cement and adorned with an occasional sprinkle of glass. Some areas retained higher than average single-family dwellings than others, depending on the population densities and stability of the geography. Ours happened to be one of those. We were the lucky ones, I guess. We have our own house and only share our living space with my mother's brother and his family. 7 of us, now that my father has passed on, which doesn't seem that bad. Others, like Caden, have to share their homes with multiple relatives. Caden's family, 2 older brothers with their wives and children, both sets of grandparents, and of course his parents, all tucked into a house not much bigger than ours. Speaking of ours, it's a modest 2-story in what would have been a suburban neighborhood before the Great Resource Crisis. It's in pretty good shape considering all that it has endured. Our family acquired it at the turn of the 21st century. It has been patched and repatched over the centuries, yet it still provides shelter, home. Back then, the houses had families with sons or daughters and their companion mammals, pets, which were usually of the type Canine familiaris or Felis catus, more commonly known as dogs or cats. My training had been preparing me for Antech, so I tended to think of them in scientific terms first, then their common names. It was almost like having a second language to learn. The scientific language was my native tongue, and I had to translate it to the common. I've always suspected that my strange connection and fascination for the species Equus caballus, the horse, was in part because one of my distant grandmothers had several of these larger companion animals. Even then, the government had land use restriction and didn't allow them on the same property as the house. which seems odd to me, as it seemed to have a larger than normal allotment of land surrounding it from the images I've seen. Another stroke of luck for us and our residence center, really. Our entire vicinage has one of the largest growing spaces in the state. Along the south side of the house, stretching for nearly a mile in both east and west, spans our primary source of food, a growing space that provides fresh, frozen, dried, or preserved food to the families in the surrounding district throughout the year. This space once housed buried cables, which provided the homes in the area with electrical power, natural gas, which they used for heating, and passed data using light pulses or electricity over a technology called fiber. These became obsolete with the advancements in GMAX and satellite technologies, leaving these land masses worthless to the once rich cable companies who owned them. Each family rotates through the farming responsibilities to ensure that all vicinage dwellers maintain an acute knowledge of the methods needed to produce food in this manner. Because all of the jobs are vectored, consisting of a standard set of skills and tasks that can easily be learned by several different people, each family in our district is able to rotate in and out of both the farming responsibilities as well as the standard jobs allocated to the members of each district and residence center. Our humble house is open and inviting. The entryway leads into the kitchen or up the stairs to the second level. It has 3 separate bedrooms on the upper level, along with 2 bathrooms. However, we're unable to use one of them for bathing or relieving ourselves due to the restrictions on water usage. The sink is usable, but has had the water flow restricted by the government in the same way that all of our other fixtures have been modified. Over a century ago, every city was required to restrict water, adopt strict waste removal and treatment, and many other modified services to ensure that every resource is conserved, recycled, or reserved. Nearly everything is repurposed, recycled, or used to create something usable. Our country, once known as the most wasteful place on the planet, has evolved to become the most efficient. I wonder how different Antec will be with all of its power. Our heat is either from wood burning or occasionally corn. Antec's heating is not based on the wood gathered, and the campus even has cooling in the summer, all derived from the atmosphere or other natural sources. Thankfully, the human race has learned its lesson, or at least it appears that way on the surface. Caden has lived down the street from us my whole life. Over the years, he's been a nearly constant in my life, not only as a neighbor and schoolmate, but also as my brother's best friend. He's just been a part of our everyday fabric of life. It wasn't until the last summer that I started to notice Caden looking at me differently, and I too took note of changes in him. When he took his shirt off while working in the gardens, I couldn't help noticing his shoulders were broader and his muscles had developed deeper definition. Occasionally, I would catch his eyes, and we'd hold each other's gaze for a little longer than normal. Each time caused the heat to rise up in my cheeks until I felt I had to look away or my face would burn up. Evaluation Day. Aura. I awake to a light stream of sun peering through the small window in my room. The dust particles dance in the rays like tiny flecks of sand. I wipe the sleep out of my eyes and take in my small room. My bed is only a single, and the mattress is old but soft. I will miss how it cradles my body when I'm off to school. I swing my legs over the side and easily reach the smooth, worn wood handles on my dresser. I pull the essentials I need from the drawers and get dressed. I've already packed what I was planning to take with me to Antec, which isn't much given our meager belongings. Plus, I have to fit it in the boat along with everyone else and their gear. It's the thought of who else will be in that boat today with me that brushes the cobwebs from my brain. Thinking of Caden brings me quickly to a state of alertness, remembering what the day will hold for me. I take a little more time than usual to pick my outfit, not only to protect me from being out in the public, but I select with an eye toward something a bit more appealing than my usually baggy run-of-the-mill farming clothing. I slip on a pair of faded pants that hug my curves. Next, I grab a simple black t-shirt that skims over my body, barely making it below the waistband of my pants. Feeling a little self-conscious, I decide to pull on a long-sleeved button-down shirt that was my father's. It's a faded olive green, and I've knotted it in front. As I leave my room, I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. I tend to favor my father's looks, while track favors my mom. My skin is creamy against my dirty blonde locks. I pull my mane into a messy bun at the base of my neck, revealing my heart-shaped face. Long eyelashes frame my green eyes. Delicate eyebrows arch gracefully over them. My full lips part to reveal a shy smile as I think of Caden. I let out a sigh. It's time to go. Upon our graduation from primary, each citizen either begins a job as part of their preparation for continuation, or a few from each vicinage are selected to be evaluated for advanced studies. For me, Track and Caden, today is the day that we'll be tested to learn what our placements and programs will be at Antec. We've been selected, along with an elite group of students, to work on the Antec RT project. We will share our assignment with other students from around the region. This is highly important given the fact that the project we will launch together involves the reconstitution of a group of mammals that have been purposefully extinct from our planet for over 340 years, including my beloved Equus cabalis. The students have been hand-selected by the renowned Professor Dr. Lucy, who is the continent's foremost authority on mammal reconstitution. Although we've been selected by Dr. Lucy, we must still take an evaluation to determine our final placements. Today will likely be a particularly overwhelming day. It's also market day, which I always face with a fair amount of trepidation. As we wait for our group going to the metro by river, the sun is warm on my face, and I start out in a mood that matches its brightness. Today, I will be close to him. Caden is traveling to the metro with me and Track to take our placement exams for Antec University. Although I saw him every day during school, he and I didn't spend time together. Aside from one class this year, I've seen very little of Caden. Not being near him or knowing what he's feeling or doing has left me empty. When we were younger, the three of us were nearly inseparable. But this was a cold, long winter, and we didn't venture out much to avoid the bitterness and dangerous winds, a holdover from the desolate condition of the landscape after the meteors. The trees and brush that would have buffered the winds were lost in the radiation storms following the meteors. They were growing back, but very slowly. Along with the devastation humans had already leveled on the lands, the environment could get downright acrid, especially in the winter. Although a few hundred years has already passed, the scars still remain. But that doesn't matter today because the winds are behind us and I'm euphoric with the idea of seeing him. I felt a draw to him grow stronger over the years, but this winter it definitely intensified. I guess that old saying is true, absence makes the heart grow fonder. No matter how hard I try to lock that drawer down in the depths of my heart, it continues to float to the surface of my conscious, filling me with his kind turquoise eyes and shy resolve. I'm filled with hope that seeing him today will fill that void. Even though we'll be together at university, it's unlikely we'll be paired into the same program. Through my musings, I'm suddenly aware of his presence behind me, and then I hear his deep, smooth voice over my shoulder. He's joking around with some of the others. The experience of him wraps around me like a warm blanket, and I close my eyes, letting it cover me. "Hey, Ara," he greets me warmly. Several moments pass as I bask in his essence. Then I'm awkwardly aware that I let myself linger in his presence far too long without returning a greeting. He notices too and asks me, "Are you okay?" Embarrassed at my lack of proper greeting, I respond quickly, Sorry, yes." His eyebrows shoot up quizzically. I was beginning to wonder if he forgot who I was and were considering your defense options. Then his face warms into that shy smile I've missed so much. No, nothing like that. I search for a clever comeback, but I'm still a little drunk on him leaving my brain too foggy. I'm hungry to reach out and connect. Instead, I straighten myself, realizing it would be selfish and greedy. Finally, I'm able to form a coherent excuse. I was just deep in thought about what Antec will be like, that's all. I'm really looking forward to spending the day with you and Track, even if it does involve the examination. Oh, good. Prince Charming has arrived. Finally, we can get this boat launched, my brother quips. After you, my grace, he says as he gestures toward the boat. Caden bows graciously. Thank you for your smart-assed, misguided respect. He grins just before taking his seat. Turning to me, Track continues his act with me. In nothing but first class for family, he jokes, and holds out his hand to steady me, at the same time using his other hand to gesture for me to climb in beside Caden. When everyone is settled, Track pushes the boat off and climbs aboard next to me. He's forever my buffer from the world. The river is swollen with the remains of the melted snow, making the currents swift. It will be a short trip given the rapid movement of the water. As much as I want it to last so I can spend more time with Caden, I'm nervous about what lies ahead. As we are carried down the river with the swiftly moving current, I find myself admiring the lush green grasses, broken only with pockets of clustered purple and yellow flowers on little islands all along the way. The fallen trees tumble down the steeply banked cliffs on either side of us like giants who took a fatal step, not realizing the land ended where the water cut through. They lay in various states of decay from the wind, water, and rock that has clawed and scraped at their bark for years. But their decay can't prepare us for the deterioration to come as we near the city. From above the cliffs, faint voices carry through the woods and float down to the river like ghostly whispers. I shudder each time we hear them. I feel Caden and Track stiffen at my sides. Pariahs. People who refuse to participate in either the metro or community life. Rumors have them depicted as pirates, stealing children or women. Others romanticize them and say they are rebels trying to keep the government from exploiting what little resources we have left. Either way, their presence keeps us alert. Fear makes me break out in a nervous sweat. We crane our necks and swivel our heads and eyes, sweeping the edges for sights of danger. At one point, a scream erupts far in the distance, sending a chill down my spine and my hair standing up on the back of my neck. As if on cue with that shriek, the previously clear water turns murky and rancid, marking the fact that we are nearing the metro. The demarcation in the vegetation starts out subtle, but the closer we get, the more dramatic the carnage. It's as if the city is sucking the life out of the river and with it the vegetation. The lush green grasses and dancing purple flowers give way to gray and black wilted stalks with no life left in them. They reach for the boat like the gnarled fingers of an old woman. Even the river continues to darken, as if it too is sliding toward its doom. I'm both relieved and disappointed when we arrive at our destination so quickly, and I have to step out of the boat. Anxious to leave the blackness and uneasy feelings with the boat, Aside from the few pariah shouts, our conversation was steady and comfortable throughout the trip. I didn't want that to end too soon. As we step off the boat, Track offers his hand to steady me, and I greedily accept the opportunity to climb out before an accidental touch with anyone, even Caden. A wave of pure terror washes over me at the realization that the exam we are about to take decides our future. I feel a pinch in my stomach, which only tightens when I hear an unfamiliar voice call out my name. Dropping my hand out of his, we both turn toward the voice as it calls his name and then Caden's too. We would not be going to the market first, apparently. The voice came from a man in a dark suit standing in front of an Antech University transport. "Playtime's over," Track remarked with a smirk. "Wow, I guess they don't mess around," Caden answered. "So much for our freedom, deflated," I comment. We swing toward the transport, approaching with guarded steps. The Antech representative waits impatiently, thumbing his e-pad until we are standing squarely in front of him. "Please take a seat in the transport." He clicks his e-pad without making eye contact. No name, no introduction. Just like that, he expected us to dutifully get into the vehicle as he rounded the front and climbed into the driver's seat on the opposite side. We quickly exchange puzzled looks and do as he asks. The inside of the transport was richly appointed with smooth black seats. Glossy silver trim adorned the edges of the consoles between the 4 seats, which also contained e-pads. The e-pads had our names lit up, indicating where they had assigned us to sit. Once the driver was satisfied we were each in the appropriate seat, his voice rang out in the seating area. "You are each seated with an e-pad to your right. Your e-pad contains instructions specific for your impending examination." I noted his use of impending and wondered if the guys also thought that was a strange way to describe the exams. As he continued his instructions, I wiped that thought away and concentrated on his voice. "Once you've read the instructions, press your thumbprint on the bioscanner to indicate your understanding and acceptance." Once we'd all finished reading and scanning our thumbs, the transport started moving toward the main building where we would be taking our tests. The short trip to the testing center was spent in silent contemplation of the huge buildings and beautiful structures. Foreboding hung between the 3 of us like a wet blanket. The transport pulled up to a stop, and the Antech staff pulled open the doors. We exited the vehicle. The sun glinted off the deep blue glass, causing it to sparkle like a gem. We're led up the stairs and into the main building. The steps lead to giant doors that sparkle the same sapphire blue. They slide open as we approach. Inside the building, the floors stretch out in clean pathways paved in shiny alabaster, streaked by gray veins of marble. We're led to the left where an open elevator door spills light out, beckoning us in. We follow the transport team in, and the doors slide shut. My stomach drops as we rapidly ascend. I've read about elevators, but never had been in one. Track reaches for my hand as if he senses I need to be steadied. He isn't wrong. When we stop at our destination, he gives my hand a squeeze and lets go. A chime sounds, and the doors open to reveal a hallway with several doors, across from and on either side of the elevator. The transport team disembarks and directs us to do the same. We step into the hall, which darkens as soon as the elevator door closes behind us. The floors are a dull gray, and I realize the walls are also dull and gray. The only lighting now emanates from a track around the top and bottom of the walls. It, too, appears muted, dull, and gray. The only brightness is the neon blue of the transport leader's e-pad. This is the testing center. You must be escorted at all times in this area, and there is no talking or contact with other testers from this point. "Follow me to your designated testing stations," he says, his voice drab, as he turns to the right. We're each led to a separate door, Caden first. He catches my eye as the door is opened, and gives me a reassuring smile. I shrug and smile in return. Track gives him a nod. Next is Track Station. He winks and blows me a kiss. I roll my eyes and mouth, "Good luck." Then I steel my growing nerves and work my way to my own testing station. I realize that as we progress down the hallway, a guard remains behind at each one of the doors to Caden and Track's testing stations. I can only assume this guard will remain outside my station once I'm inside. The room felt like a cellar in the dead of winter. As soon as I sat down, I was cold and clammy. Nervous energy thrummed through me as I waited for the proctor. After what seemed like an eternity, the proctor entered, and I was able to start. For a moment, I stared at the e-pad, its blue-gray glow freezing my brain. My thoughts were sinking in quicksand as I slogged my way through each question. It didn't help that the room was so cold. Despite my chattering teeth and nervous sweat, I managed to struggle my way through the remainder of the test. And then, as quickly as it began, it was over. My brain empty and my body numb, I was escorted out of the room through a different door by the proctor. Upon leaving, I sent up a silent prayer. Please let that be good enough to get the program I want. After testing, we're led through a series of hallways and elevators that lead to what I guess must be the main science building. We arrive at a large atrium and the entrance to Antech's world headquarters. The guards and our group are joined by others. As the groups arrive, the guards step toward the back wall until there is quite literally a wall of guards. We are handed off to a perky-looking co-ed in an Antech uniform who can't be much older than we are. Her blonde hair is perfectly styled. Her uniform looks like a lab coat in a pale blue, but with large pockets in front and a belt at her waist. The Antech ARC logo adorns one of the pockets. She wears tailored white pants that end just shy of her ankles. On her feet, she wears matching light blue shoes. She holds an e-pad that is encased to match her outfit. She diligently checks in the members of each group as their escorts deliver them. When the last group is finally accounted for, she introduces herself. I am Misty Chin. I'm a student here just as you will be, provided you've passed your evaluations. A murmur rises from the group and everyone looks around nervously. Misty waves her hand and clears her throat to get our attention again. Please be assured that the selection process leading up to the evaluation phase is designed to weed out those who would be unlikely to pass. If you've made it to this point, it's unlikely you'll be disqualified. Dr. Lucy and his staff have carefully vetted each and every one of the students who are brought here. I look nervously at Track and swallow. He looks down at me and gives me a reassuring smile. Antech was one of a core group of remaining and fully functional ARC sites in the United Territory. It was also a university which afforded us the ability to study but stay close to each other. I don't dare look at Caden. I'm far too nervous and don't want to think of what would happen if one of us was sent home. Misty continues her monologue on the history of the ARC projects and how Antech has risen to become the leading institution in reanimation technologies. She talks of Dr. Lucy like he's a monarch and not a prominent educator. Beyond this atrium, you will enter the Advanced Science Ward. Here, Dr. Lucy himself works with his elite team of geneticists, zoologists, scientists, the world's brightest minds, to conduct research and develop new technologies to help us determine the fate of our animal populations housed within the ARC. As we walk these halls, you must not disturb the work being done, so please follow me and remain quiet. Without another word, she spins sharply, presses something on her wrist, and marches through frosted glass that appeared to be part of the atrium wall, but now has retracted to reveal another bright white hallway. De-extinction. The floors are the brightest alabaster I've ever seen, and glass lines the hall as we pass. As far as I can see, room after room containing a series of interconnected advanced assist tubes filled with embryos of various species in an array of development stages. They stretch out like the hamster habitats I saw in the virtual pet game we got to play in primary school. Some are frighteningly grotesque, while others seem so peaceful. I stop for a moment to peer at one of the creatures, but an elf, an artificial light form, unit swings up to the glass and a shrill warning alarm goes off. Taking a step back, I quickly move on, letting out the breath I didn't realize I was holding, and jog a few steps to catch up to the others. "What was that all about?" Caden asks. "I don't know," I retort. "I guess they didn't want us getting too close of a look." "Maybe they don't want to give away any secrets to us humans. Heaven forbid we ever want to go back to raising animals the old-fashioned way." His eyes twinkle, but his words come out slightly bitter. I just give him a soft shrug. I'm still pondering his words and the elf's actions when our guide cuts through my thoughts announcing our arrival at the orientation hall. We pause just outside a large set of very ornate, dark wooden doors. They seem oddly placed at the end of the modern alabaster and glass hallway, as if they belong to a different building from a different time. Misty drones on about how when we step through these doors, we'll join other students like us who've been given the opportunity to learn to reproduce a piece of history. I struggle hard to listen as I study the intricate carvings on the dark wood. The carvings seem to be arranged to tell a gruesome story of the way things used to be. Prey and predators in the natural order. The only missing piece is us, humans. We who decimated entire species and sucked up and archived those that were remaining when the great crisis occurred. Who knew we could be so cruel, so destructive? I shudder. I can feel Caden's eyes on me as I study the scene in front of us, and my cheeks heat up when my eyes meet his. He quirks an eyebrow, and I just tweak a shoulder. Thankfully, Misty is finished with her speech, and we move forward, the door sliding open from the middle when she passes some invisible threshold. Inside is a circular room filled with blood-red carpeting and rows upon rows of dark wooden desks. Chairs that are arranged in a semicircle surrounding a center stage, set up with a podium flanked by several chairs in a row. Above the stage, several large jumbotrons display the image of the empty stage, so that everyone can see who will be speaking or sitting there once they arrive. Misty hands us off to guides who usher us to our sections and stand aside until all of us are seated. From the guards to these ushers, it appears that Antec is obsessed with keeping an eye on us. I feel slightly trapped. I'm still next to Caden with my brother on my other side. I'm thankful for their familiarity among the sea of unfamiliar faces. We just get settled in our seats when a booming voice erupts through the speakers. "Please rise and greet the headmaster, Dr. Antonio Lucy, and your program directors." Our guide encourages us to our feet as the headmaster ascends to the podium on a platform that rises up from beneath the stage. A few moments later, another platform ascends with 6 additional people who will presumably be taking the chairs arranged on the stage. The voice thunders once again overhead as it announces each director. One by one, they step around their chairs and take a seat. I vaguely register each program director until the voice announces the one I've been waiting for, the director of equine genetics, Holst Ernst. He is by far the youngest of the directors. I strain to get a better look at him. Caden nudges me to get my attention. I tear my eyes away from the stage to glance at him as he nods toward the jumbotrons. My cheeks heat up again, and I can see his impish grin out of the corner of my eye. Frustrated with myself, I let out an embarrassed huff. I return to studying Holst, this time on the large screen looming before me. He has thick, dark hair, the color of rich, dark coffee, and large, round, nearly black eyes that carry a hint of sadness. When the last director is announced, we're seated. As soon as the din settles, the headmaster addresses the students. Each of you has the unique opportunity to be part of reshaping our planet and securing the future of the NECCs for generations to come. The research done here at Antech gives us hope that one day restoration of all species will be sustainable. This program is more than just restoring NECCs for human enjoyment, but truly symbolizes the hope of a completely restored and sustainable world. Applause thunders across the rotunda like a seismic wave. I feel the energy jeep in my body. Dr. Lucy waits patiently as the noise wanes and quiet settles like a blanket over the room. He continues, "You will be challenged in ways no one has before you. The triumphs may at times be outweighed by the failures. You must persevere. Some of you may give up and others may not pass your midpoint examination, but all of you will gain from the friendships and experiences you will engender during your studies here. My advice to each of you is to find the lessons you're destined to learn, for in so doing you will never lose." The auditorium fills once again with the cacophony of whistles, shouts, and applause. The racket continues until the booming voice crackles over the speakers. "Please take your seat. In a moment we will reveal your program assignments. When you arrived, you were given a wristband. When you entered this auditorium, your credentials were aligned with your band based on the results of your examination. You must wear this band at all times on campus. Your band is activated by your thumbprint. To reveal your program and housing assignments, please activate your bands now." The room buzzes with excitement and murmurs as we all activate our bands and learn where we will be spending the next 4 years of our lives. I lean over to peek at Caden's assignment and then Track's. Caden has exactly what he wanted, canine. Track was undecided when he applied and has been assigned to felines. I suck in a breath and press my thumb to the band. Part of me is apprehensive that I might somehow be assigned to something other than what I requested. I remove my thumb and let out my breath when I see the word equine. A wide grin spreads like wildfire across my face. "Well?" Caden leaps over my shoulder, and I meet his bright turquoise eyes. "Equine," I grin. "Canine." I know, I peeked. I giggle. "What hall are you assigned to?" "Oh, I forgot to look." "I'm in Moreau," he says as he leans in to watch my display. "I'm in Ianya." His grin fades slightly, and I search his face to see if I can find a hint to his faded grin. "We're on opposite sides of the campus," he says in a slightly downtrodden tone. I can't help but feel a little flutter when I realize he's disappointed we won't be living close to each other. "Hey, don't worry. That's just where we sleep. I'm sure we'll spend most of our time hanging out and studying or in the common." The corner of his mouth quirks up in that mischievous smirk. "You're right." I give him my most dazzling smile as Track leans in, interrupting our exchange. "Who are your roommates?" I glance back at my band, which reveals a name I don't recognize. Soraya Yates. The guys check their assignments as well. They will share a dom. Just then, the jumbotrons come back to life, displaying an image of a beautifully, perfectly coiffed woman with mocha skin. "I am Marg London, resident master. Welcome to Antech University. By now, you have revealed your residence assignments and your roommates. In a few moments, you will be released to find your rooms and get settled. Your belongings have already been delivered to your rooms. When your band gets within proximity of your room, you can unlock the door by pressing your thumb over the sensor. You will join us in the common at 5:30 p.m. for our evening meal. May your stay here be home to you." Her voice is more of a directive than a statement, and it gives me a little twinge of discomfort in the pit of my stomach. That, and my realization that I hadn't given any thought to what happened to the meager belongings we had packed on the boat. The jumbotron goes blank, and our guide ushers us out of our row, directing us down some steps to the ground level. At the bottom of the stairs, we can see several doors with the names of our residents' domiciles illuminated over each. Caden and I exchange a look. I catch a slight sadness as our eyes meet. Bye, Ara. My cheeks grow warm as I give him a little wave. I'll see you in the common. Save me a seat. I call out more cheerfully than I can feel as our groups move out in opposite directions. Track catches my eye and gives me a wink. See ya, sis. See ya. There's a shuttle system that carries students and staff across the sprawling campus. It's a short trip from the orientation hall to my domicile, giving me a glimpse of the unique buildings that make up Antec. Even so, I am impressed by the sheer vastness of the compound. The buildings stretch on in sparkling arrays of glass and metal. I almost forgot the ugliness witnessed on our approach. As if the city were siphoning the life out of the river and surrounding landscape. When I arrive in my room, Soraya Yates is already there. Her back is to me as I enter. I take in her dark, silky hair and lanky silhouette. Turning toward the door, she greets me with a warm smile, and I sense I'm going to like her. She has dark brown eyes, the kind that are so dark that you can't see her pupils. Her smile is genuine and reaches the corners of her eyes. Hi, you must be Ara. I'm Soraya Yates. Guess we're roomies. Hi, yes, I'm Ara Quinn. Pleased to meet you. What program are you in? I'm curious if there is a pattern to our assignment. I'm in the feline program. How about you? Equine, I say. My brother Track is in the feline program. I'm sure you'll meet him. He'll be the one everyone adores. I smile as I think of Track and his easy way with people. I'll introduce you at dinner. Great! It'll be good to have someone I know in my program. Even better if it's someone fun. I give her a knowing grin. Knowing Track like I do, I almost envy her. My thoughts are cut short as a tone goes off, followed by an announcement. Please proceed to the common. Dinner will be served in 30 minutes. We take the next several minutes to unpack and get somewhat settled in our new living space. With our belongings stowed and our sleeping quarters sorted, we take a moment to set up our small bathroom and take in the accommodations. Our space is pretty Spartan. The university has supplied us with a small couch in the shared space of the small room, and we each have our own space for sleeping, equipped with a bed, a dresser, and a desk. On each desk is a compute device that can be used to conduct research or occasionally communicate with others across the campus. Satisfied that things are in order in our dorm, we are ready to head out to join the others. I guess we should be going, Soraya says. I hope that adorable director of the equine program is there too, she says with her eyes half open in a dreamy look. You think he's adorable? I didn't really notice, I lie. You'll see. Wait, he's your director. I feel heat in my neck and face, so I quickly try to change the topic. Yeah, let's go. I'll introduce you to Track and Caden. Sounds good. Is Caden your boyfriend? No, I say a bit more wistfully than I intend. He's just a friend from our community. Sure he is, she says with a hint of sarcasm. No, really, I say not convincingly as we exit our room. Come on, we'll be late. She gives me a knowing grin as the flush rises in my cheeks. We reach the common right at 5:30 and are hurried inside as the doors close behind us. The din is overwhelming. I look around nervously for Track and Caden. I feel a hand on my shoulder and spin to see who it belongs to. My eyes snap to a vaguely familiar face. It takes me a moment to realize that it's Holst Ernst, my program director. Once again, heat washes over my face like a crashing wave of lava, and as I hear Soraya's comments echo in my head. He's adorable. Wait, he's your program director. He speaks. Arabella Quinn? I blink as I try to find my voice. Yeah. How did you know? I make it a point to research my lab assistant. Lab assistant? My voice comes out high and childish. Yes, the top student in my program who will work directly with me, setting up and monitoring the reanimation process to maturity of the subjects. I find myself taken aback at the way he says subjects. He seems so detached. Oh, I'm not sure what to say. A moment later, Track and Caden arrive. Ah, there you are, Track says as he subtly tries to position himself as my shield. I'm glad for the interruption so I can escape Holst's intense stare. In true Track style, he reaches his hand out as he introduces himself and moves into his protective position slightly in front of me. I'm Track, Ara's brother. This here is our ward mate, Caden Brace. Holst breaks his stare and grips first Track's, then Caden's hand. Holst Ernst, but most people call me Einstein. Soraya pipes in. I'm Soraya, Ara's roomie. Her smile is broad. I chuckle a little to myself because I know what she's thinking. Track picks up on it and raises his eyebrow in a questioning look. I give him a half shrug. Caden is surprisingly quiet as he takes everything in, but I catch him surveying Holst, Einstein, closely. Track breaks in. Let's eat. I'm starving. You want to join us, Einstein? No, but thank you for the invite. I suppose I will be expected to sit with the other directors. I'll expect to see you at the lab no later than 7 a.m., Arabella. Holst is already backing away as he says it and taps his watch. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. I say it cheerfully, but something about him tugs at my mind and puts a rock in my gut. I have a bad sense, but I'm not sure how. After all, my skin didn't touch Holst. I feel his eyes lingering on me after we've moved away. For some reason, it gives me the same cold feeling of being watched I had when I was in the market. Soraya sneaks a look over her shoulder and whispers, He's still looking at you, Arabella. She smirks. Caden's eyes meet mine, and I can't put a finger on his expression. Concern? Jealousy? Embarrassment? What was that all about? He finally asks. I'm not sure, but he selected me to be his lab assistant. He said something about the highest scoring student. Track chimes in to break the tenseness bubbling up between us. Relax, you two. You deserve it, Ara. I don't know anybody smarter than you, so it shouldn't surprise you. Then Soraya pipes in. Sweet! I hit the roomie jackpot and got paired with a genius. Caden gives me a smile, but he looks down before looking at me through his long dark lashes. You're right, Track. Ara deserves the recognition. You've worked hard to get here. When he looks into my eyes, there's something else shimmering in those turquoise eyes. Track gives me a little nudge as he nods toward the food, and we make our way through the line. Armed with trays of food, we find a table and settle into our meals. I dig into my meal, but I'm lost in my thoughts. I look up to find Caden's eyes on me, but he doesn't hold his gaze. Instead, he pushes his food around his plate and watches as if it's a race. Fortunately, Soraya breaks the silence. So, Track, your sister tells me we're in the same program. Really? You're a feline? You're in the feline program? He gushes a bit. I can already tell he's attracted to Soraya. What's not to like? With her tawny skin, dark glossy hair, long legs, and those deep brown eyes. She laughs at his feline slip, and he beams his winning smile. I turn to Caden and ask, How is your room? He stops pushing his food around and says, I suppose it's about the same as yours, only a little uglier, since somehow I've been assigned this guy as a roommate, as he thumbs toward Track. Hey, Track laughs. We can't all be as picture perfect as you are, big guy. And then he winks at Caden, whose cheeks turn crimson, but he teases right back. I didn't know you noticed. Oh, brother. I roll my eyes at both of them. Overhead, a loud alarm goes off. It takes us by surprise. I feel my heart rate skyrocket, and I cover my ears with my hands. What's going on? I ask no one in particular. At once, a voice booms overhead. Please remain seated and stay in the common. The noise in the room is deafening as everyone begins talking. The alarm still blares off and on, and I keep my hands over my ears to dampen some of the sound. After what seems like hours, but is only a few minutes, the alarm stops and the loudspeaker crackles to life again. There's been a breach attempt at the north gate. A group of pariah have been detained and all is clear. Please report to your domicile immediately for inspection. Repeat. Please report to your domicile immediately for inspection. The four of us exchange looks, and Soraya says what we're all thinking. Inspection? Track answers. No clue. So much for a decent meal. I guess we'll see you tomorrow. He and Caden prepare to head out, and Soraya and I get up as well. See you tomorrow, Caden calls. Right. See you tomorrow. My heart rate really hasn't settled. It's coupled with a sense of dread. What did they mean by inspection? Why would the pariahs be attacking? What could they possibly want? The trip back to our room is quiet. Everyone seems to be deep in contemplation. Once in our room, we sit down to wait. What do you suppose this inspection is all about? Soraya's voice cuts through my thoughts. I don't know. My voice comes out barely above a whisper. We sit in silence briefly until there is a knock at the door. I jump to my feet along with Soraya, who's closer to the door. She answers the knock. Inspection. Two informed security guards step into our doorway. What kind of inspection? Just what are you looking for? Soraya spits out at the guards. We have reason to believe that the breach was assisted from inside the campus. Oh, I see. And someone thinks that a bunch of kids who just came here from the country are going to somehow magically smuggle in some technology that scrambles code or something. My eyes go wide at her boldness, and I wait for one of the guards to react, but neither does. They both remain stone-faced as they shuffle through our meager belongings. It hits me just how odd the whole scenario is. A shudder runs through me as I realize just how little all of us must have actually brought. Most of the kids here have had to travel. Our means of transportation are all manual: bikes, boats, two legs. There are no horses or other beasts of burden yet. We could only pack a few things, which are sadly now dumped out of our packs and being rifled through by people we don't know. I think back to our trip down the river and the fear that washed over me when the breeze lifted the sounds of the pariahs' voices over the cliffs. It doesn't make sense. Why would any of us want to ruin our one chance at getting out of the hardships of our lives? The guards make quick work of checking our belongings, dismissing us as suspects. Then they move on to the next room. When they're gone, I let out a loud sigh and tell Soraya what I was thinking. This doesn't make any sense. Of course it doesn't. She raises her voice, as if trying to make sure the guards can hear us next door. They're just trying to scare us so we don't try sneaking out or anything. You know, keep us in place. No, I shake my head. That's not what I think is going on. I mean, blaming the breach on one of us? It doesn't make sense. We already have so little, and being able to come here is a privilege, not to mention a break from the hardships back home. Why would any of us want to sabotage this opportunity? Yeah, I guess you're right. Besides, it's not likely any of us have any interaction with pariahs. I can't really see what any of us would gain. Right. We sit in silence thinking. I realize how very tired I am from the day's activities. A yawn escapes me. It's still early, but I have an early morning tomorrow. I think I'm just going to grab my stuff and call it a night, I mutter as another yawn escapes. Okay, I guess that's my cue too, Soraya says with a sigh. Good night. Sleep well, Soraya. The breach. Cece. Pariahs were misunderstood, Cecilia Teague thought as she lay prone at the top of a cliff overlooking the river. She often picked this spot to spy on Antec scouts and the people traversing the river with her slightly cracked monocular. Cece laid there for the better part of the day, watching the new students arrive like lemmings running to their demise, she thought. She had gotten a hold of one old book that had belonged to the library inside the Reed tribe's school, which had pictures of these furry little creatures that reminded her of these students. The book told the story of the little fur balls that would run to their deaths every so often, and it reminded her of the students. Boring. She didn't really care about the animals. If they were that stupid anyway, they deserved to be extinct. Sure, she was curious, but thinking about Antec made the bile rise up in her throat. The waste and destruction caused by Antec far outweighed any curiosity or any positive she could think of. A bunch of sods getting sucked into Antec's ruse. Who was Lucy kidding? Stealing her people for his ghastly experiments? He was always blaming the pariahs for things that he himself probably cooked up. Forever trying to make himself look like a hero. Her blood boiled just thinking about that smug face of his, and his sidekick, that Ernst kid. It infuriated her to no end that she was attracted to him. She couldn't get him out of her mind. It seemed like the more she tried, the more his beautiful boyish good looks crept into her thoughts. Then she would start to daydream and wonder what he was really like. She'd have to push those thoughts aside by reminding herself that he was Lucy's sidekick and almost certainly the enemy. Lucy had made up some ridiculous story about how the pariah kidnapped his parents and took him in by the kindness of his cold, black heart. Yeah, right. Just like he took her cousin in for tea and crumpets like royalty. Cece knew those stories couldn't be true. She was determined to prove it and to make him pay for all the atrocities against the pariah. All she needed was to catch Lucy or Ernst slipping up. So she watched and she waited. As she was getting ready to sneak away from her hiding spot and head back to camp, she noticed something strange coming down the river. Something she'd never seen before. It wasn't one of the commoners' boats. It was way too big for that. The craft seemed unnatural on the river. A big box sat on the back of the boat, too big for a supply ship. She decided to settle back down to her prone position and used her scope to scan the area. The large boat was nondescript with no markings on its sides. It was as brown as the muddy waters it sat upon. As it floated closer, she could see several men dressed in what looked like uniforms of some sort. The color of their clothes almost blended into the dull brown metal of the ship's bridge. Gliding to the docks, it stopped just outside the south gate of Antec. She continued to watch as several uniformed men with brown skin matching their suits, blending into all the brown around them, disappeared into and out of the boat. Then it was quiet. An eerie quiet settled over the boat, the river, and in the woods. The wind seemed to be holding its breath. The dead brown curled leaves and grasses around her not moving. As she spied, it seemed as if everything stood still, even the river. Unsettled, but sensing something big was about to happen, she decided to stay and monitor this new development to see what was going to happen next. Perhaps Holst himself would show at the gate. She wanted to hate herself for even wishing that about him. It was hard not to fantasize about him with his wild dark hair and those deep brown eyes. Before she knew it, she was daydreaming, and it was hard to hate someone that she didn't really know. And when she did think of him, she tried to remember it wasn't his fault. He was a victim, just like the pariah in all of this. Lucy had spun his lies around Holst like a spider wrapping its next meal. At least that's what she wanted to believe when she was scoping for hours on end. She tried not to think of him as a small child being bent to the will of someone as evil and fierce as Lucy. What would he have been like if his parents would have raised him? The rumors she had heard about his parents always painted them in a very positive light. His mother, one who tried to save children by developing the vaccine that created the specials. His father, fighting against the military and not wanting his genetic work to fall into the wrong hands. Still, she would get angry all over again when she thought of Holst doing Lucy's bidding, collecting pariahs and commoners alike to perform his mad science experiments. How could someone as beautiful as Holst go along with all of this, she thought. What would be his motivation? And then she remembered that Lucy had filled his head full of lies and his heart full of vengeance for her kind, the pariahs. She tried to push thoughts of him out of her mind. She tried ridding the images of those dark brown, always slightly sad eyes. It was nearly impossible. He would never see anything in someone like her, a pariah, a group of people he was taught to hate without ever talking to a single one. She let out a small, frustrated sigh. Flipping to her back, she lay there daydreaming and imagining what it would be like to be educated, to wear fancy clothes, and to be walking arm in arm or hand in hand with someone like Holst. Then she realized the foolishness of her thoughts and shuddered as she pushed them completely out of her mind, hopefully once and for all. She muttered to herself, "Cece, this is just crazy. You gotta stop thinking about him. It's never gonna happen." It was several hours later. She had dozed off at some point, but jerked awake when she heard the alarms sounding from Antec. It sounded like one of the pariah attempts to breach the gates. They had tried many times to penetrate the university and stop them from their destructive dumping and kidnapping. Instantly alert, she picked up her scope and noticed the dock was buzzing with activity. By the sun, she assumed it must have been around the time for everyone to eat in the metro. The alarm continued to blare as the uniformed men, looking like ants scurrying about, marched back and forth, some coming, some going, some carrying large boxes between them, and others carrying black bags that looked equally as heavy. When the last man left the gate behind, the alarm stopped abruptly. There was something missing. There was certainly something tied to these men in that alarm, but nothing else really looked out of place. It looked like a standard supply run, but these were not the normal suppliers, and that boat was certainly not one of their normal freight ships. She peered through her scope and realized that these people looked different than the normal suppliers or scouts. They looked very foreign in this area. Dark skin, dark hair, dark eyes not unlike herself, but much darker skinned. Cece flipped her glossy black hair behind her shoulder and adjusted her scope again. She had never really seen people that looked like these men in this area. It was odd to her. Once all the men were on their boat, it slipped soundlessly down the brown muddy waters of the river. She watched it until it disappeared beyond the range of her scope. Her mind trying to puzzle out something her eyes picked up that she couldn't put her finger on. Then it dawned on her. The box. The large box was no longer on the ship. She packed her things quickly and jogged back to the camp hopeful that she could find an elder that could explain the scene that had just unfolded before her eyes. The lab. Ara. The next morning an alarm wakes me from a dreamless sleep. It is slightly before dawn. I dress quickly and quietly. I don't want to wake Soraya. When I walk to the common, the sky outside is still dark and starry. Just a twinge of yellow breaks the horizon. I wonder what my day will be like in the lab with Holst. Einstein, I correct myself. Will he have a personality, a sense of humor, or will he be all clinical? I realize I'm so lost in my musing when I almost trip up the steps to the door leading into the common. I'm surprised how quickly I've made it to the common. I pause for a moment, taking it in. The building is huge, looming before me. The blue glass on the sides and front curve in waves, only broken up by an occasional white or silver metallic strip that run in long curves along what I can only guess are the seams in the glass. The glass rises up to a curved white roof that covers the top with plates that look like sails of ancient ships. Once inside the building, I look up and I can see that the plates alternate with glass skylights and solar collectors. The building is clearly designed to capture light and energy from the sun to minimize the need for other less renewable sources. I'm still staring up when I hear Caden's deep voice calling out as he approaches me. I turn briefly toward the sound of his voice. "You seem to be stuck." He laughs as he runs a hand through his hair. His turquoise eyes twinkle and the corners turn up with his smile. I lock eyes briefly with him before I look down and let my hair swing over my face to try to hide the blush that has engulfed my cheeks in heat. I bite my lower lip and pretend to straighten my shirt as I answer him, slowly bringing my eyes up to meet his. "I was just noticing how the building is designed. It looked more like studying than noticing," he teases. "I've never seen so much glass in my life, have you?" I feel silly as soon as the words escape me and wish I could have come up with anything but that. He looks up and looks at me sideways, quirking a half smile. "You know I haven't." Oh, brother. Now I really wish I could take my words back. I feel dumb. "Let's go eat. I'm starving," I say to change the subject. I start making my way for the breakfast counter. He turns, and I can hear his footsteps quicken behind me. "What's the hurry? A minute ago you were studying the ceiling. Now you're starving?" What can I say? All that studying made me hungry. I force a laugh and shrug. Besides, I just realized the time. I've got to get to the lab. I wouldn't want to be late on my first day. That sounded more competent than I felt. No, I guess not. He looks down when he says it, and I can tell the smile is gone from his voice. I look back at him when we reach the counter and catch a glimpse of something in his expression before he looks away. Disappointment? I'm not sure, but he doesn't. It's a look that feels like he wants to say something more, but he doesn't. I don't have to think about it long because Track and Soraya crash into my ruminations. There you two are. Thanks for saving us a spot in line, Track jokes, although there are very few other students here this early. When I realize how empty the common is, I start to wonder why the three of them are here so early. Hey, Track, I'm kind of surprised you're here so early. Classes don't start for another 2 hours. I figured you'd saunter down for breakfast and hightail it to your classes with just minutes to spare. Before he answers, Caden exchanges a sheepish look with Track. Soraya speaks up for the group. We sort of felt bad that you had to get up so much earlier than the rest of us, so we decided to see you off this morning. I, for one, am questioning the logic at this point. It's too early. She laughs and moans, then follows her statement with, so I guess what I'm saying is don't get used to it. Okay, point taken. It was really awesome that you guys did this for me. I give Caden a small smile, and I can tell he is the instigator by the flush on his cheeks. I promise I won't expect your company this early. Caden quickly jumps in. Well, don't count me out just yet. He lets the statement linger along with his gaze. I feel warm all over, knowing this was probably his idea and that he and I might get to spend some time together in the mornings. I don't get much time to fantasize about our quiet time in the morning because it's my turn and the attendant is asking me what I want. The choices lay out before me in a palette of options. Bright yellow fluffy looking foods called vegs, red tomatoes, shades of leafy greens, lovely purple onions, warm brown potatoes, creamy white and orange triangles labeled cheese. I decide on a scramble with all the veggies mixed into the vegs, which the workers assure me is delicious and full of nutrients. At the end of the buffet wait cups of different colored beverages. I assume are juices of some sort and rich-smelling dark brown coffee. I'm already starting to feel jittery, so I decide to skip the coffee today and grab a small cup of a pink beverage. The label says it's grapefruit juice, whatever that is. The soft pink is pretty. Track and Soraya both go for the Java. Caden settles on some golden apple juice. We make our way to a table and dig into our breakfasts. The sounds of silverware and an occasional happy mmm mix with the bright din of other diners. Track breaks the quiet that has settled over us. So, did anyone hear anything about the search last night? Pointing his fork in my direction in between bites. Soraya tells him about our conversation, if you can call it that, with the guards from our room. Did you guys hear anything? Nah, they were pretty tight-lipped in our room, Track grouses. He always did get a little peeved when he was not in the know about pretty much anything. I remember him being really mad at me for telling Mom about that dog dream he had, only because I told her, and it was one he didn't remember. It was like I told her a secret without consulting him first. It took him weeks to let it go. It just doesn't make sense for it to be a student, I reiterate my thoughts from last night. But before we have time to discuss it, my band chimes, letting me know I have just 10 minutes left before I need to start making my way to the lab. I guess we'll have to finish this later. That's my cue. I'll need to catch the next shuttle to make sure I get to my destination on time. There are shuttles that run to the various buildings, and since the lab is on the outskirts of the North Campus, it'll take a little bit of time to get there. Caden looks up at me, and another one of those shadows crosses his features. Is it worry? It's gone again before I can put my finger on it. His eyes are muted, more of a blue-gray rather than his usual sparkling turquoise blue pools. Be careful, Ara. I will. But really, I'm sure this whole investigation was some sort of fluke, and it'll all blow over in no time. That's not really what I'm worried about, he says as his eyebrows pinch together in the middle. I've just got a bad vibe from your director. Einstein? Soraya asks somewhat incredulously, as if her assessment of his good looks must surely bleed into everything else about him being good. Yeah, I don't know about that guy, but I just have a weird feeling that there's something going on with him. Call it a sixth sense or an intuition or whatever. Great. Now the hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. As if I wasn't already nervous. Now I'm really anxious. Well, I gotta go anyway. See you guys back here for dinner later? I tear myself away to take care of my dishes after everyone agrees and we say our goodbyes for the morning. Caden, however, walks me out to the shuttle while the other two finish their coffees. We both keep our eyes on the walkway as we head out deep in our own thoughts. When we get to the shuttle bay, Caden looks down the tracks and then his eyes settle on me. He runs his hand through his hair again. Look, I'm sorry if I freaked you out back there. It's okay, really. It means a lot that you're looking out for me. I give him a small shrug and bump him gently with my hip, being careful not to touch any exposed skin. I have enough on my mind. The last thing I need right now is to be inundated by everything going through Caden's mind, even if it is all about him and me. More likely, it'll be about me and Holst. I don't have to worry about any additional contact because just then the shuttle arrives. Have a good day, Caden, and don't worry about anything. I'll see you tonight at dinner, I say, searching his face while he answers. Okay, I'll do my best, he says, eyebrows raised sharply in the middle, and I'm holding you to dinner. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. See you later. See you later, Ara, he says with a bit of heaviness in his voice as I turn toward the shuttle. I let the sound of my name on his lips linger as I climb into the shuttle and take the first open seat. I wave at Caden as the shuttle pulls away, then wrap my arms around my chest, holding on to the warm comfort of knowing he's here and concerned about me all the way to the lab building. The lab building is an imposing rectangular brick building with fewer windows, but an impressive array of solar energy panels, with an eerie set of windmills stretching for miles to the northwest side of campus. I shudder as I watch their long, white blades slowly rotate with the gentle breeze blowing this morning. They remind me of the stories I heard as a girl telling of giant robots that combed the earth collecting biogenetic materials, some of which are likely housed in this very lab. When the NECC treaties were first enacted, countries across the globe deployed these robots, who were specifically designed to scrub and collect all the NECC life forms. As the stories go, the robots started to malfunction in some parts of the world, and instead of only collecting the NECCs, they nearly wiped out entire populations of humans. There were some theorists who surmised that these incidents were not accidental at all. Instead, they were the result of corrupt governments and radical groups who bribed the programmers to change the code, enabling the robots to conduct mass genocide. Others held the belief that there was a cover-up organized by the federated governments of UNOW to hide the fact that this was intentional action designed to cull the human population by wiping out areas with high disease rates or genetic abnormalities. People who were considered inferior races by elitists before precision genetic modification, the PGM, was implemented. Many people hid underground or avoided going outside for extended periods from fear of being expunged. When there was enough public outrage, UNOW sanctioned the PGM process that we still use today. To ensure pregnancies occurred only with couples having the means to truly support children, all fertilization was sanctioned and done by approved laboratories. This allowed for cells to be edited to remove any abnormalities and monitored until fetuses could be born. Even the birth process was sterile, efficient and done in labs to ensure the entire process was carried out in only the purest environments. Because everything was controlled, fewer resources were needed and every child was devoid of potential issues. Maternal vaccinations were developed as the genetic vectors for diseases were edited and new mechanisms were placed into the cells of both the mother and the baby to fight mutations. My parents have always felt that my abilities and those like me with specials were likely a result of the PGM used in the pregnancy process. It's not clear why some children were born like me with specials and some were not. There have been those who long believed that humans were capable of extraordinary cognitive and physical abilities, but were largely incapable of tapping into those potentials. By now, the morning sun is ascending and has painted the sky in warm yellows and vibrant pink against the gray haze over the metro. I adjust my satchel, straighten my shoulders, and steel myself for what I will find inside. Stepping through the doors that have automatically opened now that my prox band is in range, I catch my breath. The lab unfolds in front of me through a clear glass wall directly ahead. Although the building looks rectangular from the outside, the inside appears to radiate in concentric levels, circling a huge core that looks like a silo. The cylindrical core is a column housing lit capsules from ceiling to floor. It's truly beautiful, isn't it? A voice from my right shifts my attention. Yes, I stammer, turning my eyes to focus on the source of the voice. Holst stands leaning against the wall with his arms folded knowingly across his chest. He has seen my reaction like an old movie that he's played over and over. He knows how it goes. There were over 700 recorded breeds, including ponies, zebras, and donkeys, all belonging to the taxonic family Equidae, Holst spouts. Now, their DNA, along with multiple disparate bloodlines within each breed, are contained in the genetic library before you. He nods toward the column. I tear my eyes away from him back to the column. Where do we start? I manage. He chuckles. At the beginning. And with that, he gestures for me to enter the now open elevator, which beckons with its white light spilling onto the rich wood of the dark floor. Holst joins me inside and presses the icon panel for Lab 1. Confirmed, Lab 1, biometric authorization, Holst Ernst. The AI confirms his choice by repeating his choice and authorizing him. There are only 2 entrances and exits for this building. The elevator is programmed to transport people to areas or locations only allowed by their bands that are considered public. But anything classified, like our labs, requires biometric authorization, Holst explains as we descend. It's a short trip to our destination, and the elevator slides open. To my right, a short corridor leads to a brightly lit space ahead. Welcome to Lab 1, Holst says a bit dryly. Thanks, I croak out, a little more like a question. I glance at him, trying to read his body language. He seems tense, but maybe that's just because I don't know him yet. He takes the lead, and we step through the corridor into the pre-lab space. Directly ahead is a chamber that reads Decontamination. The space curves to the right where more glass panels are set into the curve, allowing observers to see into the lab space from the observation deck above. We will need to decontaminate before going into the lab. We will go one at a time. I'll go first, so I can help you acclimate when you're done. The AI will guide you through all the steps. I'll see you inside, Ara. The way he says acclimate and see you inside, like he's reassuring me, make me feel as if something bad is going to happen. Okay, I say a little less confidently than I wanted. The whole experience so far is a lot to take in, especially all the technology that surrounds us. I'm already feeling closed in and trapped. It doesn't take Holst long to get through the chamber. The light over the door changes from red to green, indicating it's time for me to step in. I'm instructed by the AI to remove all my clothing except my underwear. Even though I know I'm alone, heat fills my face. I'm blushing at the thought of removing my clothes so close to Holst. I push that discomfort away and place my clothing into a bin. AI has instructed me to move into the next section of the chamber. Upon stepping onto the circular spot, a tube extends from the floor surrounding me and extending to the top of the chamber. I close my eyes and suck in a breath. I can feel pressure along with a slight tingling sensation all around me. There is pressure on my skin everywhere. It's not painful, but it feels like I've been enveloped in water. I let out my breath and open my eyes to find my entire body is covered by a thin film. From my hair to the bottoms of my feet, every inch is covered. Although I can see clearly, I can feel the film covering my face. It's a strange feeling and I want to panic, but I'm not sure what I need to panic about. I'm able to see and breathe normally. Everything is light gray but my hands, and I must assume my face, which appear clear, showing my skin color. I can see and breathe normally, but I'm not exactly sure how it's possible. Thankfully, I don't have to wonder for long. The AI has directed me to exit the chamber through the now open door, where I see Holst waiting for me. He scans my body. It makes me feel self-conscious. I have a lean yet curvy figure. My legs are long. My hips are balanced nicely with my bust, accentuated by a tiny waist. I have a true hourglass shape, but that doesn't stop me from feeling awkward under his gaze. He must sense my discomfort because he quickly turns toward a control panel. Clearing his throat first, he starts to speak, still facing away from me. Okay, we have a lot of work to do now that you and I are in our HEPA-skins. What exactly is this? I say as I marvel down at my covered hands and arms. How can I breathe and feel? I say this as I run my fingers across the top of my arm and realize not only can my fingertips feel my skin, but my skin on the top of my arm gives me the same sensation as if it were bare. Without turning, Holst gives me an explanation. HEPA skin was developed to maintain a clean environment in the lab. It's like a second skin. It traps all harmful particles released by the human body, yet it allows us to breathe. It's like a wearable filter, he goes on. It's been designed to provide touch sensation as closely as possible to our natural skin, yet acts like a sterile glove to keep contaminants from you or the subjects from affecting each other. No germs or bacteria gets in or out, he pauses. Now, let's get to it, shall we? He turns toward me as he says the words, but his eyes don't meet mine. Right. I clear my throat and step beside him so I can see the panel. I'm careful to keep a bit of distance between us. I mull over his statement about the HEPA-skins being able to allow skin-to-skin feeling. I wonder silently if it would allow my gift to work. I decide I don't want to find out today. Holst and I spend the entire day going over the controls and procedures of the equine embryology lab. He explains all the requirements to maintain our environment and goes over at a high level what we will be doing for the next several weeks, as well as our ultimate goal, which turns out to be two goals actually. We are tasked with two main objectives. One, restore a purebred line in a breed of our choice. And two, develop a genetic hybrid breed with a set of specific criteria defined by the UNOW. Holst explains that UNOW is hoping to develop a universal breed that could be used for not only transportation but also certain agricultural tasks. The idea is that communities would benefit from the power the horses could provide, making us much more productive. In addition, our current transportation, like the shuttles, is currently confined to tracks that can only be powered for so far from a power transfer net. The horses would give us much more flexible and farther-reaching off-track mode of transportation until we can rebuild a more extensive infrastructure. Not unlike how it was back in the early history of humans. Horses were used for transportation and agriculture, I remark. Yes, Ara. The difference is that we are chartered to develop the animals to be efficient themselves. The big workhorses of the past ate a lot and required more land resources, a luxury the constrained earth we live on today can't afford. He continues, Aside from the problems with resource consumption, they tended to have more pronounced neuromuscular and genetic issues, which are a bigger concern for us to solve in this lab. We definitely have our work cut out for us to produce a hybrid that can overcome these challenges. As we were wrapping up, the chime for dinner hour sounded on my band. Holst insisted I go first through the decon chamber, but asked that I wait for him on the other side. I stepped into the chamber and followed the instructions in reverse. As soon as I was freed of my second skin, I scurried to the bin, holding my clothing. I dressed quickly and exited the chamber, still carrying my shoes. I had a fear of him stepping through the chamber in his underwear, or worse, while I was still in mine. Then realized how silly my fear was when the chamber light changed from red to green after I had exited. Flames licked up my neck and cheeks as he walked through fully clothed, including his shoes. He sauntered over until he was standing in front of me. He looked down at me where I sat. I straightened in the chair to face him directly. Ara. His dark brown eyes locked into mine with an intensity that made me want to look away. I held his gaze like a child might stare at a forbidden treat in a candy shop window. Yes, Dr. Ernst. I croaked through the dryness in my mouth. Please call me Holst or Einstein. Dr. Ernst was my father. Okay, I said, and licked my lips. He runs his hand through his thick dark hair, tousling it more than it already was. I know today wasn't the most exciting day, but I assure you our real work here will be fast and furious. He pauses, then goes on. You need to be prepared and committed in the days ahead for long days that may stretch into long nights. I need to know if you're on board with this commitment. He pauses, letting the statement hang in the air between us. I open my lips about to speak, but before I can comment, he waves his hand as if dismissing a non-existent argument from me. Our work, Ara, his eyes narrow, is a critical first step in restoring economies around the globe. I nod. I think I see what you're trying to impress on me, and I am fully committed. I stand and say it more confidently than I feel. Good. You should get to the common. You need to stay well nourished. He says it with a broad grin. I can't help but return the smile. Okay, I'm on it. See you tomorrow, Arabella. Same time. Yes, Einstein. I decide the nickname fits his persona as I leave the lab. His formality with my full given name seems odd, but hopefully he'll relax a little with time. He grins and steps aside to let me pass and make my way to the shuttle. I just missed the previous shuttle, so I wait for the next to arrive. I'm now running a little late for dinner, and I hope my friends haven't given up on me. Caden's words echo in my head. I'm holding you to it. Meaning my promise to meet him for dinner. The shuttle seems to take forever. Worry crashes through me like a rushing river threatening to overflow. What if he thinks I stood him up? I search the crowd for Caden, half hoping he'll be in the same spot where I left him this morning. My heart aches a little when he's not there. I suck in a steadying breath as I assure myself that he's inside. I run from the shuttle when it arrives at the common. Bursting through the nearest doors, I scan the room. I immediately find Track's golden waves and lock eyes with Caden. He's placed himself across from Track, but facing the doors closest to the shuttle platform. A wave of calm rushes over me. I wave and rush to him. His face brightens with a smile that reaches the corners of his eyes. Track turns to follow his gaze to me. He waves frantically. Oh, Track. Thankfully, Soraya is beside him and pulls his flailing arms down before he completely embarrasses himself. I'm nearly there. My eyes remain locked on Caden's. Caden stands as I approach. A pang of guilt hits me when I realize he doesn't have a tray. Then my heart deflates from the disappointment that he might have eaten without me. Then he rounds the corner and silently redirects me toward the food line. I look back at Track and Soraya over my shoulder, just in time to see them exchange a snicker. I can feel the warmth from Caden's body as he navigates with me to the food line. I let myself bask in him silently. When we get to the line, I look up into his turquoise eyes. My lips part to speak, but I don't get the chance. Of course I waited. He read my mind. You didn't have to. I know, he cuts me off. I wasn't letting you out of your promise. His eyes sparkle, and he nods toward the opening in the line in front of me. But I am starving now. I take a quick step forward and drop my gaze. I give him a sheepish, sorry. Don't be. It was worth the wait. It's sincere, and there is a smile in his voice. The kitchen staff put food on our plates. I keep my eyes down, afraid my eyes might give away the knowledge that this may be a rare occurrence based on my lecture from Einstein. We get through the line and head back to Track and Soraya without talking. They're busy assessing the other students in the common, looking for signs that any of them might be the traitor who let the pariahs breach the gates. They're perfect for each other, I think to myself. How about that guy with the buzzed hair? Track muses. Soraya takes the bait and follows his eyes. Nah, she says. He's too confident looking. Track chuffs. What do you mean? That's exactly the type. Cocky. Like he knows he can get away with it. No, I think it's got to be someone who looks a little needy. After all, whoever it was probably getting a pretty sweet deal for doing it. Yeah, like the pariahs let them live. Track smirks. What makes you so sure it's a guy? I roll my eyes, disbelieving I let myself get sucked into this. But also, I know that if Track wasn't deep down the nicest guy on the planet, that would be how he would play it. He'd be wrangling for some sort of deal or barter. He's always had the gift for negotiating. When we would go to market days after my horrid experience, I would stand behind him and listen to him hone his skill at barter and trade in wonder. He was so comfortable with people and so easy to talk to. Most of the vendors didn't even realize how good he was, getting them to give him deals or extras for nothing. Or maybe they did and didn't care because they just loved him. Either way, I was grateful that he had that gift. I'd been absorbed in my thoughts of Track and the market when I looked up to find Caden watching me. He looked like he'd been holding in a question. His lips were pressed into a thin line. Soraya giggled a little when Track finally got my question and stammered an answer. I mean, I suppose it could be a chick. He paused a minute to let ideas creep over him like a vine. I could almost see the different ideas growing in different directions. Then it found its path from his brain to his lips. They parted in a devilish grin as the words tumbled out. I mean, if the pariah looked like me, who could blame her for helping? That got him a slap on the shoulder from Soraya, a groan from me, and a chuckle from Caden. Track just waggled his eyebrows and gave Soraya a crooked smile. Oh yeah, they were infatuated. If you're done being a Neanderthal, I'd like to hear about Ara's day with Dr. Dreamy Pants. Soraya winked at me. Caden scowled. My cheeks turned crimson. Well, there isn't much to tell, I lied. I mean, the lab was cool, I said with my eyes on my plate. What was it like? Soraya pressed. So I described the column in the middle as best I could, and the Hepaskin suit without sharing the details of how I got in or out of the suit. Caden's mistrust of Einstein was already palpable and building. I didn't want to add fuel to that potential bonfire. Soraya's eyes were wide with curiosity. Wow, that sounds really cool. How about you guys? What was it like in your programs? I was hoping Caden would open up. He'd been so quiet since we sat down. I was starting to get worried he was unhappy with me, but I quickly dismissed that notion as he gave me a sly look, then reached across the table with his fork to sneak a piece of my dessert. He caught my eyes and gave me a wink and a smile, just as Track launched into a diatribe about what he and Soraya had to endure in the feline building. When we finally stopped laughing over his and Soraya's animated commentary about their director and her quirky, almost religious worship of all things cat, I turned to Caden and asked about the canine unit. It seems like that might be hard to follow, but let's hear it. What's it like in the day of the dog? I queried. Caden's mood lightened. It was pretty cool. We went over the history of how dogs became domesticated and then got to stream some VR of different breeds. We get to be part of the process for selecting which breeds get reanimated. That's solid, bro, Track told him. Our bands chimed in unison, letting us know our time in the common was about to end. Track and Soraya had already cleared everything of theirs, so they got up and said their goodbyes to us. When it was just the two of us, Caden looked at me through his thick eyelashes and asked if I wanted to go for a walk before curfew. I eagerly agreed. We hurried to clear off our trays so we could stroll in the crisp night air. Once outside, there was just the hint of remaining warmth and the airy chill of an early summer breeze. The moon was rising as the sun sunk in the western sky. The coolness wrapped around my body. We start walking south toward the river, silently at first, but it was a comfortable quiet. I found myself wondering what it would feel like to have Caden's hand cover mine. Would I allow it to happen? Could I stop if he reached for me? As if he could read my thoughts, Caden swung in front of me and gently placed his hands on my arms. I was thankful that I had put on a long-sleeve sweatshirt. He locked eyes with me, searching mine for answers to unasked questions. Ara, he started with a serious tone, then paused. A sigh passed his lips before he started again. Ara, I've been wanting to tell you something, but I haven't had the words until now. Now it was my turn to search his face for something to clue me into what he was about to say. I realized today that I can't ignore how much you mean to me. We've been friends for as long as I can remember, but I want us to be more than just friends. He was staring into my eyes with those deep turquoise eyes, brows pinched together, his hands gentle on my arms. I started to interject, but he started speaking again. Just listen, please, Ara. I need you. All day, you were all I could think about. Heck, every day you're all I can think about. At that, he dropped his hands to his sides and looked up at the sky, as if he could gather the strength to continue from the light of the moon. He looked back at me with the tug of a smile at the corners of his eyes. Ara, I know I'm laying this on you, and you might not feel the same way about me. If you don't, that's okay. I think I can be content with us just being friends, as long as I have you in my life. But if there's a chance we could be more, I just couldn't bear seeing you as someone else without knowing that I at least tried. If you're willing to try, I promise to take it slow, and things can be on your terms. Then he paused. Wearing an earnest look, he waited for me to answer. It felt like Christmas morning when Track and I would wake and rush downstairs to warm smells of hot cocoa and a crackling fire in the fireplace. I was warm and comforted despite the chill in the air. Oh, Caden. I glanced around quickly just to confirm there were no potential threats, and I drew in a deep breath. I feel the same way about you, but... The crestfallen look on his face nearly shattered me into tiny little shards of broken glass. I quickly went on before he could come to the wrong conclusion. But I need to tell you something that I have never told anyone. You deserve to know what you might be getting yourself into. At my comment, his face took on the weight of worry. Standing on my toes, I leaned into him as close as I dared without our cheeks touching and whispered, Caden, I am a special. I feel what others feel and see what they see or have seen when I touch skin. They call me an empath. Then I pulled back to judge his reaction. To my surprise, his face broke into a wide grin. It was as if I had told him the best news of his life. What? I questioned. Well, that explains a lot. Half the reason I was so hesitant to say something before now has been because you've never let me get too close to you. At least now I know why. Heat crept over my face. I didn't know you noticed. Wow, Ara. He took on a more serious tone. I guess that must be so hard. Can I ask you something? I bit my lip and braced myself for what he might ask. Of course. Can I hug you? I chuffed to let out the breath I had been holding and grinned when I told him yes, but not without a warning. I would really like a hug from you. Just be careful for now. Then I deadpanned as I winked at him. I'm not ready to take on all of your secrets just yet. It took him a beat, then a look of understanding washed over his features. He pulled me into an embrace, careful not to make skin contact. My heart was beating so hard I was sure it was going to pop out of my chest. When I felt his chest and realized his was beating just as wildly, I relaxed into his arms. It's the most amazing hug of my life. I want to stay this way and forget about my gift, school, everything but him. Then a scream erupts across the river. We pull back at the same time. I guess we should call it a night, he says with a twinge of sadness in his voice. Shall I walk you to your dom? Yes, please. I think that came from across the river, but I wouldn't want to be wrong. We both laugh nervously and head back the way we came. When we arrive at my dom, Caden looks conflicted. He leans in and whispers, "See you tomorrow, Ara." He licks his lips and I feel myself do the same. I'm pretty sure he wants to kiss me as much as I want to kiss him, but he's too much of a gentleman. He promised me he will take it slow. He turns toward the boy's dom and I watch him as he jogs off. I'm pretty sure my heart jogged off with him. He just disappears from my sight when the final curfew warning vibrates my band. Reluctantly, I turn from my room. When I open the door, I find Soraya waiting for me with a curious grin pasted on her lips. "So," she dishes, "how was your walk?" She adds air quotes to the word walk. I roll my eyes at her as I shrug. "Fine, I guess." She makes a growling sound as she flops backward on the sofa. What does a girl have to do around here to get some excitement? I think I liked it better when the guards were doing inspections. I can't help but chuckle at her. If the stars align, Caden. I barely made it into my room before the night check. Track was already in bed and our lights were out, but I knew he wasn't sleeping. He would be waiting for the details, or just to poke at me for being with Ara. I slipped silently into my bed to avoid any risk of setting off the sensors as the guards were rounding. His whisper was almost imperceptible. "Well?" A single word hanging in the space between us with so many possibilities. It was enlightening, I say. I could feel the moment when the confusion turned to realization, confirmed by his chuff. He didn't press, and I settled into my pillow with a smile. We've been friends as long as we've been alive. Despite Ara being his little sister, I think Track has always fancied the idea we might become brothers. That is, of course, if the stars aligned somehow with Ara and Ara and I ended up together. Before tonight, I didn't think that was in the realm of possibility. Ara had always seemed so distant and uninterested. Sure, there were other girls from our school that caught my eye. Most of them were friends of Track's. He always had a swarm of them. I had a couple of girlfriends, but I always felt that there was something missing in our relationships. It's not that they weren't beautiful or fun, they just didn't have the same allure that Ara has. Now that I know about her special, it all makes sense. I couldn't reconcile catching her watching me from afar, and the chemistry. We always seemed to have such chemistry when we were together, but she kept that physical distance between us. Sometimes even Track seemed to get in the way, literally, when he would become her human gate. The pieces of the puzzle I'd been wrestling with over the years were snapping into place. I sent up a prayer thanking God because I had almost given up hope when she was assigned to work with that Einstein guy. I saw her blush when he was around us. He just seems so arrogant and smart, and there's something that just doesn't feel right. I don't trust him with her. I just can't put my finger on it. Yet. Restless progress. Ara. Over the next several days, our work progresses rapidly. At first, I only got the coldest feelings from Einstein. I thought that he was all medicine and possibly be even evil, but the longer I work with him, the more I find he has a jovial side. He is very warm and can be quite funny, yet something is still detached about him. He's restless at times. I can't put my finger on what makes him so restless. I get the sense he's torn between something. It's like what we're doing both agrees and doesn't agree with him. Perhaps he wishes he was directing another program. Whatever it is, I've heard him on the comm just outside the lab talking animatedly about how he can't rush our progress, and yet he understands the importance of our work being done quickly. After these calls, he will often withdraw from me into a dark mood, snapping at me or barking out orders. After each of those days, I've found myself dreaming about him. It's always the same dream. In my dream, a dark shadow begins to emerge at his heels. I try to warn him that it's there, but I can't seem to find my voice to warn him or stop it. By the time I get the words out, the shadow has wrapped around his legs. It swallows, pulling him down into a dark abyss. Then I awake. I wonder what lurks behind the shadow of those dark eyes. I can see the attraction that Soraya pointed out. He is handsome, just very different than Caden. His looks are dark and brooding, but his intellect is what attracts me more than his face or those deep brown eyes. At times his wild hair and coal-colored eyes beckon me into the darkness of his mind. I wonder if he has any memories of the pariah who kidnapped him. I had heard the rumors about his parents being brutally murdered when he was a very small boy. It must have been so traumatic. It should be no wonder that he's dark and withdrawn at times. I know even the loss of my own father has left a hollow feeling in my heart. At least I still have my mother in track. Einstein has no one, except Lucy. From what little I know of Lucy, I don't get the vibe that he's very fatherly. My father, much like Track, exuded warmth and comfort. He was like a bear hug on a frosty morning, warm and strong. I count myself fortunate to have had such a person to rely on. I feel a pinch of sadness thinking about my dad, and of course how my mom must be feeling now that it's just her. I know she has her brother and his family, but it isn't the same. I shrug off my melancholy and try to focus back on the lab. Caden enters the lab building as we're finishing up our last experiment. The AI announces his presence. Now I can see him in the public observation window. He's such a warm contrast. I look over my shoulder and send him a small wave. When I see him smile, his bright blue eyes are playing with electricity. He points at an imaginary watch on his wrist and his eyebrows shoot up hopefully. I put up one finger as a gesture to let him know we are finishing up. At least I hope that is true. Einstein is in one of his darker moods. When I turn back to the task at hand, he's scowling. I hope your friend understands. It takes time to create perfection, Ara. Einstein says it with no emotion. He's fixated on something. I'm finished with my task list. I'm sure he does. I can stay late again if we need to. Or are you okay if I head out now? To that he says, I guess I can finish this up. Without feeling too much guilt, I happily saunter away so that I can spend some time with Caden. Just before I enter the decon chamber, I call back at him one last time over my shoulder. See you in the morning, Einstein, bright and early. To which he grunts in reply, uh-huh. The last week, we've been keeping very long hours. I've had little time to spend with my friends. Holst and I would work until the dinner break, leave the lab to refuel, and start back at 6 p.m. Most of the nights we would work well past curfew, and Holst would arrange a guard to escort me to my dom. I'd fall into bed only to wake early to do it all again. When I get off the elevator on the main floor, Caden is waiting for me. His grin is wide and cheerful. He's genuinely happy to see me. I almost didn't believe he was going to let you out tonight, Caden says. He's all sorts of creepy. To reply, I pick my words carefully. He has his dark moments, but he truly is brilliant. Caden says, I'm sure he is. So maybe creepy brilliant? I settle on an eye roll in response and take the fabric of his shirt at the elbow to lead him away from the lab. When I get outside, I realize that it is still light out, and I'm taken aback by the masterpiece in front of me. As the sun edges its way below the clouds on the horizon, it sends a final blush across the sky, painting the clouds in soft rose petal pink, lavender, and creamsicle orange. As we walk, it lets out a final burst of glowing orange before disappearing beyond the horizon. Although the sun was no longer visible, its light paints the trees and the budding leaves in the final remnants of its warmth, setting them aglow as if they were on fire. The final glowing light of the sun fades, casting ribbons of lavender through the gray and pale blue. Then, as evening settles in, everything fades to the charcoal gray I'd become accustomed to both morning and night. We walk silently, enjoying the show in the sky rather than taking the shuttle. Just before we reach the common, Caden asks, "Are you free this evening?" I ask him playfully, "Who wants to know?" He replies, dragging a hand through his still longer wavy hair, "No one in particular." He winks and mentions that several of our classmates are getting together at our favorite place near the river and wondered if I am interested in joining. I tease him. "Well, I guess I have no particular plans, if no one in particular is asking." His grin is dazzling. After our meal, he escorts me to my dorm. Track and Soraya are nowhere to be found, so we assume they've already headed out. Caden takes a seat on our small couch while I change out of my lab garb. I hurry, eager to spend some much-needed time with Caden. When I'm changed, I start heading for the door. "Hey, what's the hurry?" he says as he pats the cushion of the couch next to him. I'm looking over my shoulder at the spot where his hand was. I just thought you wanted to go." He pulls a face and says, "I just want to spend time with you. I really don't care where we do it." My face erupts into a grin to match the one he currently wears. I sit next to him. It's awkward at first. It's not like we can do anything aside from just sitting there. The next thing I know, he's pulled me onto his lap, arms wrapped around the outside of my hoodie. He flips the hood up, and I wonder why, until he snuggles his face into the crook of my neck. I can feel his warm breath through the fabric. Clever. He's found a way to cuddle, touch-free. I lean my head back against his chest and close my eyes. "Ara, I miss you," he whispers. His voice is silky and so close to my ear. I feel it thrumming through me, then it feels like someone just squeezed my heart. A pang of guilt replaces the thrum. "I miss you too, Caden." At some point, we realize we should head out to meet up with the others. On the outskirts of campus, we join other friends at a small clearing near the river that has been set up for the students. It has a fire pit and some benches. Someone even thought to bring a guitar. I take it all in. It's the first time I've been here. It's not much, but it feels like paradise compared to what we're used to at home. Between this place and the meals in the common served to us by other people and food that we don't have to catch or grow or prepare ourselves, it was another one of the many guilty pleasures we have while we're at the school. Track and Soraya are already there. She's giggling at something that he said. I realize how much I've missed them and Caden. Another pang of guilt runs through me. I shake off the feeling because there isn't anything I can do about what has already happened. I just want to live in this moment. When they catch sight of Caden and me, they wave us over. "Hey, look, I think that's my sister," Track shouts. "I haven't seen her in so long. I want to make sure my eyes aren't playing tricks on me." When I get close enough, I give him a punch on the shoulder. "Yep, it's her all right. I see you still hit like a girl," he says with a wink. "Hey, roomie, did you get time off for good behavior, or was the boss just feeling generous tonight?" Soraya picks up the banter. "Yes?" I shrug back with a broad smile. "I really don't care what his deal is. I'm just glad she's here," Caden says, as he places his arm gently across my back, pulling me into his warmth. but careful not to let any bare skin connect. He's looking down at me with those electric blue eyes. My whole body is tingling like he's sending his energy into me through them. The nighttime sky closed out the remainder of the day like a heavy door, sealing out the light on the other side. Even in the darkness, I felt a certain cheerfulness as I gazed upon the stars working their way through the night sky. It reminded me of the home sky, beautiful sparkling points of light, the same ones that I used to see when I was in my own backyard. Home. I suddenly was covered in a wave of homesickness. I guess I've been so busy, I hadn't had time to really miss home. It's not like I really missed the work, because I felt I was working just as hard here, just in a different way. Perhaps it was the fact that Track and Caden had both come with me. Certainly, having them both here eases the burden, being so far away from there. The music and laughter float up on the wind along with my burdens and worries, just like the tiny embers crackling from the fire. The boy who brought the guitar plays a folksy song. His voice is sultry. The night is warm, surrounding us with its dark embrace. The box. Cece. Laughter floats up from the students, making Cece bristle. How can they be having fun? Don't they realize how vile Antec is? And Lucy? Positioned in yet another of her lookout spots, she spied on the students and listened to their music. Part of her longed for that sort of carefree friendship. The other loathed it. Nonsense, she thought. Do they know that a war is brewing? How could they be so unaware? Marg London had confirmed that what Cece saw on evaluation day was not a normal supply boat. Marg regularly visited their camp in the woods. Always a hooded figure shrouded in shadow, she would appear suddenly like a spirit, vanishing in the same fashion. She listened with curious attention as Cece recounted what she had seen that day. As Cece had suspected, Marg, along with the students and the staff, were in the common when the alarms were sounding. There was little she could do to ask about what had caused the alarm without giving away her relationship to the pariahs or the underground organization which she led. She waited until she could join the pariahs to exchange information. After listening intently to Cece's recount, she was unable to explain the disappearance of the large box. She suspected it was meant to transport larger animals like the ones being reanimated. Her organization had been aware of the reanimation of horses, in particular, was of great interest to many high-powered militant groups who were looking for an advantage against their enemies. The promise of swift transportation and the strength horses could provide for transporting heavy armaments had opened the doors to a lucrative black market, one that would be appealing to someone like Lucy. Lucy had a reputation for finding high-stakes investors to fund his various projects, and this was no different. The light of the fire around which they sat danced across Marg's features as they talked. Cece admired her smooth skin and delicate features. When she removed her hood, she was perfectly coiffed, with her hair pulled back until it disappeared behind her head into a tight fold that ran lengthways from her crown to her nape. She was tall and lean. Long lashes adorned her amber-colored eyes, which seemed to glow in the light of the fire. Cece couldn't help studying her eyes. Like staring into the fire, they seemed to glow in the darkness surrounding them. With little information and even less understanding, Marg got up and prepared to make her way back to the school. The adults said their parting words, and Marg headed out into the darkness. Cece decided to follow her this time to see how she was able to maintain her stealth. Cece's size allowed her to tread silently between the trees and over fallen debris strewn throughout the forest. But somehow, Marg London was stealthier. By the time Cece realized she'd lost her trail, Marg had circled back and overtaken Cece. Her heart hammered in her ears when a hand covered her mouth, another pressing something hard against the back of her ribcage. "Don't struggle. I don't want to hurt you, Cece. Her voice smooth and warm against her ear. Good. I'm going to take my hand away as long as you understand that both of us are in grave danger if you make a sound. Do you understand? Cece nodded slowly against Marg's hand. Slowly, Marg's hand moved from her mouth to her arm. The hardness of a weapon still poked Cece's ribs. She was perfectly still, too gripped with fear to move a muscle. She willed her lungs to stay still. Marg whispered in her ear, "There is an entrance to a tunnel that leads under the river and into Antec's administration building. You are now one of only 5 people who know about this tunnel. Even Lucy doesn't know it exists." Cece's eyes widened in the darkness. She wanted to know why Marg was telling her, but she didn't yet dare to move. Marg went on to explain. The tunnel was built to allow resources such as gas and oil to be brought into the metro without risk of damaging the river waters. But the company that built it ran out of money before it was ever operational. It was closed off, but never filled in because no one wanted to pay for that. We discovered it was here and have been using it to communicate with each other through runners for years. "Why are you telling me this?" Cece whispered. "Cece, it is getting too difficult for me to come and go to share information. I need someone who has the stealth that you do to work with us. I need you to become a runner." Batch 1. Ara. As the sun ascended, a gentle rain began to fall from the atmosphere. It started like wispy, silvery eyelashes blinking against the brightness. The streaks of rain slowly began to thicken, closing like a wall of curtains over the rising sun. But the sun would not be blocked. It gave a healthy glow despite the cover, its yellow glow defining the edges of the gray. Then, finally, the wall of rain and clouds overwhelmed the glow of the sun as they clashed together like 2 titans fighting for the sky. In a moment of clarity, the sun broke completely free, only to be covered again by the advancing clouds, the west overcoming the east. Although the day was starting out gloomy, my spirits were not going to be dampened. Last night, before I left, we were very close to having everything worked out so that Einstein and I could start the reanimation process on our very first batch. That terminology still unsettled me. I didn't like that we referred to our future foals as if they were a batch of cookies. I also didn't have another way to describe them. These initial babies would be the first of our hybrids, a product of our many genetic decisions, like mixing ingredients of a new recipe, culminating in a new breed of equidae. When I arrive, I find Einstein in the atrium of the lab building. He stands with his back to me, surveying the ark. His shirt is crumpled like an old brown paper bag. His hair is even more wild than it normally is. "Einstein, what gives? You look like you've been run over by one of these horses we're trying to create." He turns his head toward me, dark eyes piercing right through me as if I wasn't there. The whites are riddled with tiny red rivers. It's obvious he hasn't slept a wink. "I've made a breakthrough." "Really? What is it? What happened?" He doesn't hesitate to roll directly into the events of the previous night. While I was having fun and relaxing with my friends, he continued to work through the splicing that had been eluding us for many days. Although I knew he was extremely tired, there was a hint of excitement in his normally cool exterior. Once we had successfully joined the genetics, getting the cells to accelerate and then stabilize was imperative for us to be successful. The simulations we had tried, even on the non-hybrids, had not been successful. It had been the reason we shifted our focus to the hybrid genetics. We decided changing our focus for a bit might allow us to come back to the growth and development with a fresher set of eyes. Turns out he was right. He continued, sharing that he had gotten a fully successful simulated birth. I'm excited and want to reach out and touch him, but I pull back, remembering what that means. If only we were in the lab and in our HEPA skins. I think, but push the thought aside. He doesn't notice, thankfully. So, Einstein, does this mean we're ready to produce our first batch? In due time, Arabella. Right now, I need sleep. I look at him quizzically. What am I supposed to do now? He replies, turning to leave, with his hand on the doorknob. You'll figure it out. Then he's gone. I reluctantly turn to the elevator, making my way to the empty lab. It seems strange to be here by myself. I feel almost like a trespasser with Holst not here. Now that I'm in my Hepaskins, I revisit my earlier thought. Why did I think about reaching for him? I don't linger on that thought, deciding to dig into the day. Picking up where Einstein left off, I review all the formulas and calculations, trying to figure out, as he did, why our sims had not progressed the way we had expected. Then it hit me. There is one thing we, didn't account for. The different breeds have differing rates for offspring to mature. The missing link, so simple. Draft breeds and light breeds, although all part of the equine family, mature at different rates. I double-checked his notes to see that he too had come to this conclusion. Armed with the confidence that came from validating my theories with his, I set out to map our next steps. Working together with our elf, or artificial life form, a humanoid lab assistant, I reviewed the steps he took and confirmed all of his previous night's work. He had recalibrated the incubator with the data, which now took into account the variant rates of maturation. I took a step back. I asked Elf to run the simulator again. While the simulated embryos began to take shape, I let out the breath I had been holding. The screen readouts continued to show green, indicating the cells were continuing to progress correctly. Before my eyes, the 3D Sim Modeler screen revealed what was already beginning to take the shape of a tiny little horse. Oh, wow, I breathed. My own voice startled me in the empty lab. When I realized I said the words out loud, I bit my lip and took a huge breath, slowly exhaling. I suddenly needed to sit down. My legs had become gelatinous under me. I pulled up a chair. We had done it. We were ready to move to live embryos. Riding the wave of excitement, I put the process in motion. It hits me that we shouldn't have just one sample. We should also have at least one male and one female, just in case there are slight differences. On that impulse, I determined that we should have 2 of each and kick off 3 more. The rapidly growing cells transferred to the growth chamber. I watch the samples to make sure they're stabilized. I glance over and note that the cells have already started to form the shape of an equine fetus, and continue to watch the miracle unfolding before me. I check the screens again, all green. I marvel at the 3D viewer, this one revealing the growing fetuses. Then the wave comes crashing down as panic grips me. I had not expected this success without Einstein. Feeling tremendously unprepared, I fumble for my e-pad. I have to get a message to him. I had to get him back before time ran out. My fingers were clumsy, but I managed to put the code in to connect me to his e-pad. A groggy Einstein answers. Aro, what is it? Is everything okay? Yes, I think so. I don't want to tell him what I've done, so I pause. I really need you right here, right away. I can explain when you get here. Please, hurry, I plead. Before he can answer, I cut the connection. I don't want to deal with his displeasure over the comm. A tiny hope rises up in my chest that maybe he'll be pleased when he sees what I've done. Maybe. I swallow hard and turn back to monitor the progress. I'm feverish with excitement. It seems to take him hours to get here. I've lost all track of time. Checking the estimated time to full gestation, only 30 minutes remained when Holst arrives. I'm vaguely aware that he's watching me from the observation deck behind me before he makes his way through the decon chamber. I've been in the lab for at least 12 hours, watching their progress. When he enters the lab, he says nothing. He narrows his eyes at me. His face wears a twisted scowl. His stormy expression and deep brown eyes soften at the sight of our first viable specimen. Side by side, we watch as our creations come to fruition. The sheer fact that we've not just one, but four babies at the precipice of birth fills me with tremors of terror. What if we can't get them all through the birthing process with the right timing? What happens once they're alive and need nourishment? Will Einstein and I be able to attend to each of them with enough nurturing feed warmth? Under my hepaskin, my skin is moist with nervous sweat. Then I shiver. Is it warm enough in the birth chamber? Is there enough light? Einstein must sense my trepidation. He reassures me. They will be fine. Alf will assist us, and the AI are already monitoring their vitals. Then his tone turns harsh. What were you thinking when you decided to birth four? His tone startles me after his initial reassurance. I stammer, partially from fear and part exhaustion. I was thinking that we should have multiple samples to study their development and I trail off, the effects of my nerves and exhaustion clouding my thoughts. What was the other reason? I search my thoughts. His stare is anxious, imposing. It finally comes back to me. Yes, they need each other. They are herd animals. They will likely do best and develop more normally if they're brought up in the presence of others of their kind. They will need socialization. He seems to consider this information for a moment, mulling over my logic. I brace myself for the worst criticism he can lay out when he begins to speak. I can't dispute your logic, Ara. I'm not sure I would have approached this with the same timing, but I can see how this could work out to our advantage. I'm surprised and relieved at his words and let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Thanks. It's all I can manage. The elf assists with the birthing process, making it easier than anticipated. Each baby is vigorously toweled to stimulate their bodies. One by one they struggle to their spindly legs. Before us now stand four wobbly black foals. The storm. Holst sends me home shortly after the babies have had their first meal. I'm too wound up from the adrenaline coursing through me over the course of the day for sleep. Outside the lab, the thick fingers of darkness claw across the sky, pulling the remaining amber light into its inky grasp. Far to the north, storm clouds stretch across the sky like the open arms of a dark monster, and white-hot lightning races across its veins. Flashes illuminating to an irregular manic heartbeat. I catch one of the last shuttles to the common, hoping I might still catch my friends. I have an overwhelming need for Caden. Just inside the door, a wave of dizziness crashes into me, knocking the strength from my legs. I sag against the wall for support for a moment. I close my eyes and draw a deep, tired breath in, willing the air in my lungs to fill my body with strength. An instant later, Caden is next to me. The warmth of his body fills me with enough energy to open my eyes. His eyebrows have disappeared into his thick hair, his eyes searching mine with worry. Ara, his silky voice is a low whisper. I know he wants to embrace me. Held back by my short-sleeved shirt. I regain my composure and curse myself for my lack of foresight. I could really use his strong arms around me. I push off the wall. I'm okay. It's just been a very exciting day. Questions are etched on his face. Einstein figured out our issue last night. I pause to swallow hard, realizing the extraordinary significance of what we had just accomplished. Okay, that seems like a good thing, he questions. That's not all. He worked all night and left when I arrived. I rechecked all of his work on the Sims, and well, it was all ready to go, so I kicked off the foals. The foals? He asks, emphasizing the S on the end of foals. How many, Ara? Just four. I let my excitement creep over my features in the form of an elfish half-grin. He shoves his hand through his thick hair and lets out a sigh, then a chuckle. Just four, huh? He strokes his chin. The twinkle in his eyes tells me he understands the thrill ride I've been on. I guess we better get you some food. Giving birth 4 times must have been exhausting, he grins. I roll my eyes and return his grin with the left corner of my mouth turned up. Thank goodness Alf was there. The smile ran away from his face, replaced by a scowl. What about Einstein? He left you all alone during this whole thing? Oh, no, he was there too. I had to wake him up and get him to come back. I could tell by how he narrowed his eyes and frowned he didn't know how he felt about that. I launched the foals without him, then I panicked, I confess, as we make our way to the serving line. I load my plate with food, realizing I haven't eaten all day, the smell of the food reawakening my appetite. Was he mad? Worry flavored his question. He was a little at first, but then he said it probably will work to our advantage having more than one. Why 4? We sit down and I tuck into my meal. He waits for an answer while I gobble some of my food. Swallowing and washing it down with a big gulp of water, I repeat the explanation I have given Einstein. They're herd animals. They'll do better having each other to socialize. I also figured we would want to study both males and females, so I made 2 of each. The words "I made" them sounded strangely godlike to me and made me blush. Some people might have felt prideful at that statement, but not me. I felt like a trespasser. I was suddenly ashamed of myself and stopped eating. Caden noticed I had stopped. Ara, what is it? Is this wrong? Are we playing God here? I don't know, Ara. I don't think God would be angry that we're trying to restore his creations. If anything, he should be happy, don't you think? Yeah, you're probably right, I say at the tail end of a yawn. After eating a bit and sitting down, I'm suddenly feeling tired. Let's get you home. You need some rest. I just need a little fresh air first. Could we go for a walk? We sat on the shoreline at the widest section of the water, far enough from the lights of campus that darkness hugged us from every direction. The sky kissed by the stars directly above. Still, off to the north, a subtle flash illuminated the sky for a moment. Several minutes passed before another flash lit the sky. Advancing ever closer, the clouds grew heavier. Then the most intricate dance began. Veins of white zigzagged across our vision, punctuated by bright flashes, their movements nearly symphonic. As if to announce the crescendo, a series of meteors streaked across the inky sky directly above us. Had we not witnessed nature's light show, I dare say I wouldn't believe such grandiose illuminations could coexist. I felt Caden's gaze and caught him looking at me out of the corner of my eye. Please tell me you saw all of those lights in the sky. I didn't wait for him to answer as I rambled on. It was so beautiful and amazing. I don't think I could describe it, nor do I think anyone else will believe all of that could be visible at the same time. I saw enough, he sighed without taking his eyes off me. All right, you outshine any star or flash in the sky. You are so amazing and beautiful to me. The heat crept up my body, but this time it came from deep within me, not just up my neck and flaring across my cheeks as usual. The way Caden was looking at me made me tingle and my body stirred in a way I'd never felt before. I wanted badly for him to reach for me. My body was compelling me to draw closer to his. The questioning look in his eyes told me he wanted permission. I bit my lip as I struggled to think rationally. I knew he'd had other girlfriends before. My mind was racing. What would be the worst I might see in his feelings? My heart was pounding. I tried to take a breath to calm my thoughts and slow my racing heart. Caden, I'm afraid, I whispered. Once we touch, I will be connected to you. I will feel what you feel and see what you see. I will quite possibly know things about you that you don't even know. I stopped and searched his face. I'm scared too, Ara. His words surprised me. He ran his fingers through his tawny hair, and his turquoise eyes were dark and stormy. He too was conflicted. I had never thought about what my ability might mean for him. He reached out his fingers tentatively toward my cheek, but lowered his hands to my shoulder. He brushed his fingertips gently down my sleeve. The longing in his look nearly crushed me. I'm so sorry, I offered. His eyes snapped to mine. Ara, please, don't be sorry. I don't ever want you to feel that way around me. We have our whole lives to figure things out. We can take our time. I really want to do this right, for both of us. I wanted to wrap myself around him and never let go. Instead, I gave him a tight smile and say simply, "Oh, okay, thank you." He was looking at me through his inky lashes as a devilish grin bloomed across his face. "What are you thinking?" He feigned hurt for a moment, then the smirk was back. "You know, the HEPA in the lab would let us feel, but would block your ability." It only took me a beat to imagine us embracing with my HEPA suit on. I responded in a sarcastic tone. "Brilliant! We just need to break into the AI-guarded high-security lab and not get caught. Piece of cake. Why didn't we think of it earlier?" "What? Are you shooting me down over such trivial details?" "I never said that. I'm always up for a challenge." "Ah, so we should make it a contest to see who can figure out how to get access to a HEPA suit or sneak the other person into their lab." "Oh, brother, when you say it like that, I feel like we're on a conquest." "Aren't we?" His turquoise eyes sparkled from another flash of lightning. I rolled my eyes but smirked and chuckled. Our levity was cut short as a loud clap of thunder boomed overhead. "The storm is getting closer. I better walk you to your dome before we get caught in it." He stood and held out his arm for me to grasp and pull myself up. Thankful, he thought to wear a long-sleeve shirt. I was still careful not to brush his skin. It almost didn't matter as I sprang forward a little more forcefully than I anticipated, being jolted by another clap that shook the ground. We picked up a brisk pace and headed south toward the girls' dom. We managed to get to my dom just as the sky unleashed its heavy liquid burden. The rain came down hard and the wind pushed it sideways, battering the walls and windows. We stood in the entryway watching and waiting. I didn't want to send Caden out there. The visibility was non-existent through the sheets of rain. We were stuck. Neither of us knew what the consequences would be if he didn't make it back to his room by curfew, much less the risk from him being here with me. "What should we do?" I whispered more to myself than him. "That's a great question. I'm not sure. Any suggestions?" "Maybe we could sneak into the lab and try to fulfill our conquest. I doubt anyone would be there," he grinned. I swatted his shoulder playfully. "The AI is always there. Now focus." "I was focused." He winked and waggled his eyebrows. I sighed and rolled my eyes, but couldn't stop the grin that covered my face. "I think you're spending too much time with Track. He's starting to wear off on you." "That's brilliant!" "Ara, you're brilliant. I just have to reach Track. He can use his charms to cover for me with the guards. I'll stay with you until morning and have him bring my stuff and a change at breakfast." His enthusiasm was not quite enough to stop the apprehensive rock forming in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't really disagree with him because if anyone could pull this off, it was Track. We made our way quietly to my room, managing to avoid the patrols. Once inside, hearing the door shut, Soraya came out of her bedroom. "There you are!" Her voice wavered as her eyes went wide, realizing Caden was with me. Then her questions started flooding like the rain outside. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" I put my fingers to my lips to get her to stop. She did, but her glare continued. "I need to talk to Track," I said as I motioned toward her bedroom, assuming it would be a little safer to talk further away from the door. Once inside her room with the door shut, I explained what was going on and our plan. She reluctantly agreed to contact Track to enlist his help, but not without a warning. "I'm not going down for this," she explained. If anyone asks, you guys stole my comm while I was sound asleep." "Fair enough," I reassured her, "and thank you." After sharing the plan with Track, we retired to my room. Track was more than happy to help out. He always did want Caden and I to end up together in sort of a weird, real brother sort of a way. Pulling together as many extra pillows and bedding as possible, we made a bed for Caden on the floor of my room. Anticipation thrummed through me. I had never had a sleepover, let alone one with a guy. It was awkward at first. I didn't want to change in front of him. He didn't seem to have any such concerns. When I returned from the bathroom in my night clothes, he was already stripped to his boxers and tucked into his makeshift bed, his clothing laid over a chair. He noticed my stare and commented, "I hope it's okay that I used your chair for my clothes. They are still a little damp." He was propped up on his side with his hand cradling his head. The sheets draped over his bare chest, exposing his muscular arms and shoulders. Crimson painted my face. "Was it too hot in here?" Sure, that's fine." I couldn't tear my eyes away from his beautiful body. I realized I was staring too long when he cleared his throat. My eyes drew up to his soft lips and those twinkling eyes. "We should probably get some rest," he said, with a hint of a chuckle in his voice. "Right. I'll turn out the lights." I said the words, but my mind screamed not to. I just wanted to burn that image of him in my mind and never be without it again. My body betrayed me as soon as I turned out the lights and crawled into bed. Overwhelming exhaustion drove my eyes to close as soon as I sunk back in my pillow. I managed to croak out a weak "Night, Caden." The last sound I heard was his deep, drowsy voice. "Good night, Ara." The next morning, thick, woolly clouds covered the sky. Caden and I got up extra early and snuck out as soon as we were both dressed. I felt bad that he had to sleep on the floor, but he didn't seem any worse for it. He sent me on to the common ahead of him to avoid it looking like we were together. He had made plans to meet up with Track closer to the river, where there was a little less risk of being seen. As the morning progressed, the blanket of clouds was broken by an occasional peak of the bleak sky. The longer the morning wore on, they thickened and darkened. At breakfast, the mood was somewhat somber. We didn't dare discuss the events of the night before for fear that someone would be listening in and reveal our secret. "It looks like another storm is brewing." Track breaks the silence. Caden replies, "Yeah, I guess we should finish up so we can beat the rain and get to our classes." We had all pretty much pushed our breakfasts around rather than eating them anyway. We quickly cleaned up and began to separate, going our different ways. Caden follows me, even though I know he needs to go in the opposite direction. He briefly squeezes my shoulder and I stop and turn. My cheeks flush when I look into his turquoise eyes. They're serious and genuine. He looks down through his thick lashes for a moment and then back to me, staring directly in my eyes. "Hey, I really appreciate what you did for me last night." I look down. "It's nothing. It's nothing that you wouldn't have done for me." "No, seriously, Ara. It's not just last night. I mean, letting me in, helping me understand you." "Oh," my blush deepens. "I'm glad I told you. I've wanted to tell you for a long time, and I just hoped you'd understand." "Of course I understand. I just wish you would have told me a bit earlier," he says with a little bit of sparkle in his eye. "It would have explained a lot of things." He winks and smiles. I think I notice the faintest blush on his cheeks now. It makes me smile. "Well, we better go. We're going to be late for class." "Right. I'll see you tonight, Ara?" Caden asks with a question in his voice. "As long as Einstein doesn't kidnap me," I shrug. "He better not. I'll have to hunt him down." I chuff. "Well, I don't think you'll have to hunt hard. He can't go very far." He gives me a slight laugh at my silly joke. "See you later, Ara." "See you later, Caden." We part, and although the exchange was warm between us, a shiver runs down my spine. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I pass it off as it must just be the storm. At the lab, the babies had progressed quickly. They remained stable, and Alf reported on their vitals and growth metrics. It was astounding. They had matured to approximately 6 months overnight. There were no longer spindly foals, but mischievous weanling stage colts and fillies. They had already outgrown the cramped lab space. It was time to move them to the paddock area below the lab. Corralling 4 energetic 300-pound baby horses was no small feat, but we managed to take turns with each one and the help of Alf to get them on the transport elevator leading to the paddocks. Thankfully, The transport had two doors, one on the lab side where we entered, and the other that opened facing the paddock. As soon as the elevator stopped, each wiggly foal broke loose from our grasp and bolted, bucking across the empty space in front of them. It was like watching a movie on replay. Each time it was the same scene, a black streak taking flight like a bullet shot from a gun, then exploding into a series of powerful bucks as they reached the paddock barrier. Then, as abruptly as it started, it was over, and each one lowered their noses to sniff the lush green grass that had been growing under the guise of a warm summer sun. The scene was surreal. Holst came down with me in the last colt. He secured the paddock by swinging two bars that were on either side of the elevator door into the space where the elevator doors would have opened. That should secure them in and prevent any accidental escape, he said as he stepped up beside me. Now that we've moved them down to this level, your band has been updated to authorize you for access. You won't need to go through the decon chamber for this batch any longer. I wasn't sure how I felt about what that meant. I would no longer have my protective cocoon. I wouldn't have the HEPA skin on. Keep calm and ride on. Ara. The next morning, I was scheduled to have my first ride with the batch. I awoke to an eerie feeling and quickly realized the source. There on our table was a neatly folded stack of brand new riding clothes and a brilliant black pair of tall English riding boots. Although I was thankful for such a lavish gift, I couldn't help the shiver that ran down my spine knowing that someone had entered our room while we were sleeping in order to set the items upon our table. When I reached for the clothing, a note dropped from the folds. I recognized the handwriting immediately and knew that it was Einstein. With apprehension, I unfolded the note and read, "My dearest Arabella, I know you must be anticipating this day as I am. I felt it important that you have the appropriate attire and footwear to mark this auspicious occasion. You and I are destined to make history today when you become the first human to swing a leg over the noble horse in over 300 years. You deserve only the best, Ara. With my regards, E." I stood there with a strange mix of anxiety and anger. I felt the heat rising in my cheeks and thought to myself, how dare he? But at the same time, I was incredibly touched with how thoughtful his gesture was. Emotionally conflicted, I decided I needed some time to process all of it. I went about my daily routine to prepare for the day ahead. And when I was ready, I donned the clothing and slipped into the boots carefully, zipping them up, noting how buttery soft the vegan leather felt against my fingertips, and musing about how perfectly they caressed my leg. I was interrupted from my ruminations when Soraya stepped out of her room and loudly exclaimed, "What in the heck do you have on?" I felt the blood rush from my face as I turned and faced her, realizing that I would have to admit to her how I came about these items. Knowing her, I knew her reaction was not going to be a quiet one. I braced myself for the wrath that was to come, knowing full well it wasn't my fault. When I regained a small modicum of my composure, I stammered an answer to her and handed the note over for her to read. The scowl on her face quickly faded to my surprise. She replaced it instead with a smirk. Then, with a knowing tone, she said, "Does Caden know that Einstein has a crush on you?" I felt my jaw hit the floor at the same time my heart dropped into my stomach. I hadn't even thought about Caden's reaction. Soraya must have picked up on my panic. Oh my gosh, I never even thought about how this might affect Caden. What should I tell him? It came out as a question, but I really wasn't expecting an answer. "Well, I know what I wouldn't tell him," Soraya answered with a wink. Then she went on, "Look, you needed these things. The school provided them. Enough said." She finished with a shrug. I stammered, I guess you're right. I do need riding clothes and boots to work around the horses and to protect me, right?" Her grin widened. "Exactly. Well, I better get myself ready for the day, or we're going to miss breakfast." She turned on her heel and headed to the shower, but not before she handed me the note. I gingerly held it in my hand as if it were going to disintegrate before me, rereading it over and over. I was still lost in my thoughts when Soraya emerged from the shower a few minutes later. "You better put that note away somewhere. Why don't you go on ahead and save a spot for me in line? I'll be right behind you." Realizing that she was not going to let me face Caden with this alone, I tucked the note away in my room. "Okay, Soraya, I'll see you over there." I stepped through the door and closed it behind me, leaning my back against it for just a moment. I let out a deep sigh and steeled myself for facing Caden. As soon as I entered the dining hall, I could feel Caden's eyes upon me. Our eyes met briefly, but I quickly dropped mine to the floor so he couldn't see the deceit I felt. I also hoped that from across the room he didn't see the pink flush creep up my face. When I glanced back at him, his face was twisted into a scowl. I tried to shirk that off with a forced smile and a small wave as I made my way over to where he and Track were waiting. Track, of course, was the first to comment. "Nice get up, sis." Rather than respond directly to Track, my eyes were fixed on Caden, the scowl still etched in his features. Before Track could ask where the outfit came from and force me to either reveal or lie, I looked down at myself and feigned brushing away some invisible lint on my breeches. "Oh, it's nothing. I guess I needed some riding clothes since today is the first time I'm actually going to attempt to get on one of the horses." Caden's small scowl faded slightly, while Track's grin broadened. Track reached out and slapped me on the shoulder. "Well, sis, can't say that Caden or I could pull it off, but it sure looks good on you. Right, Caden?" Caden tore his gaze away from me for a brief moment to address Track. "Oh, right. Absolutely, man. But as far as I'm concerned, Ara could wear a burlap sack and still look amazing. You, on the other hand, are hopeless. I'm afraid nothing could improve on your beastly looks." At which point he turned his gaze back to me with a huge grin and slightly hooded eyes. And as if on cue, Soraya joined us. "Hey guys, what did I miss?" I let my gaze fall between Caden and Track and bit my lip as I waited for their response. "Oh, you know, same old, same old. Lover boy here was just commenting on how amazing my sister looks in her fancy riding duds." "Ara has fancy clothes? I hadn't noticed." Soraya tosses back to him in a mocking tone. I roll my eyes and shake my head. "Come on, you guys, we better get something to eat or the line's going to close." I can still feel Caden's gaze linger on me for a moment longer, although Track and Soraya have eagerly turned toward the line where they're starting to serve themselves up. Caden's tone is quiet as he said, "I really did mean what I just said." I gaze up into those turquoise blue eyes and want to melt into a puddle right before him. "Thanks, Caden," is all I can think of to say. Our breakfast goes about as smoothly as it can, with no additional comments about my clothing, thankfully. As usual, Soraya and Track leave a bit earlier than Caden and I. I'm thankful for a few moments alone with him, even if I don't know what to say. Thankfully, he breaks the awkwardness. "Ara, I know what today means a lot to you, and I just want you to know that I'll be thinking about you. I hope everything goes well. Heck, I know everything's going to go great." "Thanks, Caden, me too. I hope anyway." He gives me a broad, genuine grin that crinkles the corners of his eyes. I respond with my own bright smile. I can't help but to internally breathe a sigh of relief after dropping our trays and saying our goodbyes for the day. I arrive at the lab, and using the biometrics, I'm able to take the elevators to the lowest level, which is highly restricted. When I arrive and the doors open, the surreal scene unfolds before me once again. There is an ecosystem complete with pastures, trees, fenced-in paddocks, a round pen, and a riding arena, all designed for the horses to get some grazing, play, exercise, and training. And above it all stretches a sky with puffy white clouds and warm sunlight. Einstein approaches me. I can hear his footsteps behind me. He's still a bit formal with me. "Good morning, Arabella. I see that the attire I sent fits properly." I feel my heart drop into my stomach as my spine goes straight. "Yes, thank you." He sidles up on my right side, and we watch the two colts nip at each other in a playful attempt to get the fillies to pay attention to them. but the fillies are too busy grooming each other's withers. They've grown again overnight and look fully mature, although it's only been a few days. It's truly unbelievable, I say out loud as I'm thinking about how these creatures have been developed in a lab, yet they still retain their blueprints of their natural behavior. It's wired into their DNA that we altered in so many other ways, yet this piece remains. Not really understanding my meaning, Holst starts on a scientific explanation on how they've come into this state so rapidly. I'm still watching the horses, as now all four of them have erupted into a full-out gallop down the length of the paddock, complete with plenty of bucking and snorting. When they reach the end, their bodies swirl in a jumble of manes and tails, and they spin until they're facing us. They all stop momentarily and take us in. I realize that Holst has stopped talking, and he too is just taking their beauty in. We stare each other down, beasts and man. I realize this is the first time we truly see each other, unfiltered, uninhibited, unbridled, like a couple on their wedding night who fully see each other stripped bare and open for the first time. Then one of the colts, giving in to his curiosity, makes the first move and trots over to where we stand. I instinctively reach out my hand to him, palm upward. He stops short. His natural instinct kicks in as he regards whether or not I'm a predator. He tentatively reaches his nose out to sniff my outstretched fingers. A moment before his soft whiskers and warm muzzle tickles my bare skin, I realize he's going to touch me, and I wonder if I will see the world as he does. It is fleeting, because when his lip meets my palm, the answer lights up in my mind like a visual feed that only I am privy to. I must have startled when it happened, because it was there, and then he spun away, thundering back to his herd, taking the images with him. Suddenly, I'm aware that Holst is staring at me. His eyes are boring into my very soul. It's like he knows what just happened, and he's trying to pry the image out of my brain with his stare. For the second time today, I feel the blood drain from my face, and for a moment a wave of nausea hits me. Fearing I might lose my breakfast, I use it as an excuse to lean against the fence. I can't believe I'm about to say this. It's a little more excitement than I expected. I think I need a drink of water, and then we should get started. Holst has been oddly quiet, and it's unnerving. He continues to just stare at me. His brow is furrowed, eyes narrowed. Then he seems to snap out of it, and his brows shoot up in the middle when it dawns on him that he's just been staring. Right. It's all he says as he turns on his heel and heads for the opening of the barn, where a grooming area has been set up. I stare after him for a few beats before peeling myself from the fence post I've been using to hold me up. I take a tentative step to test my legs before I decide to follow him. As I'm walking the short distance to the barn, I allow myself to replay the images in my mind. I see my face, the smile on my face, as I nuzzle his nose with my nose. I hear my voice. I can't really understand what I'm saying, but I recognize the sing-songy tone and can feel the towel I used to rub his little body just after he entered this world as a newborn. It's such a wonderful feeling. My mind and body burst with a euphoria I haven't felt since the last time my mother wrapped her arms around me in a loving embrace. Like the sunshine peeking through after a shadowy cloud passes over it, warming your body. I'm hugging myself by the time I reach the entrance. I don't want to let go of the feeling. It's pure love. Here, it's Einstein handing me a bottle of water that interrupts my thoughts. Thank you, I say, accepting it. He's already opened the container for me, so I take a few sips. Better? He asks. Yes, much better. Where shall we start? He's back to all business, so I swallow hard and look around. I take a moment to take in the array of items arranged in their grooming tack area. I recognize the different brushes, picks, and run how they are to be used through my mind based on my many hours of VR from school. Then I inventory the tacks, such as bits and bridles, saddles, and saddle pads. Whoever set this up has thought of everything. Every style of riding I can remember is represented. My eyes land on the rich, smooth, black leather of a dressage saddle, and I walk over to it. I run my hand over the smooth, well-conditioned vegan leather as I take in the new leather smell. Nothing from the VR experience could compare with the heavenly smell of this place. I close my eyes and breathe it all in deeply. Then, letting out a deep sigh, I pick up a halter and lead, ready for the rest of the challenges that face me. It's a little harder than I expected to tell the horses apart from one another by their looks. They are truly identical, apart from the parts that distinguish the females from the males. Even that is a bit of a challenge unless I want to contort myself to see those differences. I decide it doesn't matter, and I'll work with whichever of the four who comes to me willingly. That proves to be a more challenging issue than I expected. As soon as they realize I've stepped back into the paddock, they regard me with full attention. As I approach, they scatter like leaves on the wind. I hear Einstein bark a loud laugh as they gallop around me. They run back and forth across the paddock like black waves encroaching a beach and receding. At one point, all four of them are headed straight for me, and I think I'm going to be trampled until they part like a wave around a rock. Two going to my right and two to the left. He's still laughing, but I'm starting to get mad. I'm not sure who I'm madder with, them or him. I turn to glare at him, keeping my body fixed. As if the horses have sensed my change in posture, they stop, and one of them approaches me quietly. This time, when I reach out my hand, she allows me to stroke her glossy cheek first. Then I run my hand down her silky neck. I don't startle this time when I connect with her. I sense that she accepts me as she lowers her head so I can put the halter on. I coo to her in a reassuring voice and mentally ask her to follow me with my hand still flat on her neck. When I take a few steps forward, leaving the lead line slack between us, she walks willingly beside me. As we approach Einstein, he's still chuckling and holding his stomach as if he's got a bellyache. I give him another glare. My attitude surprises me when I speak my mind. You think that was funny? I almost got run over. He sighs at my remark and chuckles again at the scowl that's plastered on my face. It was obvious they were not going to hurt you, but the look on your face, both then and now, that's priceless. Ara, I didn't think you had it in you to get angry. He's still chuckling a little until the filly I'm holding sneezes right in his face. Now it's my turn to bark with laughter. I don't think she approves of you laughing at me. I guess not, he says as he wipes the moisture off his face with his shirt. I flush a little when he lifts his shirt and I see his chiseled abdomen. I quickly turn my face away so he doesn't catch me looking at his bare skin. Come on, girl, let's get you ready. She follows me to the grooming area, her hooves striking the floor behind me in a lovely beat. As I connect the cross ties, I steady her with my hand, assuring her again with my thoughts. I'm not sure if it's my thoughts or just her trust in me, but she settles right in and stands patiently as I groom and tack her. We progress quickly. Each request I make of her, she picks up as if she's reading my mind. No, that can't be possible. Then I realize there's a pattern. If I'm touching her with my skin, when I visualize what I want, she does exactly that. When I use a command or cue learned in The Sims but don't make contact, she doesn't understand at first. Once I've shown her using touch and visualization, then use the cues, she does what I ask using only the cue each subsequent request. Armed with this knowledge, I quickly work through all four horses. By the end of our time, each of them is broke to ride well enough to advance through all their gates, as well as learning to navigate a course with various obstacles and challenges. It is a grueling day for me both physically and mentally. When we've turned out the last horse and have cleaned up, I sit on a bale of hay resting. Holst comes over and sits down next to me. That was highly impressive. You have some talent for this, Ara, he praises. I'm so exhausted I don't open my eyes when I speak. I don't really understand how they progress so quickly. In The Sims, this kind of progress takes months, even years. Did you add some genetics for advanced intelligence that you didn't tell me about? I'm only half joking when I ask. No, I assure you I did not. He sounds slightly irritated with my question at first, then continues with a softer tone. You were with me through every one of those decisions. It was like I could influence them just by thinking about what I was asking them to do. I regretted my words as soon as they formed on my lips. It sounded way too much like admitting I had a special. I knew he thought the same when I felt him tense beside me. I still hadn't opened my eyes and didn't dare to now, not wanting to see what face he might be wearing. It didn't matter. I could hear it in his voice when he lowered to almost a growl. Ara, you must be more careful of the things you say. It's one thing in my presence, but I will not be able to protect you if the wrong people heard you say something like that. I swallowed the lump that had formed in my throat. I know. It was just me talking crazy. What I said is not possible anyway. I said it, but I knew it was a lie. I had heard of specials who had the ability to influence others. Track suddenly came to mind. An urgency to talk to him washed over me. Trying not to seem abrupt or suspicious, I stood, making an excuse that I hoped would appease Einstein, allowing me to leave gracefully. I needed to get to my room for some answers. I needed Track. The deal. Holst. The voice on the other end of the line is heavy with accent. What news do you have for me, friend? The connection is made, and I have the first batch of the horses in transit. Excellent. This is good news. When can we expect the next shipment? He hesitates, looking to Holst. I am not sure. The girl may cause some complexities. I will have to rethink my plan. The girl is of no consequence to us. If she gets suspicious, you will know what to do. He swallows hard. That won't be necessary, comrade. Leave the girl to me. If the time comes, I will take care of her. Very well, my friend. I will be looking forward to your next phone call, informing me of the next shipment. Farewell. Indeed. As Lucy hangs up the phone, Holst puts his head in his hands. What am I going to do? He thinks to himself. Raising his head to look directly at Lucy, he runs his hands through his disheveled hair. I have a problem. What problem? It's Ara. What about the girl? Somehow she's more perceptive than I anticipated. She's already suspicious, and we've only just started. Now that you have observed her methods, do you still need her in the lab with you? Not liking where Lucy is headed with his question, he pauses. If something happens to her, people will notice. They will ask questions, and it will not be good for our program. I need her. She's far more beneficial than I ever imagined. I don't want to bring someone else in at this point. She knows what to do and has proven her worth to us. The horses have made far faster progress in their training than we could have ever anticipated. There's something else, a much deeper connection, or I don't know. But whatever it is, I don't have it. It's like she can influence their thoughts just by touching them, and they trust her. He confesses, but instantly regrets his reveal. I understand. Our mutual success appears to be tied to this girl. See what you can do to quell her curiosity. I don't need to remind you how critical this work is to our continued ability to carry on your father's work. Of course, I won't let you down. I can't let him down. He's been my sole provider ever since my parents met their tragic end. My memories of my parents are manufactured. I know it because they died when I was very young. Far too young to have such vivid memories of people who died 2 decades ago. I don't mind it, though. Lucy has seen to my every need since they died, including my need to know them. Lucy may not have been as nurturing as my mother might have been, but I rarely wanted for anything, as long as I completed my lessons, which Lucy oversaw personally most of my life. I was born an academic, a product of 2 of the brightest minds of our century. Lucy saw to it that their intelligence was part of my inheritance. I really didn't mind. Studying came naturally. I was bred to carry on the work my father started. The smoldering vengeance I harbored for those who cut his life and research short burned deep in my very core. The fire grew as I matured and fueled my desire to finish his work. to prove that his work was meaningful and that they could not possess the greatness of it. Lucy understood. He shared my passion. He and I stood together, united against the dark politics and corrupt powers who would exploit me and further exploit my father's work. Even beyond the grave they laid my parents into. We worked hard to obtain the resources needed to finish the acceleration and stabilization balance that eluded my father. I was aware that it was not always by the most scrupulous means, but Lucy saw to it that I remained unaware of the worst elements. He did not want me to be distracted from my primary objectives. I know I could count on Lucy to do what it took for us to be victorious. My studies and research were all-consuming. I had no time or interest in the many co-eds who tried to flirt with me. I suppose I was considered foolish by many of my male colleagues. Eventually, my classmates wrote me off as self-obsessed or arrogant. I was neither. I'll admit, I could see myself as an attractive suitor. I favored my father with his dark unruly hair, strong jawline, and naturally muscular build. The only maternal trait that stood out in my appearance were my eyes. So dark were my irises that my pupils were hardly discernible. Those same dark eyes haunted my memories. They held the mystery of my mother in their muddy depths, like the mouth of a cave, inviting and yet unknown where it might take me. Perhaps that is part of my allure, the same mystery. No matter. I brushed it all aside until I began to study Arabella Quinn. She occupied my thoughts more and more. Stunningly beautiful, but equally as intelligent. Her aptitude and academic scores were like none we had ever seen. Lucy commented on how she reminded him of my mother. Beauty, grace, and smarts. That was how he described her. Them both. But what made her truly remarkable was her ability, which she tried so desperately to hide. Lucy discovered her only after one of his scouts just happened to observe her in the metro market with her brother. The scout had seen someone with a similar ability and recognized the signs by her actions and her attire. Once the scout made Lucy aware of her, Lucy's team covertly tested her and observed. Although not entirely certain of the extent of her ability, the testing gave him a high assurance that it was very strong. Lucy was certain enough that he made arrangements with buyers and moved ahead to enroll her a year early. Lucy felt she could be critical in the development of the reanimated specimens. He worked with the board and backers to make necessary exceptions to allow her and her brother, who also showed exceptional potential, to enroll together. He then had me assigned to the equine development lab so I could mentor her personally, a circumstance I was certainly pleased with, although I couldn't express my pleasure. I suspected Lucy would consider it a distraction had he been aware. My reputation of disinterest in women made him none the wiser. Quite fortunate for me, really, I could study or admire her as much as I desired under the guise of determining her strengths and weaknesses prior to her becoming my lab assistant. The lab would suit her perfectly. With the Hepaskins, she'd have full feeling without the fear of her touch picking up my thoughts or feelings. With my feelings tucked neatly aside, I finished my preparations of the lab for Ara and our reanimation. After the exchange I just witnessed, I realize my time is running out with her. Lucy is going to do something I don't particularly relish the thought of. I know he doesn't trust the other directors. They wouldn't understand. I'm the only one who truly understands. Lucy has expressed to me how untrustworthy the others are. He's long suspected one of the other directors responsible for the deaths of my parents. Their jealousy over the progress my father had made in not only genetics and hybridization, but also my mother's hand in creating specials like Ara. It's the reason he shares plans with me, but is careful not to disclose too much. He has always tried to protect me from them. He fears that the others would want to take what we have built together. He and my parents take what is rightfully mine and his. Lucy worked closely with my parents at Antech. They were leading the genetic research to enhance the hybridization after the last reanimation event. My father and Lucy were largely focused on improving various animal species. My mother had been focused on enhancing the human genome to further vaccinations and editing genetic abnormalities. They often shared their research with each other to compare or find commonalities to help each other's teams. This led to new breakthroughs on both fronts. My mother's team developed a vaccine that was determined safe in all the simulated trials that could be administered when the woman was pregnant to edit out certain abnormalities and strengthen the human body against the many diseases that had plagued humanity from the early ages. They were given the clearance to move to human trials by the UNOW. Naturally, they started in the poorest, least resource-rich areas of the world to try to give those places most susceptible to disease and deformity a better chance. It was working. The tragedy of their initial trials was that the number of live births increased, causing greater issues. Those same areas lacked the resources to support more humans. People were starving, and the program was discontinued. My mother was heartbroken. Her life's work was dismissed without a second thought, like a child who is told to be seen and not heard. She continued to share the limelight with my father and Lucy, but in private she was heartbroken. Her only glimmer of light was the promise of life that may one day grow within her. She had volunteered to receive the vaccine during one of the early trials along with a group of women from the vicinages surrounding the university. Caden and Ara's mothers were among them. The Quinn's first child was stillborn. Mrs. Quinn had been marked as one of the failed trials. What they didn't know was that the effects of the vaccine got stronger with each subsequent pregnancy. The firstborn had the advantages of gene editing for abnormalities and disease, but the subsequent children became ever more advanced, developing specials like Ara, which explains Lucy's fascination with them and the lack of ability in me. Shortly before I was born, my father and Lucy had made a breakthrough in their own research and produced a hybrid dog that was not only physically enhanced, but had been successfully implanted with human-like intelligence. Although the pup appeared to be maturing at a stable yet accelerated rate, it was not exactly what my father was working toward. He had wanted to keep it a secret for fear it might fall into the wrong hands before they had the opportunity to study it for any potential issues. But Lucy was too proud to listen. He spread the word, and it wasn't long before some very powerful people from the military became interested in their project, with the promise of funding. Lucy was overjoyed, but my father was hesitant with good reason. Learning that the military were considering how they might use the breakthrough to weaponize the mutant animals, my father decided that he needed to destroy the pup and their research. Lucy had explained to me how he regretted not listening to my father. Dad had been right, that they had not been able to fully test the specimen. The military were going to steal their research along with the dog, which is why he agreed to help my parents escape. He only stayed behind because he felt awkward with the idea of it being the three of them. Lucy felt it better to remain with the university so that he had a means to support them. My father likely saved hundreds of people's lives, but the government labeled him a thief and a disgrace. What Lucy never told Holst was the truth of that fateful night when his parents were killed. Inscrutable. Lucy. The day before Dr. Ernst Sr. had planned to destroy the lab, Ernst Sr. told Lucy of his plans. Lucy, concerned that the research would all be lost and his own future ruined, captured a backup of what he thought were all the data from their research. He also set his fail-safe plans in motion. If Ernst Sr. would not listen to reason, he would use the pup to destroy him and his wife. It was Lucy's boasting of the very controls he planned to use against Ernst, combined with the resilience of the dog that drew the military's attention. Ernst Sr. trusted Lucy, had their best interests at heart, but it disagreed with his desire to accept money for weaponizing their inventions. Ernst had been unaware of the details, preferring to stay focused on science. He too let Lucy handle the money and business dealings. When the two friends snuck back into the lab, Lucy encouraged Ernst not to destroy the pup. Appealing to Ernst's desire to protect his family, he convinced Ernst Sr. to instead take the pup and his wife and hide. Reminding Ernst that breaking the deal with the government was not going to make them very happy, he reasoned that the pup could protect them from anyone who might pursue them or other threats. Taking pity on the poor creature and trusting his friend's advice, Dr. Ernst rescued the pup rather than destroy it. Lucy was the only person who knew where they were going. Over the next few years, he would visit them under the guise of bringing them supplies. In reality, he was checking on the progress of the pup. By this time, the second generation of infants had been born to the subjects of Isla Ernst's vaccines and also when she gave birth to Holst. This new generation began to display unique abilities, the specials as they are now referred to. It was during this time that Lucy discovered that Dr. Ernst had withheld some of his research, creating certain gaps in the data. To try to fill the gap, Lucy became more and more reckless in his experimentation with human and animal splicing. At Lucy's behest, the government began picking up the human specials. It wasn't difficult. Many parents abandoned their freakish children when they started to exhibit strange behaviors and capabilities. It turns out, fear can be more powerful than love. As Lucy collected and studied a growing number of these children, he began experimenting with genetic material from human specials. Using the same phylogenetics and CRISPR-like technologies developed in the 21st century that he and Dr. Ernst had evolved, his work took on a far more radical bent. He, however, had not been able to control the subjects, which was part of Ernst's missing research. As the toll of human lab workers continued to grow, the day finally came when Lucy could wait no longer. The military was growing tired of his delay tactics and were demanding results in exchange for their investments. Alpha, the original pup, had to be mobilized to prove the mutants could be controlled. Lucy banked on the knowledge that the military representatives he was working with had no idea what Ernst or his wife looked like. A reasonable conclusion since they had been in hiding for several years now. Not to mention, he had also given them new identities when he helped them disappear. Identities of you now rebels, pariah leaders, in fact. It wouldn't matter in the end. He orchestrated a sting operation that unveiled their hiding place and identified them as traitors. He coordinated the abduction of the boy while he used the dog to demonstrate the destructive power of the mutant. When he unleashed Alpha on the couple, there was no doubt he had done the right thing. They were unrecognizable, reduced to pools of deep red gore. It was horrifying to behold the scene left so completely eviscerated by an enemy. He proved that Alpha was controllable by halting him before destroying the small boy, or the team dispatched to kidnap the child. Thinking that Lucy had stopped the beast from destroying the boy was an assumption. The timing had been perfectly orchestrated so that the boy was far enough away from the carnage that when Alpha was unleashed he would be safe. Then he rescued their poor orphan son and took him in as a gesture of good faith. He was lauded as a savior as his maniacal plan came together. Unbeknownst to Lucy, Ernst had developed a reverse technology that had been injected into the mutant to unravel its very DNA. Shortly after the military took possession of Alpha, the dog self-destructed. Ironically, by giving the kill order, he had cut off access to the data he so desperately wanted. Lucy soon surmised that Holst was the key to the missing data. Lucy suspected that somehow Ernst Sr. had implanted the missing data in his son's brain, which developed at an accelerated pace. The product of two of the brightest minds, the child had knowledge well beyond his years. Lucy could be patient. He would raise the boy until Holst was old enough to unlock the information he carried. It was a twist that only a twisted mind like Lucy could exploit to his advantage. Deceit he crafted to cover his tracks so completely. Lucy, ever the master, used every opportunity to create inscrutability surrounding the couple's story. Not surprisingly, the government had assumed that Ernst stole the pup for his own benefit, disgracing them as fugitives. Lucy feigned their innocence along with his own. He spun the story so that the pariah couple that were slain by Alpha had kidnapped and murdered Holst's parents and taken the boy. They also sabotaged the dog. The story explained what happened to his parents after they mysteriously disappeared. Leaning into a tale of the pariahs forcing the Ernst to take the pup, he wove a story of how he and Dr. Ernst learned of pariah intent to destroy the animal. They scrambled to build in a failsafe to destroy the dog if it landed up in the wrong hands, but the pariah abducted the Ernst before they had tested it. Apparently, when the pariahs tried to resist their attack, and their attempts to sabotage the creature had led to his malfunction. Layer upon layer of his deceit burying the truth, while he rested on top like freshly fallen snow, pure and dazzling. It was no wonder the pariahs wished to destroy what he had built. Until it was time for the next reanimation, Lucy continued to use human specials for his experimentation. His eventual goal, crossing their DNA with the animal DNA in the arks at Antec and selling the results once successful. He used his experiments to continue extorting the government into funding the university. Still, missing the information locked in young Holst's brain, the hybrids remained unpredictable, often resulting in human lab workers' deaths. He finally resorted to using abducted pariah and AI bots in these labs to avoid scrutiny surrounding these accidental deaths. It was about this time when Ara first experienced her ability, and Lucy became aware of her. The fact that her mother was marked as a failed trial made Ara harder to track down as a special. He knew he would not be able to expose her directly to the mutants immediately. Instead, he waited for the perfect opportunity. It presented itself when the equine reanimation timeline drew near. Ara was not quite old enough to qualify for Antec, but Lucy knew he needed to ensure he did not miss this window. He orchestrated testing and curated Ara's interest to align with his plans. He would test his theories on the reanimated horses. The interest in procurement had far exceeded the reanimation dates, providing ample funding for Lucy. Warring parties and militant groups across the globe had been anticipating the advantages they could gain through the use of horses and other animals, and the humanitarians extolled uses of horses for rural agriculture again. This provided Lucy the perfect cover under which he could produce efficient, powerful mutants that could be developed for both markets while maintaining his pristine reputation. He was convinced Ara's ability was the key to accelerating the usefulness through gaining compliance and control of the animals for serving their purpose. The only other challenge was to unlock the missing research from Dr. Ernst Sr., and that is where young Holst fit into the picture. His aptitude much like his father's. Building bitterness over his father's treatment and the circumstances of his parents' death was not difficult. Blaming the pariah and the government was easy. Lucy was there to fuel his desire for vengeance, as well as provide the academic guidance and opportunities Holst needed to complete his father's work. The pieces fell into place, painting a colossal masterpiece at Lucy's hand. Like the gears of an old clock, as each turned and fit into the next, as the hands of Lucy's plans advanced. Everything conveniently led to the path Holst found himself on now, yet he had no knowledge of these events. To the boy, Lucy was more than his guardian. He was his defender. He was his idol. Lucy had filled his mind with distrust and hatred for those responsible for his parents' untimely death. The military and the pariahs. The military for wanting to exploit his father's work, and the pariahs for murdering them. As he grew older, his desire to avenge his parents grew like a wildfire, consuming him, leaving only smoldering blackness in its wake, burning away everyone and everything except Lucy and vengeance. The layered effect. Ara. As I hurried to my dom to change, I used my band to get a message to Caden. I asked him to get Track and Soraya and meet me in the common as soon as possible. I needed answers, but I also needed to eat. It had been a long day already. We met up, and all three of them had questions about the urgency of my message. Not here, guys. We need to eat quickly and head for the fire pit, where hopefully we can talk more openly. I tipped my head toward one of the many cameras that kept a record of the students in the common. We finished up quickly and made our way to the fire pit. The threat of rain was heavy in the sky, and unfortunately, we had the area to ourselves. Look, we need to get some things out in the open, Ara started, realizing that Track and Caden already knew about her abilities, but Soraya did not. I addressed Soraya. Soraya, there's something you need to know about me and Track. Track's head snapped to Ara. What do you mean? He asked hesitantly. Soraya, I started, pausing to make sure she was listening. I'm sure that you've heard about people our age with special abilities, right? I paused for an answer. Yeah, of course I have. Who hasn't? Soraya's eyes went wide for a moment. Wait, are you saying you're a special? Then it dawns on her that I said me and Track. Shaking her head, she gives Track a questioning look. You too? Track doesn't meet her gaze at first, looking off across the river. His face said he would rather be across the river with the pariahs than dealing with this discussion. I continue on his behalf and my hunch. Yes, Soraya. I'm sorry we didn't tell you. I actually just learned about Track today. That gets his attention again, and he swings his full body toward me. How did you find out? He asks. I'm I'm not sure how to explain it, but somehow I absorbed your special. I paused. What do you mean, absorbed my special? I still don't understand how that explains you knowing about my special. This is so complicated, I huffed. Today, when I was working with this batch of hybrids, when I touched them, not only could I connect, but I also could persuade them to do whatever I envisioned in my mind. But only when I was touching them, I shared. Caden was the one that put the puzzle together. Her ability is kinesthetic empath, and yours is persuader. But she must also have a latent ability to pull abilities from her connection. Wow. Soraya had a confused look on her face, so I explained my experience in the market and how Track and I used to dream together. I didn't know I had retained Track's abilities because I didn't know he had any. I'm not sure if he knew he had them. I have to wonder if our parents had been shielded. Can you imagine a persuader having full reign over his or her parents? I chuckled to myself thinking about it. Then I continued. Knowing now what I know, a lot of things make sense, like Trek in the market and his ability to get extras or great deals. The fact that people loved him immediately. I don't believe that he used his abilities for ill-gotten gain, and I don't think he abused them. He may not have even realized he was doing it for the longest time. It became so natural and so part of him. I searched Trek's face for confirmation. At first, he gives me a worried face. Then he smiles at me, and I know I'm right. Soraya pulls her own face before she gets a goofy grin on her face. Her eyes light up like she's seeing a celebrity. So let me get this straight. Not only is my roomie a genius and a special, but both of you are specials, and Ara has two abilities because she is an ability sucker, in air quotes. Well, I guess that summarizes it, I grimace. Anything else I need to know? She asks. Then the smile on her face fades. Wait, I thought it skipped a generation. Like the first generation didn't get the specials. So how is it that you both have specials? Track answered her. That's easy. Our mom had a baby that died before I was born. So I'm actually second generation, and Ara is third generation. It's also why most people didn't suspect me of having a special. They assumed because I was older, I was first generation, and I couldn't be. Made it pretty easy for me to fly under the radar. He gave Caden a knowing look as he said that. Of course, Caden knew. He had to know. They had been best friends since they were toddlers, but there was something more in their exchange. I noticed Caden had been looking at the ground for a while. Before I could ask him anything, Soraya continued her questions directed at Track. She bit her lip, looking conflicted, but then she just blurted out what had been on her mind. How does someone know who wants to date you know if you're real or being all influency? Track's face turned crimson. He knew what she was asking, as did I. I answered to try to rescue him. We all learned to control our abilities. As we got older and more specials were being abducted, it was necessary. Track chimed in. It's true. I have been controlling my abilities since I was a pretty little kid, but I won't lie, I did use it a time or two in school first. He grinned. Then he fell somber. It was just it was just as hard for me to sort through whether someone really liked me, or if they only liked me because I influenced them to. Like Caden here. He winked, and his grin returned as Caden looked up to meet his gaze. I wasn't sure if he was in love with me because of my dashing good looks, or because I convinced him with my mind that I was super cool. Caden rolled his eyes and spoke. It was neither. As I recall, you bribed me with one of your mom's fresh-baked cookies to be your friend. We all laughed just as a drop of rain fell from the gray above us. I don't know about you two, but I'm pretty sure that Soraya and I might melt from this rain. Besides, I'm thinking we all need some time to hash through all this new info. Right, Caden? Track didn't say it like a question, but Caden looked at me as he answered, Yeah. Soraya and Track walked off briskly toward our dom. Caden and I sat quietly for a while as the light rain began to drop more rhythmically. Should we go? I asked. Caden's lips pressed together in a thin line, giving me the feeling he had something to say. Instead, he shoved his hand through his hair and stood up. Yep. He had been unusually quiet for a while. Rather than press him, I assumed he just needed time to process that I'm not just an empath. I'm also a persuader. I'm worried about this newfound ability and how it might affect my relationship with Caden. I can only imagine what he must be feeling now that he knows I carry this same ability as Track. I would have to find a way to control this newfound ability, especially around those whom I love. Fortunately, I had a mentor with years of practice. I smiled as I thought of Track. So many memories. They all make sense now. The Runner, Cece. Over the next several days, Cece learned how to navigate the tunnels leading in and out of the university and metro. It was often dank and dark. She could sometimes hear water trickling down the walls. She worried what would happen if the tunnels collapsed with her inside. Marg had assured her they had engineers who checked the structures regularly and certified that they were safe. Still, Cece didn't linger any longer than she needed to when she was running. There was no electricity in the tunnels, which meant no light. Zero. Occasionally, the tunnels were lit by either a battery-operated light or lamps that burned oil. These were few and far between, leaving large, dark gaps through the maze of tunnels. The rebels had given her a special light that fit on her forehead and attached with a strap. She considered it the best perk of her new job, aside from no longer having to forage for food. The rebels also took care of her family. Cece was perfect for this job. Her small stature allowed her to run upright through the tunnels, making her faster than any of the other runners. Most of the time, she was only carrying communications between the different groups. Occasionally, she carried supplies or genetic materials that had been salvaged by Marg's loyalists as evidence. Marg and her team were also trying to find proof to incriminate Lucy and Holst. She was all in on making Lucy pay. Holst, however, she was not sure how she felt about his place in all of it. The part of her that was attracted to him wanted to believe he was innocent, blameless. The part of her that wanted to avenge her people wanted to make them both pay. As she carried her packages away from Antec, she pushed her legs to run faster. Maybe one day she could run away from her conflicted feelings for Holst. After a long day of running, she emerged from the tunnels on the pariah side of the river, near the hiding spot where she had first seen the brown boat. She heard a sound coming from the river. Despite how tired she was, she decided to investigate. Carefully, she ghosted to her lookout spot. She slid silently into her prone position and pulled out her ancient scope. Adjusting it until the scene came into focus, she blinked a few times to make sure she wasn't imagining the sight before her. Several of the uniformed men she had seen before were moving the large box away from the south gate and up onto the same muddy-colored ship. From her vantage spot, Cece watched as the box was loaded onto the boat. She adjusted her scope several times, trying to get a better view of the men, the boat, and the box. There were several more men needed to move the box now than when she watched them bring it ashore a few days ago. Although she also noticed there was a mechanism attached to the box that allowed them to move it smoothly and quickly onto the boat. It moved along the ground in a looping pattern like a flattened tire. The day had grown dim, the sky muddled by dusky clouds barely touched by the fading sunlight. The trees cast long, dark shadows over the ship at the dock. It wasn't until the clouds broke slightly in just the right spot to reveal light from the moon that Cece could clearly see the box sitting once again on top of the vessel. She was bone tired, but this was too big not to let someone know. As the ship glided away from the dock and disappeared from her view, she silently slipped away from her spot. She shimmied back down the tunnel. As soon as her feet hit the hard ground, she began running toward the university. The light from the lanterns along the way alternated with long dark shadows. Cece didn't think to switch on her light. She ran blind and trusted the tunnels to be clear. The long shadows filled her with terror, the only relief the dimly lit lanterns. If she hadn't just been through these very tunnels, fear would grip at her pounding heart, threatening to bring it to a stop. She pumped her legs harder to escape the darkness and deliver her message. Breaching the surface, she did a 360 through the small gap she created as she lifted the cover before flipping it open fully. Heart still pounding in her ears, she carefully replaced the camouflaged opening. Staying low, she crept through the shadows to the contact point, hoping someone would be there to relay the message. Under the outer edge of one of the nearby buildings, there was a shallow gap. It was just high enough off the ground that a person could belly crawl under the decking. She slithered her way to a hatch that led into an office above. The rebels had a comm system set up to alert someone of an incoming runner. She lay silently waiting for someone to open the hatch. It wasn't long before a young man, dressed in what looked like a guard uniform, opened the hatch. The first time she had experienced this, she nearly threw up, certain that she had been caught. Graydon reached a hand down to her with a warm smile. "Didn't expect to see you back here so soon, T." Relief flooded her. Out of all the rebel guards, she liked Graydon the best. He was her trainer, and they had become friends quickly. He nicknamed her T for her last name, Teague. Marg had introduced her as Teague rather than use her real name. It was a security measure, according to Marg. Although Marg didn't follow suit, she often wondered if Graydon was his first name or his last. Now was not the time for those thoughts to cloud her mind. She was still trying to catch her ragged breath and calm her jackhammering heart. The box! She managed to get out. The box was on the boat on the river. Did you say the box was on the boat? What boat? Get Marg, please. She knows. They did not fail. Ara. The morning came with its gray sky, a gentle rain falling from the atmosphere. I hurried from the shuttle as large raindrops began to fall. The day was gloomy, and I felt a slight chill in the air. Before working the horses today, Einstein sent a message to meet in the lab to review our next phase of the project. When I arrive at the lab, he's facing me as I exit the decon chamber. He looks crestfallen. What happened? You you look upset. What's the matter? I'm sorry. His eyebrows peak together in the middle as he runs a hand through his disheveled hair. Panic grips me. It squeezes my lungs and I can't breathe. Something happened to the horses, didn't it? Yes, he says, but he won't look me in the eye. Is he sad? Disappointed? I can't describe it. What do you mean something happened? My words came out angry. He sighs and turns away from me, his body rigid. I can't explain it. I don't know why, but they all seized up and they died. They're gone. I step forward so I can search his face for answers. He keeps his eyes down. This can't be possible. We had everything right. Alf even confirmed it. I don't know what you want me to say, Ara. It just doesn't work. We have to try again. That's it. Turning away from me, he stalks off. I just stood in the empty lab, dumbfounded. Outside the lab, Holst paused, letting the rain pour over him like tears he couldn't shed. He couldn't face what he had done, and he couldn't bear the pain he knew he had caused her. Holst couldn't look her in the eye. He had wiped the memory banks as much as he dared without her being too suspicious. But he knew he had to do it to protect her. He couldn't let her find out the truth. Disbelief settled over me. I was connected to them. If something had happened, I would have felt it. Something did not add up. I turned to the computer and I began asking questions. Alf, where are the bodies? The lab administrator has disposed of the bodies. They are no longer here, Alf repeated back to me in a somewhat mechanical voice. I asked Alf, what were the results of the autopsy? What caused the horses to perish? Why did they fail? The computer replied again, its mechanical voice completely devoid of emotion. They did not fail. I suddenly had to sit. The shock hit first, followed by a wave of pain. I imagined this pain being how my mother had felt when she lost her first child, or knowing Track and I weren't coming home from our last trip down the river, the trip that brought us here. I remember hugging her that morning. By the tears in her eyes and the look on her face, I should have known we weren't coming back. She kissed the top of my head and told me she loved me. I told her I loved her and not to worry, Track and I would see her later. But later never came. Regret reared into me. So many emotions all at once broke a sob from my lips. Then the tears came. Hot tears trailed down my cheeks. They pulled at my chin inside of my HEPA suit. I couldn't stand there any longer. The lab was too empty, like a silent tomb burying all our hard work and long nights along with my happiness. I bolted out of the chair. I ran through the decon chamber, not stopping despite the warnings to remove my suit. I ran from the lab, not knowing where I was running to. I just had to get away. I kept running until I reached the water's edge. I pulled up, panting from the exertion. With my hands on my knees, I struggled to regain my composure and suck in enough air. My lungs hurt as much as my heart. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Caden was there beside me. It must have been lunchtime. When he didn't find me at the common, he started looking for me. Then he overheard some of the students gossiping about a person they saw running through campus with a HEPA suit on. He had an odd feeling it was me. He asked them which way the person had run, so he headed out after me. Finding me on my knees, weeping in the rain, he curled himself around me. I let myself sag into his strength. Before I knew it, he had lifted me into his arms as if I was a feather. He was murmuring to me, comforting me with his husky voice. It's okay, Ara, I've got you. I'm not going to let anything hurt you. It was too late. The next thing I know, we're in my room. It doesn't seem possible we got here so fast. I only felt him take a single step, but here we are. He grabs a towel and dries off my suit as he gently places me on my bed. Then he pulls off his soaking wet shirt and dries himself. I feel that strange twinge deep within my body as I'm staring at his naked body. I let the shadows outlining his muscles distract me from my pain as I trace them in my mind. He's filled out over the winter, adding both bulk but also definition in all the right places. He turns toward me now and kneels in front of me, taking my hand. Well, I guess this means you win, but I didn't quite envision it going down this way. He grins down at me with his sparkling turquoise eyes. I tear my eyes from his chest and blankly look up, not quite getting his meaning. Then it dawns on me. Even my pain can't hold back my smile. I let the emotional wave within me crash into the years of desire for him. Not wanting to lose this moment, I reach up and pull him to me and kiss him through the HEPA suit. A soft moan escapes his lips. Lips pressed together, I pull him into the bed with me. Suddenly he pulls back. What's the matter? I ask. I realize I'm on my back and he's hovering above me, looking down into my eyes. I don't remember us getting like this, but nonetheless, here we are. Are you okay? No, not really. But I don't want to lose this moment, so can you just hold me a little longer? All right. You know I would love nothing more. He presses his face into my neck at my shoulder and presses soft kisses up my neck toward my ear. I've never felt the tingles and warmth I feel blooming across my body. I turn my lips toward his, searching, hoping he'll get the hint I want him to kiss me. He doesn't oblige me right away, instead working his soft kisses around my jaw, down the front of my neck, across my collarbone. He continues to kiss and work his way down my body. And although I really would like to feel his lips on mine, I'm not unhappy with the feelings he leaves as he trails his lips softly over first my upper torso and then toward my belly button. When he gets to my belly button, I can't take it anymore. I stop him with my hands, pulling him back up toward my face. I plead with him with my eyes as he takes me in. I realize this is the closest I've ever felt to being naked in front of him or any guy. I'm not sure how it's possible, but I feel the flush all over my body with that realization. He obliges my lips with a tender kiss, but doesn't linger long at my lips before his exploration of me resumes. He trails his fingertips and hands across every inch of my body. I think I understand what he's doing. Knowing we may not get an opportunity to be this close to skin contact for a while, he wants to feel my skin and my body. I give in and let him. I can't take this away from him, as selfish as I want to be. I decide to relish in the warm, tender look on his face as he takes me in and caresses gently every curve, cups my breast, trails his fingers down the front of my torso, down my legs and back up again. It's bliss. I realize for me and for him. His touch is warm, tender, loving, everything I dreamed it would be. Ara, you're so beautiful, he whispers. I can feel the blush painting my face. Oh, Caden, this is everything I've dreamed it would be, but better. There's no fear, there's just you. He sighs deeply and looks down at me with hooded eyes through his inky lashes. He reaches for my face and trails his thumb gently across my cheek and down my jaw, tipping my chin toward him as his mouth crashes down, hungry. The suit obviously is protecting me and him, yet I can feel everything, and I assume he does as well. I feel a different sense of pressure against my lips for just a moment, and he lets out a frustrated growl. My eyes snap open and look at him. What's the matter? Are you okay? The suit didn't hurt you, did it? No, he says with a little chuckle, despite the scowl he's wearing. I should have known better than to try to stick my tongue in your mouth. Oh, I laugh. I didn't mean to actually laugh at him, but before I know it, he's chuckling himself and grinning down at me. I guess I'll have to save that for another time, he says with a smirk and a wink. With a little bit of the break in the action, he rolls off to my side and tucks me neatly into his shoulder so I can rest my cheek on his bare chest. I can hear his heartbeat slow to a steady drum as we lay there snuggled together. I have no idea how long we were like that. We must have fallen asleep. The dinner chime was the only thing to wake me. Caden! I sit up slightly and he stirs. Then his eyes blink open. He blinks a few times before his eyes focus on me. They soften immediately and his smile reaches the corners of them. He reaches his hand to my face and I lean into his palm. Ara, he whispers, did that really happen? Are we really here together? Yes, Caden. Wow, that was amazing. Thank you, he says with eyes closed, reliving the experience. I'm the one that should be thanking you. I've never felt that way before, Caden. It was I can't even describe how you make me feel. There's no need, Ara. If it's anything like how I feel when I'm around you, I think I know. He lets his eyes roam once again from my face, drinking me in. I trail my fingertips down his chest across the ripples of his stomach. He places his hand on top of mine before I go any farther. If you start that now, we're not going to be able to stop. I might have to just cut that suit off of you, and I'm pretty sure the university would frown on me for that, he says with a twinkle in those cyan eyes. I don't take my hand away immediately. I'm conflicted internally. I honestly don't know when we'll ever get this kind of chance again, but I know he's right, and it's not really fair to him. So I settle for sweeping my fingertips back up his broad chest muscles. I trace along his collarbone, over his shoulder, and down his biceps, letting them linger there instead. As much as I would love to stay here and do this all night, Ara, you need to tell me what happened. Why did you leave the lab in your HEPA suit? Why were you crying? I don't answer him right away, transfixed on his muscular chest. I can't tear my eyes away because all I can see is the empty lab. The elf voice echoes in my brain. They did not fail. I look at him and I search his eyes for the answers I'm seeking, though I know he doesn't have them. Dragging in a deep sigh, I press my lips together and then I speak. When I got to the lab today, Einstein was there, but he wouldn't look at me. He wouldn't talk to me. He wouldn't even turn toward me. He just said, "They're gone." I watch his eyebrows form a peak in the middle of his forehead. What do you mean they're gone? That was what I asked. He told me something happened and I couldn't even continue. I had to push down a sob that was threatening to escape. He wouldn't answer any of my questions. He just said, "I don't know what you want me to say," and left. I tried to ask Elf, but the answers were so vague. She said they did not fail. He replies, rolling that over on his tongue. They did not fail. That's an odd way to answer what happened, even for Elf. I don't understand it either. Do you suppose you mean that Holst and I failed? I suppose. He pauses, searching the ceiling for answers. Looking over into my eyes, he continues. Why would an artificial life form say it that way? I didn't feel them die, Caden. When I have a connection to someone and they die, I feel their death. Ara, I can't even imagine what that must be like. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I've learned how to cope with it over the years, but this is different. Do you suppose they're out there somewhere? I don't know, Ara, but what I do know is you have to go back to the lab. You're going to have to get out of this suit and face him tomorrow. I know, I say as I look down. I don't want this moment to end, but as much as that is, I also want to know where the horses are. The more time that passes, the more certain I am that they're not gone. They're certainly not dead. Caden and I get up. He gets redressed, and I put some clothes over my HEPA suit, along with a hat to try to camouflage myself in order to get back into the lab and get out of my suit. I really don't want to go back there by myself, so Caden walks with me. For the first time ever, we can walk hand in hand, and I realize it when he takes mine, interlacing our fingers. As we approach the lab, it's still quiet and empty. Thankfully, the alarms are no longer sounding. It strikes me about the same time it does Caden that there are no guards. There are no security people waiting for me. It seems likely they should be. I stole a HEPA suit after all. Caden is the one who says it. You find it strange that there's no security looking for you? Yeah, I just had that same thought. And the alarms are no longer going off. Do you suppose someone dismissed them on purpose? I suppose at this point anything's possible. Let's just get this over with. I want to get out of this suit and get into my clothing. Caden lets out a chuff. Yeah, I'd like to get into your clothing too, he says with a smirk, but the red across his face suggests his true feelings. Too much time with track, he protests with his hands out, feigning innocence. I roll my eyes at him, but I am grinning wide. I think you're going to get your wish, at least these clothes I have on now. I look at him and give him a sly wink. I'll take that, he says. Holding my eyes as my heart sinks more deeply into the blue, I undress outside of the decon chamber, hoping for another parting kiss and embrace. He does not disappoint. We linger in each other's arms for as long as we dare. Then, drawing in a deep breath of him, I draw upon his strength and use it to steel myself for the chamber. Trepidation settles over me as I step into the Hepaskin's pod, unsure whether the process will work in reverse. A moment later, the process starts as it normally does. I realize that it never actually removed the suit I'm in because I skipped through the process. As the process strips the suit from me, I feel like it's stripping away a bit of him, his smell, the feel of his skin. Despite the melancholy over my losses, it can't strip the memories. I bask in that until the process is complete. Then I redress, anxious to get back to Caden. Don't shoot the messenger. Cece. Gray left Cece in the office and hurried to find Marg. Feeling completely and utterly out of place, she paced the floor like a caged animal. Upon hearing footsteps coming down the hallway, she stopped and held her breath. The footsteps slowed to a stop outside the doorway. Fearing it wasn't Gray and Marg, she wanted to become invisible, to hide. She quickly scanned the room for a possible place to disappear. Seeing nothing, she braced herself for who was coming through the door. She couldn't believe her eyes when she came face to face with Holst Ernst. Excuse me, I was looking for Ms. London, he said with a slightly surprised look on his face. It took Cece a couple of seconds to get over her shock and speak. She's not here. A crimson wave rushed over her. I see that, he said with a slight smirk on his face. She should be here shortly. A guard went to get her. Although she was taking a huge gamble by talking to him, she didn't want him to leave. Not yet. All those days of daydreaming about his big brown eyes, his shock of wild hair, it was beyond belief that there he stood just a few feet away. I mean, you could wait for her. Her heart was thundering against her rib cage. What are you thinking, Cece? He eyed her askance. Are you a student here? Oh, yeah, yes. Oh, no, now what? What if he starts asking more questions? He'll be able to see right through you. Thankfully, before he could ask any more questions, Marg and Gray walk in. Cece's lips were set in a tight line, and the crimson was replaced with whitewash. Perfectly poised and on cue, Marg addressed her. Miss Teague, I'm so sorry for being late to our appointment. I see you've met Dr. Ernst, our resident equine expert. Oh, I'm nearly the program director. My lab assistant, Arabella Quinn, is the expert, he said, sounding almost humble. Cece looked from him to Marg and then caught Gray chuckling to himself in the background as the scene played out. If Miss Teague, was it? He extended a hand to her. She took it hesitantly while answering, yes, Teague. If Miss Teague had an appointment at this hour, it must be more pressing than anything I need to discuss. I'll come back tomorrow, Marg. It was nice to meet you, Miss Teague. Perhaps I will see you on campus. He held Cece's eyes as he dropped her hand gently. Just like that, the flush was back. Oh, sure. She had forgotten what she came here to discuss. A fleeting vision of her waving to him while walking freely around the buildings played out in her mind. Coming back to the moment, she caught Graydon out of the corner of her eye. Gray's eyes were squeezed shut and his face was contorted. He was biting his bottom lip to hold back a wave of snickers. Marg was completely nonplussed. Thank you, Holst, Marg continued. I'm sure we can find time to connect tomorrow. See you around, Miss Teague. he said with a wink in Cece's direction. "Later, Graydon," he tossed back as he turned on his heel and strode out of the office. The three of them held their collective breath as they listened for his footsteps to fade down the hallway. "Is he for real?" Graydon griped. "We don't know exactly where his loyalties lie in all of this," Marg said quietly. Cece didn't miss the uncertainty that passed over her features. "I didn't know what to do," Cece blurted out. "You did just fine, Teague. I'm sorry we had to leave you alone, putting you in such an awkward situation. You could obviously pass for any of the students here." Gray looked slightly embarrassed. "I'm sorry it took so long." Not wanting to betray her feelings for Holst, she just shrugged. "It's okay." "Well, Graydon says you have important information." "Yes, ma'am. I saw the brown boat again when I finished my shift, and the box was on it. I couldn't see what was inside, and by the time I was in position, they were already casting off. Oh dear, I'm afraid it's begun. Found. Ara." That night, the feelings hit me in my sleep. A dream begins. In my dream, I could see a horrible war taking place. There was gunfire, bombs, and blazes everywhere. The smoke surrounded me like a heavy coat. It filled my lungs and threatened to choke me. My lungs scrapped for cleaner air, and they felt as if a hand was clenched tightly around them inside my chest. People were screaming and crying. Their voices were palpable in my head and bounced heavily within my brain. The noise was unbearable, and stench of burning flesh stung my nose. It was then that I realized I was not asleep. I was fully aware that I was lying in my own bed, but the smells and sounds battered me from all sides, as if I were there where they were as well. My heart raced and my mind pounded to unravel what I was experiencing. I felt claustrophobic. It was as if I were in a box with the walls closing in around me. I could see, feel, and hear everything in the war zone just as if it was in my own room. My head started to ache. I felt nausea creep up like an ugly monster, pushing my stomach toward my throat. Then suddenly, as if it had never happened, the vision was gone. Reeling from this nightmarish vision with all its reality, I was overcome with a rush of adrenaline. Thankfully, I still lay in my bed. I would surely have crumbled from the dizziness. What had happened? Was it just a dream? I pulled myself to a sitting position and hugged my knees close to my chest for comfort. I struggled to make some sense of what I'd just witnessed. I'd never seen any sort of conflict, nothing even close. So to dream about something I'd never witnessed this vividly puzzled me. I had never smelled bombs or burning flesh. How could I know what that smells like? The closest I had ever come to gunfire was an exhibition put on at my school to demonstrate the ancient weapons that had been used for hunting wild game. I remembered the unbearable noise of those weapons at such close range, and the smell of what I assumed, based on the lesson, was gunpowder. Since the suspension of all game and other meat sources, we had no use for such things. Only historians and the government retained weapons of any kind. But this was much more acrid, caustic. How then did I have such a vivid dream or vision or hallucination? Alas. I see it. It's 4 a.m. in the morning. I don't think I can sleep. The terror-dumped adrenaline still coursing through my veins was causing my heart to pound. I sat there in the dark, replaying the experience while hugging my knees tightly. I realized I felt something else in that vision. It was hot and dry, stiflingly so. The realization hits me. It's the horses. It was the horses. Then panic takes hold of my throat like a hand threatening to choke me. My God, they're in a war zone somewhere. It's now about 5:30 a.m., and I decided to get up to face the day ahead. About 30 minutes later, I hear a light tap on my door. Cautiously, I walk to the door, opening it quietly. It's Caden. He explains that he was out for his morning run when he saw the light from my room. "Do you always run this early in the morning?" I study the sheen of sweat on him. It reminds me of summers at home working in the gardens. "Most days," he admits. "I run more when I'm stressed." I tease him about his stress. What could possibly be stressful in a place like this? I banter. It's hard working. It's hard work growing dogs. They bark, bite, and scratch, he lies. I can see the longing in his eyes. I'm pretty sure his stress has more to do with us and specifically about yesterday's events. Horses bite too, fortunately each other and not me. He confirms my suspicion with hooded eyes and a rather sultry tone as he teases, I'd like to bite you. I promised it would be a gentle nip. Finishing with a wink, ignoring my flustered face and glowing cheeks, he continues, By the way, why are you up so early? It was just a bad dream. Really? Must have been some dream. Tell me about it? I think I found the horses, I whisper. Or maybe more accurately, they found me. He ushers me gently to my room and closes the door. We sit down on the bed, and I tell him as many of the details as I can remember. When I'm finished, he runs a hand through his tawny hair. We need to see if we can find any information about war zones in a desert. Where's your EPAD? We spend about an hour searching the news outlets and come up with about 8 possibilities. Unfortunately, we can't research further because the chime goes off, letting us know it's time for breakfast. It's time for me to face Einstein. Batch 2. Ara. The horses have arrived, Lucy informs him. They were just sent yesterday, Holst questions. Our people are very efficient. I see. When will the next shipment be ready? Seriously? Rushing us is going to make her more suspicious, and I'm afraid we'll make a mistake. I don't have to remind you of the importance this has to our continued work, do I? No, of course not, Holst growls. I have to go. She's here. He disconnects quickly. As I leave the Hepaskin's pod, I put my hand on the door to the lab. I can hear Einstein on the comm with someone. His tone indicates he's upset and frustrated. I can't tell what he's saying, but he's clearly agitated. I tentatively open the door. As soon as he realizes that I'm there, he tells whomever it is that he has to go and that I'm here. It frightens me that he was talking about me and in the tone he carried. I wonder what that means for me. He looks awful. Dark circles lurk beneath his deep brown eyes. His hair is as disheveled as I've ever seen it, and a shadow of whiskers cover his normally clean-shaven face. He doesn't look as if he's slept. Hey, what was that all about? Is everything okay? Oh, it was nothing. It sounded like something is wrong. Nothing for you to be concerned about. I guess if you say so. What shall we do today? I ask as if nothing happened yesterday. He looks at me. I catch a glimmer of shock ripple across his face. He regains his composure quickly. I started a new batch. They're nearly ready for the birthing. We need to get in there. It's my turn to be in shock. His announcement catches me completely by surprise. He apparently had no need to grieve. I suppose we're getting right back in the saddle, so to speak, huh? I mutter as we make our way to the birthing chamber. I have no time to contemplate. When we arrive, the foals are ready. We get busy toweling and imprinting each one as they make their debuts. As the day wears on, the sting of loss lessens its grip on my broken heart. Spending the day with the new foals has filled the void. They are just as curious and adorable. Einstein's mood seems to be lifted as well. We share the day cuddling and playing with the foals. I catch him watching me more than a few times. The look on his face is almost tender. I dare say it reminds me of how Caden looks at me. Each time our eyes met briefly, he looked away or was head-butted by one of the headstrong colts, demanding his attention. I dismissed it as nothing more than perhaps some delayed sadness for our loss. At the end of the day, Einstein and I say our goodbyes. He stops me by catching my arm before I enter the decon chamber. He looks down at the floor, then his eyes meet mine. He starts out, "Thank you, Ara," then runs his hand through his untidy locks. "For what?" I ask. "For coming back today. For not giving up on me. On this," he says as he sweeps his hand toward the foals. "Einstein." He puts his hand up to stop me. "You don't have to say anything. I know yesterday was hard for you." He pauses, gathering his thoughts or emotions. "Anyway, I could not have done this. I can't do this without you. I search his face for more, but he's staring at the floor. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, I say. He turns his face to me and replies, yes, Sarah, tomorrow. The next several days take place without any drama. The new foals progress rapidly and remain stable. I was still slightly worried after our last batch had failed that something would happen to this group. Whatever really happened, I may never know. I tried not to dwell on it. Instead, I focused on this group. Once we got beyond the third day and they were still happily in their pasture, I sighed a little bit of relief. Our second batch made even faster progress than the first. Yet, Einstein seemed more dissatisfied, frustrated, or plagued by some unseen conflict. He had settled back into dark and moody. There was no doubt something was off. On that third day, Einstein came to me with the most amazing news. We had gotten our approvals to start the next batch. This time we were going to produce our purebred breed. I was beyond excited. I smiled wide when Einstein announced to me that we were going to begin immediately on our new batch. My excitement seemed to cut through the gloom shrouding Einstein. A tiny little crack of light seemed to penetrate his onyx veneer. It lifted his spirits enough for a smile to cross his lips. Einstein, this is a dream come true. You must understand, right? Yes, Sarah, I realize that you're very excited. No emotion marked his words. No, Einstein, you don't understand. I'm beyond excited. I raised my voice in emphasis. Did you know that the breed we selected were a breed that my ancestors used to train? I seem to remember you telling me that maybe once or twice, he said with a smirk. It was the first time he'd given me a hint of a smile in weeks. We had selected the Arabian breed. They were known for their stamina, intelligence, and beauty. Our hybrids are certainly majestic, but nothing compared to the beauty we are about to produce. I hugged myself to hold in some of my exuberance. We set about our normal daily tasks. The elf took care of most everything, cleaning, feeding, and watering. Einstein and I took care of grooming, training, and exercising. It was intimate work. I didn't have any more visions from the first batch. The visions I did have revealed the day-to-day emotion of our current batch, loving and adoration for me and some latent grumpiness toward Einstein. I was certainly thankful for that, but I couldn't help but wonder. What was happening with our first batch? Where were they? I took the absence of visions as a positive. At least I hoped that they were not as frightened as the vision felt wherever they were. And I took solace in the fact that I didn't feel them perish. Caden and I had continued to do some research on possible locations. Without more to go on, we still had 3 strong possibilities for the location. Part of me wished for another connect that might reveal something to help. Connecting with all 4, I once again completed the initial training with the second batch. Within hours, Einstein was able to take on some of the exercise and ongoing training tasks. We settled into a routine. It was even fun at times. Both of us were able to ride at the same time, although we didn't have the space to go galloping across fields. We were able to take them through the pastures inside the equine building, which gave us the opportunity to expose them to different challenges and obstacles. We spent the next couple of days challenging each other while we would ride to see which mounts seemed to be either faster or more intuitive. If I wasn't mistaken, Einstein was having fun. It seemed awkward to him, like learning a foreign language. I would often catch him sneaking a silent glance my way, even though he was engaged in reining in his colt. At one point, he joked with me, I think you've somehow brainwashed this batch to make them want to challenge me. No way, silly. I trained them exactly the same as the first. Maybe you added something science-y to this batch's attitude. I teased him. I didn't want to go too far and open an old wound, accusing him of something. But I wondered if he had made any changes to this batch. I rejected any thoughts of that. I was fairly certain the original batch was missing and not gone because our work was flawed. That thought only left me with a pit in my stomach. The dread that perhaps Einstein was involved somehow in their disappearance made me a little sick. So much for not poking the bear. He must have noticed something on my face because when I looked back at him, he was scowling my way. "What is it, Ara?" he questioned. "Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about, daydreaming, I guess." I didn't want to finish that thought, so I was going to let him finish it for me. Rather than try to press anything, he changed the topic. "So I think tomorrow we should plan to incubate the purebreds." And despite my earlier excitement, I couldn't muster the same level. "Sure," I shrugged and unconsciously patted my mount. She must have picked up on my melancholy because she paused and turned to nuzzle my foot in the stirrup. Einstein's colt pushed his way toward us and ended up resting his muzzle on my leg. I'm not sure if Einstein caught what was going on. He didn't try to rein his colt back. The four of us stood there together. When the first chime sounded for dinner, we broke the huddle. "Okay, boy, I guess that's our cue. Playtime's over," Einstein commented to his colt as he leaned over and looked him in the eye. "Yep, better put these beauties away," I said as I caressed the colt's soft muzzle. Then I turned my filly, giving her a little squeeze. We headed back for the main paddocks and barn in silence. Neither of us had much to say, and the horses seemed to feel it as well. Even though they were free after stripping their tack and turning them out, both of them lingered at the gate. The other two horses seemed to sense the mood in the air. They made their way over, demanding scratches and pats. I could have stayed there all night with them. Unfortunately, I needed to make my way to the common. If I didn't hurry, I was going to have to walk, making me further delayed. Absently petting the horse that pushed the others away, I said my goodbyes. "I guess this is good night. Tomorrow will be a great day." "I'm sure it will. I'm looking forward to it," I said as a tiny sliver of my excitement returned. "Rest well, Arabella," Einstein said with his more formal tone. The freedom of the day was over. I could tell it would be back to business tomorrow. I just caught the bus leading back to the common. I was thankful not to have to walk after riding most of the day. It wasn't overly strenuous, but it still took a certain amount of fitness. After the challenges that Einstein and I pushed ourselves and our mounts through, I was a little fatigued. Riding certainly took different muscles than what I was accustomed to using, and I could feel every one of them. I arrived in the common and was greeted by Caden's crystal blue eyes scanning for me. I made my way to where he, Track, and Soraya had been patiently waiting. Track complained, "Took you long enough. I thought we were going to starve." Soraya gave him a punch in the shoulder. "That's no way to talk to your sister. She looks exhausted." "You must have worked hard today," she said with a wink. "I did. My legs are killing me." Track piped up again. "Right. Like sitting on some beast of burden is a whole lot of effort," he said with a super sarcastic tone. "Oh, and playing with balls of yarn and kitty cats is way more difficult?" Caden chided him. Track rolled back his sleeve of his shirt to show us several scratch marks as he complained about how vicious those little fur balls were in his lab. Soraya and I just rolled our eyes. As we started heading for the food line, Track was still complaining as he rolled down his sleeve and took off after us. Caden casually bumped my hip as he looked down at me through those inky lashes. "So, any other visions or any news?" he said very quietly so the others couldn't hear. "No, no new visions, which I'm hoping means they're okay." I shook my head. "I'm sure they are, Ara," he said softly. Realizing I hadn't shared my news, I got suddenly animated. "Oh my gosh, I almost forgot. We're going to start our purebred batch tomorrow," I beamed. "That's great, Ara. You must be so excited. I know what this means to you." Before I could answer, Soraya interrupted. "What? What's going on?" I explained to her and Track the plans for tomorrow. Track, of course, already knew about our ancestors, but Soraya was unaware. As we sat down and settled into our meals, she listened intently. "Wow, that's pretty cool, you guys," she said to both Track and me. "It's great that you guys have this connection to your past." "I don't know really anything about our ancestors. We didn't have very many records. Most of them had been destroyed in the storms," she said with a touch of sadness. I really wanted to reach for her. I felt that as a good friend I should. But I felt better knowing that she didn't expect that from me. Thankfully, Track reached for her in my stead. "Hey," he said, "we were just luckier than most. But we're here to make new history and new memories, right?" he said. "Yeah," she replied, still a bit wistfully. She was still looking down at her plate, and Track gave me a questioning look. I shrugged my shoulders and widened my eyes. I wasn't really sure what to do to make her feel better. Before she looked up, I made walking gestures with my fingers, suggesting that he take her on a walk. A look of understanding passed over his features, and he gave me a wink and a smile. I felt Caden lean a little closer to me, his warmth radiating through my clothes. I felt that tingling deep within the center of my body. A vision of him staring down at me from the other day passed through my mind. I can feel the flush creeping over my cheeks. Fortunately, no one noticed. Track put his arm around Soraya and leaned in as he said to her, "I know just what you need." He flashed her the brightest grin when she looked up at him. "Oh, really?" she said somewhat skeptically. "Yep," he said with all the confidence that is Track. "You and I just need to take a little walk and enjoy the stars and the full moon tonight." He was beaming down at her, and she returned his smile. It made me feel great to see the two of them getting along so well and to see her smile. Caden took a look at my plate before he suggested that we leave the two of them and take our own walk. Of course, I was eager to follow him as we dropped off our plates and made our way out of the common. When we were far enough away from the common that both of us were sure there were no prying eyes or listening ears, Caden stopped me. "Ara, I have something for you." "For me?" "Yeah," he said. After the other day, I started to think about how awesome it was to be able to hold your hand, and well, he paused and ran his hand through his hair. "I know it might seem a little weird, but these nights are kind of chilly, and I thought maybe you might like a pair of gloves to keep your hands warm," he said with a smirk as he produced a thin pair of gloves. "Okay, you shouldn't have," I said with a smirk of my own, but I couldn't help the rush of emotion and the pounding that started in my heart. Quickly putting the gloves on my hands, I looked into those twinkling eyes and drank in those pools of blue. With the gloves securely on my hands, his hand covered mine and our fingers were interlaced. I could feel the warmth of his palm pressing against mine. "Caden, this is the best gift anyone has ever given me," he replied, a little bit skeptical at first. "Really? A pair of gloves?" "It's not the gloves, Caden." "Oh," he said with a sudden realization. His tone turned a bit sheepish. "I think I get it." I let out a little giggle. I couldn't help it. His naivety was adorable. "I know it's not a HEPA suit, but at least we can hold hands for now." "It's perfect, Caden. Thank you." "You're welcome, Ara. I'm glad you like them." "What's not to like?" I winked and smiled. He looked down at me with hooded eyes, and we stood there for a moment just staring at each other. I was pretty sure he wanted to kiss me as badly as I wanted to kiss him. "I wish I could give you more, Ara." I couldn't say anything, my words stolen with my heart. All I had to give him in return was my brightest smile. Pure bred joy. Ara. The next morning, I woke with a sense of euphoria that was brighter than the sun. I had the feeling I was walking on sunshine all morning long. When I arrived in the common that morning, Caden gave me a quick bump of the shoulder. "So, today," he winked. "Yep, today is the day." I can't even hardly contain myself. I smiled unabashedly. "I sorta can tell," Caden says. "I don't think I've ever seen you this happy." I looked down at my feet for a second. I kind of felt bad. I didn't know how to tell him without sounding fake, but he made me this happy every time we were together. I looked up at him beaming, and he was looking down at me through inky lashes with those twinkling azure eyes. I practically skipped through the breakfast line and back to our table. We sidled up next to Soraya and Track, who had just settled into their coffees. As soon as we joined them, Track asked, "Hey, by the way, what was the rumor about some girl who looked just like you from the description running through campus in a HEPA suit? What's up with that?" I lost my joy only for a beat. I look to Caden for rescue. He begins to share what happened with the horses. He leaves out the part about my vision, but shares that we don't think they're dead. Track reminds us that every animal incubated at Antec is implanted with a tracking chip to prevent someone from stealing our work. He follows that up with, all we have to do is crack into the main computer lab, hack into the computers, and voila! We'll be able to see if they're still alive and where they are. Great, that sounds so easy, Soraya griped. Well, it is possible, Track defended himself. Thanks, Track, that helps. At least we know there is a way, I said, and I caught Caden's eye. He gave me a somewhat questioning look, as if I was seriously considered something like breaking into the computer lab. To our unspoken exchange, I shrugged, letting him know it wasn't out of the question in my mind. Changing the subject. So, guys, how was your walk? I asked, a little bit of an edge and some sarcasm dripping from the words. Well, it was walkish, Track said, but I couldn't help but notice the glint in his eye. As he looked at Soraya, her cheeks had the slightest blush when she looked his way. I'm sure Soraya will fill you in later, girl talk and all that stuff. He grinned wide, but she just chuffed at him. Without thinking, she said, I don't kiss and tell. Then she quickly slapped her hand over her mouth, and the red flush grew deeper across her cheeks. Oh, wow. I guess we will have to catch up later, I said to Soraya, even though I was looking at Caden. I couldn't help the desire bubbling up within me, but it would have to wait. Today was a big day, and I needed to get to the lab. Caden walked me to the shuttle bay. I had my riding clothes on in case we had time after the purebreds were incubated to catch a quick ride. It was also a perfect excuse to wear my new gloves. The sun peeked through a patch of clouds as we exited the common hand in hand. The sun and the feeling of his strong fingers laced with mine sent a wave of warmth through me. Good luck today, he whispered into my hair. Thanks, Caden. I can't wait to tell you all about the little darlings later. I'm looking forward to the details, he said as he slowly released my hand, but not before he pressed his lips to my gloved knuckles. Till then, milady. Then he gave me a chivalrous bow. I curtsied in return. Till then, sir. When I got to the lab and into the decon chamber, I took off my riding clothes and folded them up, placing the gloves on top. I wistfully ran my fingers across the place where Caden's lips had been. Knowing that we were going to incubate the purebreds today, I realized bringing my riding clothes was somewhat ambitious. But at least I got to hold hands with Caden. And the kiss? Like a cherry on top of the sundae. So sweet, so simple. I hurried to the Hepuskin's chamber with that thought. I was depending on everything going well for the new batch so I could get back to that sweetness. Across campus, Lucy received an unpleasant call from the militant buyers demanding that he send the second batch of horses. This is not our deal. The second batch has been allocated elsewhere. What have you done with the first batch? He growls over the phone. He's trying to keep his anger in check, but these buyers are trying his patience. It's a slippery slope. They know where he is and have no doubt planted operatives close by. In fact, they've hinted at that very thing in the past to try to get more from him. His patience is wearing thin, as is his concern over what they might threaten. Realization dawns on him as his lips curve into a devious smirk. Without him, they would have nothing. Do not even attempt to threaten me. Without my support and Antec, you would have nothing. Your cause is nothing without my program, he reminds them. The gruff voice on the other end replies, It is you, comrade, who would have nothing without my investment. Let me remind you that I have many other investors. I do not need your money. I will deliver according to what we agreed, Lucy grinds out between his clenched teeth. It is not enough. Seeing an opportunity, Lucy quickly replies, Then are you prepared to triple your investment? That is what it will take to change our current agreement. He smiles to himself over the possibility of increasing his profits. Yes, but you must make the delivery immediately. Very well. But I will need your payment all up front and verified in my account before I will agree to any further action. It will be done. Look for the verification of the transaction within the hour. I will wait your confirmation that the shipment is on its way 1 hour after I have transferred the payment. 1 hour? That's not possible, Lucy shouts. If I receive the verification, I will confirm within 4 hours. That is the best I can do. Acceptable. And the comm goes dead. Before he even puts the comm down, an alert on his band tells him that the transaction is completed. He makes a couple of double checks to verify it's all there, and then starts making the arrangements as promised. First, he negotiates the delay with the other investors, who are a bit more understanding and flexible. Next, he coordinates the logistics and travel. Finally, what to do about the girl and Holst. He knows he can't tell Holst about this. He will try to stop it. He must also have Holst's cooperation to launch yet another hybrid batch. And he will need to control the girl. A plan crystallizes in his mind. He's known about Holst's fascination with the girl and the girl's feelings about their purebred project. Being a master at manipulation, it won't be hard to coerce the two of them to do his bidding. He decides to kidnap the girl. Switching to the lab viewer, he sees the two of them still working in there on the purebreds. He makes a quick comm to his insiders on the security team and orchestrates getting a team into the decon chamber without Holst or Ara knowing. With her ability, it's crucial that they grab her before she removes her HEPA skins. He works through bypassing the AI controls in the lab and the decon chamber to get his men into place. With that in motion, he observes the progress in the lab. As soon as his men confirm that they are in place and ready, he contacts Holst. He knows they have not been monitoring the hybrids, and with all the activity in the birthing chamber, it will be easy to get Holst to believe that he missed an alert with the older horses. Ara is just about to enter the decon chamber when he reaches Holst. Yes, Lucy, Holst answers with an impatient sigh. I'm getting an unresolved alert from Alf on your hybrids. Is everything okay with them? Lucy lies. He knows that if Holst looks, his manufactured alert will be waiting in the system. Sorry, we were so busy prepping for the purebreds today I must have missed it. I'll go and check on it right now. Lucy's smug grin spreads across his face before he schools his voice to his normal blandness. See that you do, Holst. Thank you. Just for some manner of goodwill, he asks, how are the new specimens? As Holst steps into the elevator, he gives Ara a wave before she enters the chamber. He watches the light turn red and answers. They've turned out well, sir. I think you'll be pleased. They are as smart as they are beautiful. Our investors should be very impressed. And what does our fine lab assistant think of them? He asks with the smirk returning. He knows by this point his men have already secured her and are on their way to his detention lab. She's quite enamored with them. I think it'll be even more devastating to her when this batch is gone. She has a personal history with the breed that means more to her than our hybrids. I see, Lucy says flatly. When you've finished there, come to my office. I need to speak to you about our arrangements. There have been some developments over the course of today. Fine, Fine, I will be there shortly. Holst cuts the comm as he reaches the bottom floor. He steps out of the elevator and hears something that sounds like Ara calling his name. He listens for a moment, hears nothing else. He passes it off as the horse is making some noise and heads to the barns and paddocks to take a look around. The horses appear to be peacefully grazing, and nothing appears out of order. He checks the system and makes sure there are no errors and then glances over at the herd again before he turns to make his way back to the decon chamber and then to Lucy's office. One of the colts raises his head and looks his way before putting his head back down and resuming his dinner. Satisfied that the horses are fine, he turns on his heel and re-enters the elevator. By this time, Lucy's guards have smuggled Ara discreetly away on the front side of the building. Everything went exactly as Lucy had predicted. Holst was completely unaware that Ara never made it to the shuttle for the Common, and as soon as he's on his way to the main building, the team mobilizes to collect Batch 2 for transport. After giving me a little wave, he turns and walks to the elevator, and I head into the chamber. Stepping into the chamber, the hair on the back of my neck raises immediately. I'm not alone. I turn to go back the way I came, but I'm not fast enough. 3 men in masks and gloves grab me roughly. Suddenly, I feel a pinch in my neck through my suit. I hear someone say, "Be careful, don't rip the suit. You can't let her skin make contact." Everything goes dark as I try to scream for Holst, but my voice is swallowed by the darkness. More than stolen horses. Ara. I'm groggy, but awake enough to note my surroundings. I recognize the alabaster and bright white lights of the central building. Instead of being in the main halls where all of the rooms are connected and there are windows along the front walls facing the hall, this room has a solid wall with a door that I assume leads to a hallway, and there is only a very small rectangular window letting light in from the outside. "Welcome, Miss Quinn." A voice I recognize comes from somewhere behind me. Lucy. "Dr. Lucy?" My voice sounds weak and far away. "Yes, Miss Quinn," he answers, but gives me nothing more. My head hurts, and the bright lights are making my eyes water. I close them, hoping it will shut the throbbing down. Where am I? And why am I here? Where's Holst? I want to bring my hand up to pinch the bridge of my nose and rub my temples, but I realize I can't because I'm restrained. I also realize I'm still in my skins. I feel panic creeping up through my stomach, clenching my heart and making me sweat, as I remember being taken and trying to call out, "Please, Miss Quinn, don't be alarmed. All your questions will be answered shortly. Holst is fine and will be arriving shortly as well." He speaks. I open my eyes as he comes around to the side of the bed I'm lying in and into my view. He looks sinister with the glare of the white light behind his head of gray hair. His sharp features and steady stare slice into me like a hot knife. The pain behind my eyes from the bright light is stabbing. I close my eyes again. "Why have you brought me here? What did you do to me?" "It's just a little formula to dampen your abilities, Ara. The effects are temporary. I apologize." His band buzzes. "Ah, that is Holst now. Try to rest, Miss Quinn. You two will be back together shortly." I hear him leave and the click of the door lock behind him. My mind is reeling. Why am I here? Does Holst know I'm here? Does anyone know where I am? Caden. Caden will be worried. My mind is racing. I need to warn him. He will come looking for me. What if he thinks I left with Holst? I let out a cry of frustration. The tears begin to stream down the sides of my face and pool in my ears. I'm helpless. The only thing I can do is say a silent prayer. "Please, God, help me get through this." The emotion and drugs have exhausted me, and I eventually drift off to sleep. Holst finds himself pacing while waiting for Lucy in his office. He's grown frustrated and impatient with the old man and his games. What does he want now? I've given him my whole life, and for what? Empty promises? Where is my reward? When do I get my vengeance? He stops pacing as the door opens and Lucy steps into the office. Holst's eyes narrow as he glares at his mentor. "Why did you call me here?" he grinds out. "Is that any way to greet your family?" Lucy answers. "My family? My family is dead." Holst lets his anger out in his words. He knows Lucy thinks of himself as the father he was robbed of, but at the moment he doesn't care. He's fed up. "You will watch your tone with me, boy," Lucy growls back at him. "Oh, and why is that?" "Because I have something you do not want to come to any harm." Holst chuffs. "You don't have anything I care about." "I beg to differ. Behold." He taps his band and brings up images of Ara strapped to the bed below them. A gasp escapes Holst's lips before he could stop himself. The red-hot anger spreads through him and he balls his fists at his sides. Noticing Holst's posture, Lucy is quick to bring up the view of the guards just outside Ara's room and his office. If anything happens to me, these guards have orders to silence the girl and take you into custody for it. Just what game are you playing with me, old man? Holst demands. Things have changed in the last 3 hours. One of my investors upped the ante, which requires us to accelerate our production and distribution. I can no longer afford to wait for you and your tender heart over this girl to get in the way. If you think you're going to harm her in any way, I'll kill you, Holst says, jabbing a finger in Lucy's chest. Lucy grabs his finger and bends it awkwardly, threatening to break it. Holst is driven to his knees. Then Lucy leans down and speaks in his ear. His breath is hot on his skin. Hear this, boy. You will cooperate, and you will get the girl to do the same. I am in control here. I hold both of your lives in my hands. Do you understand me? He steps back and releases Holst's finger. Holst takes a moment, leaning back on his heels while glaring at Lucy. He doesn't speak. Get up, Lucy commands. Holst juts his chin out in defiance. Lucy ignores him and clasps his hands behind his back as he walks to the wall of windows in his office. While his back is turned, Holst gets to his feet, contemplating whether he should tackle Lucy and end it now. But his mind turns to the image of Ara strapped on that bed, and he just crosses his arms over his chest. What do you want? He grits. The hybrids you just finished are en route to our first investors, which means you and the girl will produce a third batch of hybrids immediately for the other investors, so I can complete that contract. You will train the purebreds and the hybrids to prepare them for their buyers, and neither of you will be leaving the labs until everything is completed. And what if she refuses? It is your job to ensure that she does not. Lucy taps his band and barks the command for the guards to bring Holst to the girl. Take him to her, and then see to it that they get to the lab. No one gets in or out of the lab without my authorization. The guards take Holst to elevators he's never seen before, and push him inside. They're armed, and Holst is not. He tries to calculate whether he can overpower them, but there are too many. He's determined to get Ara to safety and then make Lucy pay. It was never about his father's work. The realization hits him like a kick in the ribs. It was always about Lucy's pursuit of wealth and fame. How could he have been so blind to it? He had seen the news streams, at least what Lucy allowed him to see. How much of that was fiction, made up by the old man to maintain appearances? What a fool. He let himself believe Lucy cared about him, his future. As he stands there, fist balled at his side, he's beyond fury. His boiling blood rushes through him, creating a wave of biliousness rising in his throat. Not sure who he is more furious with, himself or Lucy. The elevator reaches the bottom floor, and a guard pushes him out with the barrel of his weapon dug into his ribs. They march down the hallway toward indiscreet doors. Guards are posted at the last door on the right. He assumes that's where Ara is being held. It looks like the patient ward of an asylum. She doesn't deserve this. He can't help thinking this is his fault. Another wave of irritation washes over him. Cameras line the hall. No color, no shape, just heavy steel and concrete, designed to keep whatever is behind those doors in for good. Bestial, Ara. I awaken to noise coming from the hallway. I can hear boots marching down the marbled floor. There are several men approaching from the sound. I begin frantically searching for an escape. As much as I hated what I was thinking, I was resigned to sacrifice my happiness. I needed to get out of here. I was prepared to leave my brother and friends behind, forget about my blossoming feelings for Caden. I had one clear goal: pursue Lucy, to get my answer and find my horses. I had but one problem, at least at the moment. Granted, a rather ominous problem, but not one I was going to take lying down, if I could just get out of these bindings and this place. Now that my head was clear, it dawns on me. Track gave me the ability to get out of my current situation. I just needed to be patient and wait for the right moment. As that thought enters my mind, the door opens and guards shove Holst in so hard that he nearly falls. He regains his composure and balance as the door clicks shut again. Rushing forward and pounding his fist on the solid metal, he lets out a frustrated growl. Ah! He stands with his hands balled in fists at his sides and his back to me. I take it you're not here to save me, I spit out. Where are the horses? Not now, Ara. His voice is exasperated. Then when, Holst? I know they're not dead. How could you possibly? He trails off his statement. I'm certain he must know about me, or at least suspected the extent of my ability. I don't think he's aware of my second ability. I decide not to disclose that information to him. At this point, I don't know where his loyalties lie and whether I can trust him. Okay, let's start with you telling me what I'm doing here and why are you locked up with me? Fine, he sighs. He turns away from the door and makes eye contact with me. His eyes widen as he takes in the sight of me strapped to this bed like a lab experiment. He makes his way to the bed, and without talking, he starts to examine the restraints. Are you going to release the straps or just study them? And you still haven't answered my question. First, I'm trying to make sure that I can release you without triggering something worse for either of us. And second, I'll answer your question, but I assumed you would prefer to be free rather than endure my explanation strapped down as you are. Is that acceptable to you, Ara? He explains without making eye contact. The sound of my name without his usual formality sounds strange. He continues searching the restraints in the bed for whatever it is he thinks might cause one of us harm. For that I'm thankful, but I'm anxious to hear what he has to say. He must determine it's safe to release me because I feel the restraints fall away from my hands first, and then the pressure on my legs is released. The last to be removed is the thick strap across my torso. I sit up and take a deep drag of air, filling my lungs. I rub my wrists absent-mindedly before a wave of dizziness crashes over me. My eyes roll back in my head, and my body threatens to crumble backwards onto the bed. Whoa, 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 take it easy there, just go slow, he says as he steadies me with his hand on my back and grasps my hand. I look at my hand in his, then gaze up to meet his eyes. He doesn't falter. His gaze holds mine. I look down as the heat creeps across my face. The heat is generated in part by anger. I don't want him touching me. I'm okay, I say as I take back my hand. I'm thankful they left me in my HEPA suit. I only wish it was Caden here by my side. I think it's time for you to answer my question. He drags his hand down the front of his face before pulling it through his wild hair. I suppose you're right. His lips press into a line and a sigh escapes his nostrils before he speaks. He sits on the side of the bed next to me with his hands in his lap, looking down at them as if the answers can be read from his palms. Where do I start? He asks, but I don't think he's asking me. Looking sideways at me, he begins to explain. Lucy has been selling the animals to the highest bidders under the guise of funding the research at Antech, he continues. He unpacks the story of his parents. He recited it just the way Lucy taught him, only this time he knows it's not the truth. The military were considering how they might use the breakthroughs to weaponize mutant animals. My father wanted to destroy the pup when they developed their research. But Lucy told him he regretted not listening to my father. Dad had been right, that they hadn't been able to fully test the specimen. The military were going to steal their research along with the dog anyway, which is why he agreed to help my parents escape. He only stayed behind because he felt awkward with the idea of being the three of them. Lucy felt it better to remain with the university, so he had a means to support them, but now I see the truth. He's been exploiting their research to extort money all along. I've known about it to a degree, but Lucy has spared me any gory details. Selfishly, I turned a blind eye to Lucy a long time ago so that I could find a way to exonerate my father's name. My father likely saved hundreds of people's lives, but the government labeled him a thief and a disgrace. That still doesn't explain where the horses are or what we're doing here. A war is coming, Ara. It's already started. Some very powerful and dangerous people purchased the first batch. The second batch of hybrids were promised to a humanitarian group for agricultural purposes, which I was on board with. And the purebreds were promised to a collector of sorts, a private citizen who has a lot of money. Something changed this morning while we were training. The second batch are being transported right now to the same militants. He reaches the part about Lucy's plan to force us to create another batch of hybrids, and that if either of us refuse, Holst will take the blame for my untimely disappearance. Ara, I didn't know the extent of his plans. You have to try to believe me. When he's finished, he doesn't look my way. He's staring at the floor, despondent. The silence stretches out uncomfortably until he finally speaks. All I ever wanted is to clear my father's name and finish his life's work. His words are wistful as they hang in the air between us. I don't know what to say. I'm numb. I don't care about Holst and his vendetta. I feel like I should, but I'm too furious to care. He and Lucy took my passion away when they stole my horses. Yes, they are mine, connected to me, part of me. The door bursts open. Guards storm in as if ready for a battle. Holst jerks from the bed where we had been sitting. They grab him roughly and push him aside, where he's detained by two armed men. They are a little more timid with me, staying back and careful not to touch me despite my hepaskin still being on. The commander barks orders out of his helmet. I wonder if I could use my persuasion on him. I decide to try. You aren't taking us to the lab, I say with purpose, willing him to obey me. Yet, despite my best effort, it is obvious that it didn't work. Without any words exchanged with me or Holst, we are marched out of the cell, down the hallway, back toward the elevators. We pass them and turn left down another hallway. The end of the hallway appears to be a dead end. A guard at the point must have a prox band that activates because the wall slides open to reveal a large underground area where several black vehicles are lined up. Some look like the one that brought us from the river to the evaluation center. Others look larger, sleeker versions of the shuttles on campus, but they are more box-like. I realize they are sized to accommodate something large, like horses. A memory niggles at the edge of my mind. The first day we arrived, I recalled seeing something similar entering the campus. I had passed it off as a supply transport. We're forced into the back of one of the larger vehicles. They're transporting back to the lab under the guise of a supply replenishment. Inside the vehicle appears to be an empty hull that would accommodate much larger cargo. The guards didn't look at us. They didn't engage with us until Holst tried to escape. He tried to push through them, but they were heavily armed, and they ended up slamming the end of a weapon against the back of his head. Dark crimson blood trickled down his neck. I felt helpless. There was really nothing I could do. I was still in my hepasuit, and my other ability was blocked. I didn't even have a piece of clothing I could help him wipe the blood away with. He dabbed at it with his shirt sleeve and tried to hold pressure over it to staunch the bleeding as we were loaded into the vehicle. Glancing around the inside, I realize we're inside a cargo container, a container that would easily be large enough to accommodate 4 horses loaded on a slant. The vision of the bombs and fire explodes my consciousness. The feeling of claustrophobia, the sudden loss of connection. The horses must have been sealed in one of these boxes. Once inside, the connection must have been broken. Possibly that was the reason I couldn't feel the loss of them. They must have been loaded into a container for transport. Apparently, whatever it was made of blocks my connection. I wonder if it will also block the tracking beacons. I make a mental note to ask Holst what he knows about it when we're alone. Holst. I curse him in my mind angrily, glaring at him. It shouldn't be that easy to think about just asking him questions as if everything is fine and he's not a traitor. I just kept thinking to myself, if I could just get a guard to even look at me, if I could just talk to one of them, I might be able to persuade them by using my influence powers. But none of them would engage. They wore heavy dark visors, helmets, and uniforms, unlike the other campus police. I take a moment to study Holst. His eyes are closed. He wears a deep frown and his face looked tense. It was hopeless. We didn't travel for long before the vehicle stopped. I assumed we had arrived at the ground level of the lab when we felt them unload the cargo crate with us still in it. The door opened with a hiss, revealing nothing but the empty paddock where the second batch had been just hours ago. As we stepped out of the container, I looked back at Holst with a mixture of frustration, anger, and sadness, each one rippling through me, the sadness settling like a stone in the pit of my stomach. His lips were still pressed together in a thin line, the edges turned down, forming his signature frown. How could I be forced to continue with the knowledge of what happened, knowing that Einstein purposely betrayed my trust? I struggled to believe it was really a plan he was part of. How? How could I have been so wrong about his passion? How could I have spent so many days side by side in the lab sharing the joys of our accomplishments, the struggles of our defeats, to not see this blight in him? We were successful, but for what purpose? How could he do this to me, to us? Did his need for vengeance drive him to greed so fierce that he would sell his very creations, his children no less? His enthusiasm couldn't have been so shallow, a mere veneer over a dark chasm, a cosmetic hiding the ugly truth. It was at that point I willed myself to persevere whatever Lucy had planned for me, if only to answer my one question: where are my horses?